Chapter 2851. The Advance of Abundance. Abundance crawled across the nightmare desert, flowing over white dunes like a dark river of flesh while its terrifying maw swallowed the Deathless. The ancient undead quickly recognized the new threat and attempted to destroy the sacred worm, but the wings of the Shadow Legion's formation prevented them from getting close. The lesser shades melted under the assault of the skeletal remains of the ancient warriors who had been cursed by Shadow God, but that was what Sunny expected. In this battle, the role of the weaker shades was to be destroyed. Their dogged resistance paved the way for the rest of the Legion, allowing it to continue on. Abundance and the Shadow Legion advanced, swiftly moving into the depths of the desert. Sunny stepped through the shadows and appeared in front of the gargantuan worm, regarding the vast expanse of white sand in front of him. There were countless Deathless there. Those far away were still engaged in the eternal battle among themselves, but those who were closer had already switched the target of their malice. Even worse, that awareness seemed to be spreading toward the horizon, with more and more undead turning their empty eye sockets to the distant shape of Abundance. I'll have to cull them. There were all kinds of Deathless out there. All of them were strong, but some were horrifically powerful. There were fewer of the latter on the outer edges of the nightmare desert, but there were going to be far more of them as Sunny and Nephis drew closer to the tomb of Ariel. And as they reached the last stretch of their journey, Sunny did not even want to think about that. In any case, at the moment, the wings of the formation were protecting Abundance from flanking attacks, while its maw swallowed the Deathless in the front. However, if any of the truly powerful undead appeared in the sacred worm's path, it could be severely damaged and eventually destroyed. So, Sunny had to stop them. He called upon his strongest champions, Saint, Slayer, and Serpent, to move ahead of Abundance and prevent the strongest Deathless from reaching it. He joined them personally, as well, manifesting a heavy quarterstaff out of the shadows. As the colossal worm devoured the world behind him, Sunny rushed forward to engage the enemy, and to avoid being swallowed by his own sacred shade, as well. It was a nerve-wracking experience, to battle undead horrors while a giant maw of a godworm was getting closer and closer to him from behind. But it was also a little thrilling. For a short while, Sunny allowed himself to dissolve into the violent song of the battle. Nephis had been right. Being able to engage in straightforward combat for the first time in a long while was indeed a privilege. He moved between the shadows, clashing with the champions of the undead horde in relentless melee. There was no shortage of powerful opponents for him to fight, but for now, at least, he was the strongest, if just barely. Their martial skill was also unmatched, so he greedily absorbed it through Shadow Dance, feasting on the generous collection of long-forgotten battle styles and techniques for the first time in years. The Shadow Legion advanced swiftly as a result, even as its wings were suffering heavy casualties. The reason why none of the powerful Deathless had been able to pose a serious threat to Abundance yet, however, was not only the fearsome strength of Sunny and his champions, it was also the curse. Now that all 7 links of the curse were in close proximity to each other, the power of its enchantments drastically increased. Sunny had learned how to use his shadowbound relic better over time, as well. Instead of infecting every enemy around him with the weakening curse, he cast it upon the strongest enemies among the Deathless with great precision and flawless timing. Therefore, the full power of the debilitating enchantment descended upon a single creature at the most inopportune time, making the attacks of Sunny and his champion so much more devastating. Good, more. Sunny reveled in the ferocious dread of the calamitous battle. As the battle on the ground ravaged the white dunes, another battle was happening in the sky. There, Nephis was the sole target of countless Deathless, evading their deadly attacks and setting countless projectiles aflame to preserve her body. Because of it, it seemed as if the sky was on fire, white flames raining down upon the earth. Her main goal was to draw the attention of the undead warriors and prevent too many of them from attacking the Shadow Legion, but from time to time, she unleashed rays of roaring white flames upon the white dunes, sowing destruction and annihilation among the Deathless. The combination of her incredible aerial mobility, her aspect, her mastery of shaping and knowledge of the names, the vastness of her domain, and of the ingenious enchantments of the blessing created a truly devastating foe for the undead captives of the nightmare desert. For a while, their strategy worked, and they moved deeper and deeper into the sea of dunes. There was one problem, though. Abundance was able to crawl forward with such speed because it simply swallowed the Deathless instead of battling them. That meant that the undead horrors of the desert were still whole and undamaged, trapped in the sacred worm's limitless belly. And that meant that while Sunny and his champions prevented the strongest Deathless from damaging Abundance, they could not protect the gargantuan creature from being damaged from within. The Deathless Abundance swallowed kept mangling it from the inside, and despite the boundless ocean of vitality the sacred shade possessed, it gradually slowed down, coming close to being vanquished. It was not vanquished, though. Because just then, Nephis unleashed a wave of celestial fire that incinerated the javelins flaying at her and dove down. Landing on the back of Abundance, she kneeled and placed her hand on the sacred worm's black hide. And a moment later, the entirety of the titanic creature ignited with a soft white radiance. Abundance was not a part of Nephis' domain, which meant that she could not heal it from a distance. But nothing prevented her from healing it directly. So, all the damage dealt to Abundance from within was gradually being healed by the soothing white flames. Some distance away from the colossal worm, Sunny smiled darkly. Nothing beats a good healer. The night deepened as the battle raged on. Looking ahead, he hesitated briefly. Was he deceiving himself, or did the distant silhouette of the tomb of Ariel really draw a little closer? Chapter 2852. Distant Dawn. It wasn't simple to heal a sacred being. It was especially difficult to heal a being as boundless and vast as Abundance, so Nephis had to focus on pouring her soothing flames into the titanic worm. Kneeling on the back of the gargantuan shade, with both hands pressed against its black hide, she was exposed and defenseless. Luckily, Abundance was safely protected by Sunny and the Shadow Legion, so Nephis was under no immediate threat even as she mended the wounded godworm. She could not rain fiery devastation upon the Deathless anymore, though. As a result, the pressure on the Shadow Legion gradually increased, and it kept increasing as seconds and minutes passed by. The wings of the three-pronged formation were slowly melting in the tide of the undead. Sunny and his shadows found themselves under a lot of scrutiny, as well. Sunny used his quarterstaff to shatter the skull of a skeletal warrior wearing the remains of a once resplendent armor. The Deathless did not show any sign of slowing down, though, thrusting his rusty sword forward from an insidious angle. At the same time, a skeleton who was missing both legs crawled forward and grasped Sunny's shin with sharp, bony fingers. Damn it! For a moment there, Sunny had thought that it was Yuri's clawing at his ankle. Thankfully, Yuri's was a normal skeleton of a bone-white variety, not the blackened horror of the nightmare desert. Stealing his will, Sunny turned his torso intangible and allowed the rusty sword to pass through him unobstructed. He felt the killing intent of the Deathless attempt to cut the very fabric of his being, regardless, and be denied. That was because Sunny's will was more tyrannical and dauntless than that of the undead warrior, both innately and because of spirit weave. He grabbed the headless skeleton and tossed it aside, then brought his quarterstaff down, obliterating the hand clutching at his shin. I do wonder, though. Why was it that Yuri's and the other skeleton Nephis had encountered remained sane, while the rest of the Deathless had all lost their minds? Actually, he knew the answer. Yuri's briefly mentioned it when asking Sunny to kill him. The very reason he had traveled to the Shadow Realm was to hopefully die before the madness that consumed the rest of the Deathless took him as well, or to find the closest semblance of a proper death there was, at least. If Yuri's could be believed, that was. Sunny assumed that both Yuri's and Azarax had been soldiers of the Demon Legion and fought in the Nightmare Desert. At some point, they were captured by the divine host and crucified on a tree as punishment. He did not know what sins they had committed, but the two must have been truly reviled by the warriors of the gods, considering that no one else seemed to have been subjected to such a cruel form of execution. However, the executioners just had to use one of Heart God's sacred trees to string Yuri's up. And, ironically enough, all of them fell to Shadow God's curse not long after that. It was not their own will or their special nature that had kept Yuri's and Azarax sane. Instead, it was the tree, the sacred tree they had been crucified on. And once Nephis took Yuri's off the tree, it was only a matter of time before he was to become just as mindless as the rest of the Deathless. I wonder if I'll be able to kill him before that. Yuri's did not deserve a merciful death. In fact, he deserved far worse than what happened to him, considering what he had done. But a promise was a promise. Sunny had promised to do his best to kill the ancient skeleton, so he felt obligated to do just that. I wonder if I can live long enough to kill him, as well. Sunny brought his fist down on the skeleton who had grabbed his leg. There was a deafening thunderclap, and a devastating shockwave rolled outward from the point where his fist crushed the ancient bones and struck the sand. The ground quaked, numerous dunes collapsing like flowing waves. The under-warrior was torn apart. The fingers of his one remaining hand were still moving weakly, but he was in no condition to threaten the Shadow Legion anymore. Sunny was already retreating into the shadows, rushing to face a different adversary. Saint, Slayer, and Serpent were pulling their weight, but even they were slowly starting to drown in the vicious waves of the Deathless. He called upon a few of the stronger shades to move forward and support them, which bought Nephis and Abundance more time. Eventually, the sacred worm was mended enough to last for a while without her healing flames, so Nephis soared into the skies again. Abundance crawled forward, devouring the Deathless. After a while, it was severely wounded once again, and she landed on its back to heal it. The cycle continued several times, making Sunny worry about her. Nephis' aspect was powerful, but using it too much took a toll on her. Now, she was pouring her powers both into clearing vast swathes of the weaker Deathless and into healing Abundance, which meant that she was abusing her aspect without a second of respite. It was exhausting to watch. Sunny himself was not quite exhausted yet, but he was feeling fatigued as well. Most importantly, the wings of the Shadow Legion were battered and broken, with innumerable shades having already been sent back into the soothing darkness of his soul. They couldn't reliably keep the Deathless from reaching the core of the formation anymore, so the strongest shades whom Sunny had kept there, in reserve, had to engage the undead horrors as well. Still, they had made it far into the desert. As a sacred being, Abundance moved with tremendous speed, so it devoured not only the Deathless, but also distance. The wings are going to entirely collapse soon, though. Sunny evaluated the situation, wondering if he would have to employ a different strategy or sacrifice something else. At that moment, however, he noticed something that made him halt for a moment. Out there, in the east, a thin line of pale lilac had appeared above the horizon. The endless night was finally coming to a conclusion. The dawn was coming. The Deathless seemed to have felt it as well, as they launched an especially ferocious assault on the Shadow Legion. Sun's shade stood their ground even as they were destroyed, refusing to let the adversary reach Abundance. And eventually, the Deathless retreated. The endless horde of blackened undead came to a halt, all of them standing motionlessly and regarding the invaders with an eerie, heavy malice in their empty sockets. Then, the Deathless slowly sank into the sand, disappearing without a trace. Sunny let out a long sigh and fell to his knees, breathing heavily. That was only the first night. Sunlight spilled over the horizon, painting the nightmare desert into a beautiful mixture of pink and brilliant gold. A warm wind caressed his face, promising a long day of unbearable heat. Nephis landed softly near him, her silver hair shining in the light of dawn. Sunny glanced up at her. I am not imagining it, right? It's closer. He was talking about the tomb of Ariel, naturally. However, to his surprise, Nephis was not looking at the distant silhouette of the Black Pyramid. Instead, her concerned gaze was aimed at something else. Following it, Sunny saw something unexpected. Out there in the distance, countered by the rising sun, the branches of a tall tree were swaying above the shimmering sand. Chapter 28:53 Plague of Steel. A towering tree with snow-white bark and scarlet leaves stood among the dunes, a spring of water forming a pool in its shade. The tree bore no fruit, however, tens of thousands of skulls hung from its stunning branches, fastened to them with glistening threads of black silk. The sacred tree was different from the one growing on the deck of the chain breaker, for it was much older and had grown in a different soil. It was also different from soul-devouring tree of the forgotten shore, because it had not succumbed to corruption. Perhaps it was what the soul devourer was meant to be if its seed had not sprouted in a pool of blood, atop a mountain of corpses left by the gruesome sacrifice of the 7 heroes. The branches of the tree swayed gently in the wind, and a weathered skeleton was cruelly nailed to its white bark. The skeleton stared at Sunny and Nephis with its empty eyes, his teeth bared in an eternal grin. I guess this would be Azarax. Just then, the skeleton moved. Grinding his teeth, he growled and strained against the silver nails impaling him to the tree. Sunny glanced at Nephis, whose expressionless face betrayed a hint of odd nostalgia. Are you sure he was sane? Nephis remained silent for a few moments, studying the struggling skeleton, and shrugged. He spoke to me. At that moment, a grating voice assaulted their ears. It is you. Abominable creature. Weaver's thrall. Azarax redoubled his attempts to free himself from the tree, making the skulls hanging on its branches sway and clatter. Sunny had to admit that the ill-tempered skeleton was indeed different from the mindless Deathless. However, he was not sure that Azarax was entirely sane. The skeleton did not seem to have noticed the Shadow Legion, for one, which was now surrounding the small oasis like a sea of darkness. All the shades below the transcendent rank had already been destroyed. That did not matter much, though, because most of them would be restored by nightfall or the day after that. The casualties among the transcendent shades were more impactful, since it would take them a couple of days to be mended. More than half of them had been vanquished, which meant that the same strategy would not work once the rising sun completed its journey across the sky and disappeared behind the horizon again. As for abundance, Sunny had sent it as far away from the oasis as possible. He did not want a vast swarm of undead warriors to spring from the godworm's belly at the worst possible moment. The sacred shade was still crawling across the desert, suffering from the worst case of indigestion in history. Sunny was planning to dismiss it in a short while, leaving the Deathless stranded far away from the Shadow Legion, on the very edges of the Nightmare Desert, before Abundance could be harmed too severely, let alone destroyed. He was a little curious about what would happen to the Deathless if they were exposed to the sun, but would be satisfied simply knowing that they were far away from the Shadow Legion and not in his path. Azarax clicked its jaws, staring at Nephis with terrible fury in his empty, dark eye sockets. Coward! Traitor! Sunny frowned. Why is he calling you names? Nephis kept staring at the ancient skeleton, unperturbed. If I were to wager a guess, he sensed that I am a carrier of the nightmare spell. Therefore, he considers me a chosen of Weaver, and Weaver had betrayed the diamonds and deserted the Doom War. So, in his eyes, I am a servant of a cowardly traitor, the demon of fate. Sunny smiled. Why do I feel personally offended? That is wonderful, then. They had not only come to the sacred tree to let Nephis retrace her steps and enjoy a bit of nostalgic self-reflection. In truth, Sunny hoped to enlist Azarax in exchange for freeing him, thus obtaining a powerful ally during the Nightmare Desert expedition. To that end, it was actually quite convenient that he was not a carrier of the nightmare spell anymore. Outwardly, at least, he had nothing to do with Weaver, so Azarax had no reason to hate and despise him. Hey, you there! Azarax the Mighty, King of Kings, the Plague of Steel, Conqueror of 100 Thrones. How about you and I have a talk? The weathered skull turned and regarded him for a moment. It seemed like Azarax had only now become aware of his presence. Then, the bark of the sacred tree cracked, and thin fractures appeared on the skeleton's ancient bones as he suddenly strained to free himself with demented fury, a bestial growl resounding from his tightly closed jaws. Azarax had regarded Nephis with wrath. When it came to Sunny, however, what he felt seemed to be pure, unadulterated, all-consuming hatred. The slave of shadow! I'll tear you and your master apart, accursed creature! Sunny blinked a couple of times. Oh. Indeed. His aspect, Shadow Slave, had initially belonged to the shadows of Shadow God. So, it was no surprise the ancient skeleton had assumed him to be one. Azarax had fought in the Doom War on the side of the diamonds. To begin with, it was reasonable to assume that he had no love for the servants of the gods. On top of that, Sunny was not connected to just any god. He was connected to Shadow God, the very being who had cursed the Deathless and Azarax to eternal suffering. Awkward. The water of the small pool rippled, and the dunes around them started to crumble, the branches of the sacred tree swaying strongly from Azarax's fury. The skulls tied to its branches danced and swung from side to side, clattering as they collided with each other. I'll tear you apart. Sunny stared at Azarax, taken aback. He remained silent for a while, and then looked at the enraged skeleton darkly. You want to tear me apart? He furrowed his brow, then scoffed. Get in line. Chapter 2854. Ariel's Hell. It took some time for the ancient king's fury to subside. It took more time to convince him to have a conversation with Sunny and Nephis, both of whom he seemed to detest. Azarax had been hanging on the sacred tree since before the Doom War ended and the gods fell, so he was not exactly aware of the current state of the world. It was difficult to fathom that the very foundations of existence he had been familiar with were meaningless now, and that his disdain toward them was unwarranted as a result. However, there was a keen and cunning mind hidden behind his overbearing demeanor. Even driven half-mad by thousands of years of imprisonment, Azarax still retained his edge. He knew all too well that everything he had once known was gone. It was just that, in a manner typical of a supreme, he did not care. So what if the world had irrevocably changed? It was the duty of the world to adhere to how Azarax saw it, not the other way around. In the end, quite unexpectedly, it was the presence of Saint that convinced him. Azarax seemed to respect the stone saints as much as he disdained carriers of the nightmare spell or those who served the gods. It made sense, really. After all, Saint and her people had been created by Nether, the demon of destiny, and were the indomitable core of the demon army. Since Sunny and Nephis were in the company of the shadow of a Jade Saint, Azarax was willing to at least hear them out. That coy bastard! In truth, Azarax wanted to get off the tree he had been nailed to thousands of years ago as much as they wanted to enlist his assistance. No matter how much he tried to hide it, Sunny could tell, he knew more than most about wanting to be free, after all. Azarax had an entirely different reason to want to be freed from Uris, though. Uris wanted to find a proper death before the curse of Shadow God turned him into a mindless beast. The ancient king, however, wished for the opposite. He wanted to be taken off the tree precisely because he longed to become one of the Deathless. Anyone would mistake the nightmare desert for hell, but to him, it was heaven. An eternal, endless battle between the legendary warriors cursed to never know peace. That was exactly what a conquering tyrant like Azarax wanted and dreamed about. It was being nailed to a tree, cursed to watch the glorious battles of the Deathless for thousands of years without being able to join them, that had been hell for the ancient tyrant. So, despite all his contempt and hatred, he was not going to refuse the beings who could free him from that hell and deliver him to paradise. Sunny and Nephis were not entirely sure that they could trust the half-crazed skeleton, though. They needed a guarantee that he would not turn on them as soon as they pulled him down from the tree first. Both were exhausted after a long night of battle, so they rested on the bank of the small pool of water and enjoyed the shade of the sacred tree. There was a lot of time before sunset, and they intended to spend it getting some answers from Azarax. Nephis drank some water from the pool, while Sunny summoned the endless spring. He also produced cooking utensils from his soul sea and went about preparing a simple meal. I've always wanted to know, what were the armies of the diamonds and the gods doing here, in the nightmare desert, to begin with? Were you fighting for the tomb of Ariel? Azarax stared at him darkly from the tree. No. Not at all. It was just a convenient place to fight. The ancient tyrant ground his teeth, then spat in a scornful tone. And why are you calling this realm the Nightmare Desert? Didn't your parents teach you anything about Hell of Ariel? Sunny looked at him strangely. That's just what we call it. And my parents had no idea that this place existed. Did this realm belong to the demon of dread, then? Azarax clacked his teeth. No. It was only turned into hell by him. A hell is a hell, a desolate realm where nothing lives. Actually, there were many mortal realms that had been turned into harrowing, desolate nightmares by some calamity or another. I even created one or two myself. Those realms were called hells. But this one was special because it was isolated from all others. One couldn't just cross its boundary, even if they were of a high enough rank to travel between realms. The Hell of Ariel was only connected to one other land. He pushed against the nails impaling him to the tree, as if hoping that they would come loose, and ground his teeth again. Because the hell of Ariel was dead and isolated, it became favored by the gods. This was where they put everything that they hated, feared, or wanted to punish, well, according to the myth, at least. That was why parents used to scare their children with the hell of Ariel. However, there was another, far more dreadful reason why everyone feared it. Sunny raised an eyebrow. Why? Azarax turned his skull south, where the black wall of the Hollow Mountains was visible in the distance. Because the only realm hell was connected to was the underworld. A long journey awaits all living beings once they die. Their shadows have to travel all the way to the underworld and cross the rivers to enter it, then descend to the very bottom of the underworld and plunge into the abyss. Only after traversing the abyss will they finally reach the shadow realm and find peace. He turned to Sunny. However, if a shadow got lost on its way through the underworld, it would end up here, in hell. Forever. So, funnily enough, the hell of Ariel had been a prison for those who had been denied death even before Shadow God unleashed his curse. Azarax stared at Sunny and let out a vicious laugh. Don't worry, though. All those unfortunate souls were consumed and eradicated once the hell of Ariel became a battlefield. We couldn't tolerate the threat they posed, so we destroyed them. He slammed the back of his skull against the tree and stared at the sky. Neither of the myths about the hell of Ariel had anything to do with why the Demon Legion and the Divine Host chose it as a battlefield, though. We simply needed a large enough battlefield and did not want to turn more realms into hells. So, this was why we gathered in the desert to wage war against each other. Azarax remained motionless. But despite how close to the underworld we were, most of us never got to the realm of death, anyway. His voice sounded both envious and resentful. Chapter 2855. Vessels of the Gods. Sunny remained silent for a while, pondering on what Azarax had told them. It was quite interesting, but not entirely useful knowledge. It certainly wasn't going to help them conquer the Nightmare Desert, at the very least. However, Sunny felt very refreshed while talking to Azarax. Even if the ancient tyrant was not entirely sane, he was far more talkative and far less untrustworthy than Uris. Finally, there was someone from the bygone era with whom they could hold an actual conversation. Nephis regarded the ancient skeleton intently, then asked in an even tone. There had to be a reason why all these warriors clashed in the hell of Ariel, though. How did this battle even happen? Azarax raised his skull to the sky and let out a cackling laughter. How did it happen? How did it happen, Bar? His voice broke strangely, and he fell silent for a moment. That is not for you to know, abomination. He attempted to sound spiteful, but Sunny did not miss a hint of a deeper, far more profound emotion in the skeleton's disembodied voice. That emotion was fear. Azarax did not fear to remember the battle in the hell of Ariel, where countless lives had been reaped by the jaws of war. Rather, it seemed that he was frightened by the fact that he could not remember. His spite was meant to hide the fact that he had no answer. Thousands of years of imprisonment were too much even for a supreme to endure. Uris admitted freely that he had lost his mind many times while hanging on the tree. Azarax, however, was not willing to admit even a hint of weakness, and therefore, he had no choice but to hide his broken state. It does not matter why the battle happened. All you need to know is that it was glorious. The skeleton laughed again. Dozens of Supremes had led the endless legions of their domains to the hell of Ariel to slaughter each other. We proud few were merely subordinated on this awesome battlefield, though. Spirits and divine beasts led the great armies, all clamoring to rip each other apart. Millions of awakened, thousands of transcendent sages, hordes of devils, hundreds of titans, all locked in a fierce battle, making the very foundation of the world tremble, making the winds howl in terror. His skeletal grin was the same as always, but somehow, it seemed to widen. Soon enough, the sands of hell were painted golden red, blood and ichor mixing like wine and water. Days passed, then weeks. Then, months. Nephis interrupted his tirade with a pointed question. So why did Shadow God curse you all? Azarax glared at her in anger. Why else? It was because the divine host was on the verge of suffering defeat. Those dogs wanted to besiege the underworld, but they couldn't even conquer hell, so, in the end, Shadow had to descend into hell himself. We lured him here with a dazzling hecatomb. Here, he faced the demon of repose in combat, but instead of fighting to the bitter end, the coward chose to end the battle and crawl back into his lightless realm. Sunny perked up. Shadow God fought rhyme here? And was forced to retreat. Azarax let out a contemptuous laugh. Of course. Death held no power over Our Lady of Repose. Death could not eradicate hope, either, so he was powerless against the demon of desire as well. The demon of imagination ruled everything she could imagine, and since she could easily conceive of death, death feared her too. He could not dream of defeating any of the demons, that faint and feeble god, that coward. So he could only slither away in defeat. Sunny gave Azarax a dubious glance. Somehow, he doubted that the ancient tyrant was telling the truth. Even if Shadow God had indeed fought the demon of repose in the Nightmare Desert, Sunny was sure that the story of their battle was quite different from what Azarax thought he knew. Sunny was also certain that Shadow God could have been anything, but he definitely had been neither weak nor feeble. After all, he was the last one to fall when the nightmare spell rose from Weaver's corpse to devour the gods. What do you mean when you say that Shadow God descended into hell? Nephis had walked away from the pool of water and was now standing in front of the crucified skeleton. Shadow God was the Shadow Realm, and the Shadow Realm was Shadow God. How could he have come to Ariel's hell and then retreated back? Azarax looked down at her, darkness nestling in his empty eye sockets. His vessel did. The ancient tyrant moved his skull a little. The gods were younger, once. But by the time the diamonds rose against them in rebellion, they were old. They had wasted too much of themselves, becoming too vast and too great to resemble living beings. They barely possessed any personhood anymore, slowly turning into elemental forces. So, they could only retain their agency by limiting themselves to the confines of a mortal vessel, of an avatar. Azarax hissed. It was the avatar of Shadow God who came to Ariel's hell, lost the battle against the demon of repose, and destroyed both armies with his cruel curse. To mock her! Sunny raised an eyebrow. Such a terrifying battle, the greatest battle to have ever been fought, perhaps. I would have expected the avatar of War God to show up, instead. The ancient tyrant laughed. That one? That one was not ready for the horror of our battle, yet. Sunny frowned. How so? Azarax turned his head sideways and stared at the wounds on the bark of the sacred tree where another set of nails had once been, impaling another skeleton. The avatar of war was too young. The former one, the dragon, was the founder of the War Empire. He was merely a cheap imitation, though an imitation of me. Sunny and Nephis looked at each other. After remaining silent for a few moments, Sunny scratched the tip of his nose. What? That doesn't really make sense. First of all, had the War Empire not existed for 1,000 years? Wouldn't you be an imitation of its founder, instead? He shook his head. Actually, I wanted to ask. You call yourself a great conqueror, but conquest and warfare were the bread and butter of the War Empire. Weren't you a champion of War God, yourself? Azarax simply laughed. There was a hint of bitterness in his voice, though. A champion of War God? No, why should I have bowed to a god? I, Azarax the Conqueror, have never bowed to anyone, or anything. Countless realms bow to me, instead. He paused for a moment, then added in a wrathful voice. But in the end, my empire was destroyed by a champion of War God. The War Empire was built on its ruins, and in its image, and ruled by an avatar of war, thriving for 1,000 years. His empty eye sockets glistened wickedly. Until Uris, that cunning wretch, killed the avatar of War God and sealed the Empire's fate. That was why when the Doom War started, an avatar of War God was nowhere to be seen. Chapter 2856. Palace Slave. Sunny was keenly interested in anything that had to do with Uris, and by extension with the Nine. So, he glanced at Azarax, lingered for a moment, and asked. That Uris? Uris of the Nine. The two of you must know each other well, considering that you spent thousands of years side by side. Azarax ground his teeth. Instead of answering the question, he regarded Nephis. That knave must have really guided you out of hell. So, where is he now? What has become of him? She shrugged. I left him in the underworld. Sunny spared her a brief glance, then added. He made it to the Shadow Realm, in the end. He is still there, searching for peace. And waiting for Sunny to grow powerful enough to slay him. The skull of the ancient skeleton remained motionless for a few moments, then lowered slightly. A shame. Azarax stared at the sand, then pierced with a murderous glare. It's a shame that he escaped hell before me. Oh, how joyous it would have been to join the battle together. Sunny was momentarily surprised by the uncharacteristic show of sentimentality. It seemed that Azarax was not immune to camaraderie and affection, after all. However, he was proven wrong a second later. If he and I were to become swallowed by the curse together, I would have been able to crush, shatter, and mutilate that wretched worm for all eternity. I would have destroyed him 1,000 times, 10,000 times. I would have visited a vicious death upon him for every accursed day I had to spend in his excruciating company. The vitriol in his voice could only compare with the hatred he had expressed when sensing the legacy of Shadow God in Sunny. I guess not. Sunny cleared his throat. Would you even be able to defeat him once, though? That man killed a god. Azarax the Mighty is a fearsome name, sure, but can it really compare to Yuri's the Godslayer? Azarax glowered at him silently. That worm was full of tricks, but he has never been more powerful than me. All he could do was plot and scheme. However, no scheme would have helped him defeat someone as fearsome as I am. Sunny raised an eyebrow. How did he end up killing the avatar of War God, then? He wasn't asking out of mere curiosity. If he and Nephis succeeded and became sacred, it would not be long until they would have to defend the borders of humanity from cursed and unholy creatures. So, every little bit of information about the nebulous art of god-slaying was of vital importance to them. Azarax turned his skull away. Who really knows? It was a long time ago. And Yuri's of the Nine had never been a forthcoming person, even before we ended up nailed to this tree. He remained silent for a moment, then continued. All I know is that those of his people who hadn't been slaughtered were made slaves. The slaves from that particular realm were gorgeous, mild-tempered, and exquisitely cultured, so they were valued a lot by the wealthy merchants and the nobles of the empire. Yuri's was quite handsome and highly educated, so he fetched a good price. That was what people said about him later, at least, when he became infamous. Azarax turned to look at Sunny and Nephis. He served his masters well and was resold several times, ending up in a more affluent household each time. Eventually, he became an imperial slave, as in, a palace slave for the great temple of the War Empire, where the dragon and his descendants dwelled. The ancient skeleton let out a cackling laugh. Yuri served them faithfully, for a while. In fact, he was quite valued by the great temple and entrusted with important duties. He was even allowed to cultivate his soul and walk the path of ascension, eventually becoming transcendent. That was when he was given the greatest of honors, the honor of serving the dragon himself as a personal attendant. Azarax grinned. He bided his time, waited patiently, and then slit the God Emperor's throat. Ha, ha, ha! The proud and mighty dragon, killed by a slave. Truly an inferior imitation. There was vicious, spiteful glee in his voice. He was gloating. Sunny shook his head. Didn't the same dragon do you in and destroy your own empire? Are you really in a position to scorn him? Azarax turned his skull and stared at Sunny with a hint of malevolence. Eventually, though, he simply scoffed. Did I ever say that it was the dragon who defeated me? No, I only said that it was a champion of War God. My conquest of the mortal realms had been unstoppable, and I was well on the way to subjugating them all, until my great conquering horde besieged a small city protected by a war maiden. They were an ancient order of warrior priestesses who had once served a different avatar of War God in a bygone era. That avatar was long gone, but the covenant between War God and them still remained. Sonny suddenly felt his chest itch, remembering Solvain's hand rending his heart out. He knew who the War Maidens were all too well. In fact, Effie had received training from that ancient order. Azarax clicked his jaws in anger. It was that War Maiden and the city she was hired to protect that became the ruin of my great army, my empire, and me. By the time I finally managed to kill her, it was already too late. Everything around me was in ruins. She was cast to hell for breaking the divine covenant, while the dragon built his empire on the ruins of what she had destroyed. He could have never defeated me himself. If he tried, Uris would have never gotten the chance to kill him. Because I would have ended him long before that. Nephis frowned. From the way you speak, it sounds like the vessels of the gods did not start their lives as beings of the divine rank. They had to walk the path of ascension first, just like the rest of us. But surely, the dragon was divine by the end of the Golden Age. How could Uris, a mere transcendent, have killed him? Azarax stared at her somberly. After a long stretch of silence, he said simply, "Where there is will, there is a way." And Uris was eerily adept at wielding his will even before becoming a supreme. He paused, and then added in a lower tone. Of course, that alone would not have been enough to slay a god. How did he do it? Nobody knows. However, for every force that exists, there is a force that is its antithesis. Now, then, what is the antithesis of war of life? Sonny tilted his head a little. It's death. Azarax laughed. Indeed. So, Uris did not simply slit the dragon's throat. He did so with the slaying blade, the blade of death. He must have. Chapter 2857. Antithesis. The blade of death. Sonny was not surprised to hear that Uris had used a weapon of Shadow God to kill the avatar of the goddess of life. After all, if there was a group of people capable of stealing a divine relic to spill the golden blood of the gods, it was the Nine. Neither was he surprised to learn that Uris had already been adapting at wielding his will as a transcendent, to such a degree that the unassailable gap between ranks meant far less to him than to any other awakened, no less. None of the Nine was ordinary, so it was only expected that their feats and abilities would be abnormal. Sonny also did not believe for a second that Uris had simply happened to become a palace slave and a personal attendant of the emperor. None of the Nine had been captured when the empire conquered their realm, but Uris somehow ended up enslaved. It had clearly been by design. And he ended up in the great temple of war by design, as well, having meticulously ingratiated himself with all his previous masters in order to manipulate them subtly. The same happened to the priests, and to the dragon as well, in the end. So, Uris had not simply slit a god's throat. That single slash was the culmination of decades spent preparing patiently to strike once. A whole lifetime of servitude, suffering, meticulous planning, and unwavering malice had added deadly weight to Uris's blade. Sonny was willing to bet that killing the avatar of War God just when the diamonds were preparing to rise in rebellion was not the only thing Uris had done. As a palace slave and later an attendant of the emperor, he would have been privy to all kinds of information, seeing most of what transpired in the very heart of the empire. A flawless spy. Sonny exhaled slowly. Oh. I see it now. A long time ago, he had wanted to be a spy and an assassin. But now that Sonny knew what Uris had done, he realized that he was never cut out for the job. He smiled faintly. A temple slave, a palace slave. No wonder he felt a strange kind of kinship to that deplorable bastard. The story of Uris's feat was not what captivated Sonny the most in what Azarax had told them, though. Instead, it was something that the ancient tyrant had mentioned in passing. For every force, there is a power that is antithetical to it. That was how Uris had been able to kill the avatar of War God, if Azarax were to be believed. Like matter and antimatter, the collision of life and death resulted in annihilation. It was obviously relevant to the tantalizing question of how a transcendent had been able to kill a divine being, but even beyond that, the implications were quite laden with meaning. What Azarax said was a confirmation of something that Sonny had suspected and even experienced himself, albeit in a limited capacity, that in conceptual battles among beings of higher ranks, it was not only the magnitude of one's power that mattered. The nature of that power mattered as well, it perhaps even mattered more. For every powerful aspect, there was one that countered it. And it seemed that the same held true for one's will. Sunnis' will, for example, was imbued with the power of death. So, he would be especially deadly when clashing with someone, or something, whose will was imbued with the power of life. That fact shone a light on the mysterious nature of conflicts between divine beings. Not enough of it to see things clearly, but just enough to send Sunnis' mind spinning. One thing was clear, though. If that was true, then Sunny could become the deadliest creature in existence. That was not because he was more powerful than everyone else, but rather because he was the most versatile, the most adaptable. Shadow Dance already allowed him to mimic the attributes and channel the spirit of other beings. If he were to master all of its steps, he would probably be able to turn himself into a flawless copy of any living being, including the innate nature of their will. And if he were to do that, he would not be just antithetical to life. He would be antithetical to everything. Sunny inhaled deeply. Like Shadow God was. Feeble? Faint? No, Azarax couldn't have been more wrong. Now that Sunny caught a glimpse of the divine, he felt like he understood why it was Shadow God who had created death, and why even the other god had been wary of him. It was because Shadow God could become anything, and therefore held the power to end everything. Sunny chuckled. That was the god of peace. The sun climbed the heights of the sky, drowning the nightmare desert in immolating heat. The boundless horde of those cursed by that god was hiding underneath the sand, and out there in the distance, the tomb built by the demon of dread towered like a black obelisk. Sunny rubbed his face tiredly. How the hell did Shadow God lose to repose, then? Nothing made sense. Letting out a sigh, he looked at Azarax. I guess killing a god was Uri's act of defiance. Did he become supreme after that? The ancient skeleton stared at him darkly. Who's to say? He was already supreme when we met. Granted, he never ruled a vast and powerful domain. Rumors said that his pathetic domain only encompassed 9 people. A pale smile appeared on Sunnis' lips. He had an idea who these people had been. 9 fated people that would have made Uri's the master of the most harrowing domain in existence. Granted, he had not lived long enough to witness the terrifying mission of the 9 come to fruition. This deathless state those cursed by Shadow God endured could not be called living by a long shot, but then again, Uri's had already completed his personal mission by the time the Doom War began. Having ensured the downfall of the Empire and slain the avatar of War God, he had played his role. After that, all he could do was join the Demon Legion and become an ordinary foot soldier. Sunny shook his head slightly. What had it been like? To see all of existence drowning in the flames of a divine war, and know that you were the reason for all that death, sorrow, and destruction. Uri's might have been happy to be crucified on that tree, knowing that he had more than deserved eternal damnation. Or he might have been full of exhilaration while watching the world come undone around him. In any case, that was a matter of the distant past. Right now, Sunny had to contend with the fallout of what Uri's and the 9 had done. He had to survive in the wreckage of the world they had created. And to do that, he had to reach the tomb of Ariel first. Chapter 2858. Hell Guide. Nephis glanced up, measuring how high the sun was. Then, she lowered her gaze and regarded Azarax with a concerned expression. The battle in Ariel's hell must have happened in the early years of the Doom War. So, you would not have witnessed its end, still, you must have been aware of the strongest champions of both the Demon Legion and the Divine Host. Those who were sacred, those who were divine. Azarax cackled. Why do you ask, abomination? Neph's frown deepened a little. Because my domain, the last human domain, is going to face the cursed and unholy rulers of the Dream Realm one day soon. Beings like that do not appear out of nowhere. Many of them must have been sacred and divine ones, at the same time you were supreme. So, knowing about the minor deities of that bygone era will help me vanquish them in the future. Azarax stared at her silently for a while, then shifted. I'll happily answer your questions after you set me free. Nephis smiled. Uris guided me to the underworld as payment for being set free. What will you do? The ancient skeleton raised his skull and laughed. Me? I can even conquer the underworld for you, if you want. Nephis' expression did not change. Instead, she raised a hand and made a small white flame dance on her hand. I can conquer the underworld myself. Extinguishing the flame, she used the same hand to point into the distance. There. Promise to guide me there, and I will pull you off the tree. Her finger was pointing at the tomb of Ariel, of course. Sunny observed Azarax carefully, waiting for the answer. The ancient tyrant did not make him wait long. That old tomb? Naturally. Pull me off the tree, and I will deliver you there with ease. Sunny chuckled. Look how amiable you are. He shook his head and smiled darkly. However, she is Weaver's thrall, and I am Shadow's slave. Those two were your sworn enemies once. Who's to say you won't attack us the second you're free? Pulling Azarax off the tree was not a problem. After all, Nephis had managed to liberate Uris as a sleeper. But there was no guarantee that the ancient tyrant would not immediately turn against them. That was why they had not freed him already. Azarax stared at them, an eternal grin frozen on his skeletal face. Eventually, he scoffed. Weaver and Shadow God are both dead. They had been dead for thousands of years. Why should I attack you? He shook his skull. Ah, but make no mistake. I will kill you, one day, just not anytime soon. Azarax glanced in the direction of the tomb of Ariel, the darkness nestling in his empty eye sockets brimming with somber, malevolent glee. I am Azarax the Mighty, the conqueror of 1,000 thrones. Once I fulfill my promise and guide you to Ariel's tomb, I will finally join my fallen comrades in their eternal battle, but I will not be like the rest of them, pathetic weaklings. He turned the eyeless gaze back to them. It might take me a while, but in time, I will conquer the hell of Ariel, as well. And then, I will lead my great Deathless army out of this desert and descend upon the rest of the world like a plague once more. Only, this time, nobody will be able to stop me. I will conquer all of existence, just like I almost did before. Sunny stared at the ancient tyrant with an incredulous expression. Azarax was definitely suffering from the delusion of grandeur, but for some reason, Sunny could easily imagine him being true to his word. Who was to say that a few centuries after they had liberated the ancient conqueror, he wouldn't lead the Deathless out of the nightmare desert to conquer the dream realm? That would be quite the calamity. But funnily enough, that was exactly what made Sunny feel like Azarax was telling the truth about not planning to break his promise to him and Nephis. If the ill-tempered skeleton readily agreed to help them in exchange for freedom, Sunny would have suspected him with all the endless power of his paranoia. Now that Azarax had shared his plans to kill them someday, though, Sunny strangely believed him. After all, why would Azarax attack them now if he was already planning to eradicate them later? Sunny glanced at Nephis. Despite the fact that neither of them said a single word, they somehow managed to have an entire conversation without making a sound. He sighed. You do realize that we will either be divine or dead by then. Azarax chuckled. Who would dare kill someone whom I, Azarax, have claimed as prey? Sunny shook his head. Countless beings, actually. But that's beside the point. Nephis spoke at that moment. The point is, we agree. We will rescue you from the tree, and in exchange, you will do your best to help us reach Ariel's tomb. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded at Sunny. He took a few steps forward and stood in front of the sacred tree. Reaching up, he grasped one of the silver nails that impaled Azarax. The ancient tyrant watched him intently. Holding his breath, Sunny pulled. To his surprise, the nail left the ivory bark without any resistance. Soon enough, the second nail followed. And soon after that, Azarax slid off the tree and landed on the white sand. A wicked laugh escaped from between his teeth. Free. I am finally free. His voice was full of a profound, deep emotion that was too vast to be described with just a single label. Joy, exhilaration, vindication, ambition, there were all these emotions and more, all mixed together. He glanced up at Sunny, remained silent for a moment, and then said with dark glee still ringing in his voice, "You'll regret this, Shadow. One day, you'll regret this dearly." Sunny glanced at him, then turned away and sighed. Life's too short for regret. Chapter 28:59. Second Circle. Night was descending on the desert once again. As the setting sun painted the white sands vibrant red, the dark sea of shades assembled into a marching formation. Tonight, Sunny did not have enough soldiers to form the defensive wings around the core of the Legion. Instead, the strongest of his warriors, whom he had held back the previous night, would have to join the battle. Nephis was sitting on the sand, meditating with her eyes closed. She had used neither her partial nor full transformation yesterday, but today the battle was promising to be more difficult. So, she had to prepare herself for the agony of the merciless white flames, of becoming flame. Sunny was preparing, as well. Today, he was going to send all 7 of his avatars into battle independently. More than that, he was going to attempt to accomplish an ambitious feat, building 7 intricate shells at the same time. If he succeeded, then there would not just be one towering shadow colossus protecting the Legion. There would be 7. Today's battle was going to be different in one more way, as well. Today, the Plague of Steel would be fighting on their side. Azarax was standing a few steps ahead of Sunny, looking at the vast expanse of the Nightmare Desert impatiently. He was not preparing himself in any way, instead, he simply could not wait to plunge into the ferocious battle. Sunny sighed. "Should I create you a weapon, at least? What do you fancy? A sword, a spear? A club?" The ancient skeleton turned his grinning skull in his direction. "No need. I'll simply take the weapons of my enemies after crushing the fools to dust." Sunny studied him for a few moments, amused. Was that the mindset of an ancient conqueror? There were many things he wanted to ask, but sadly, they did not have a lot of time. So, he settled on the most important thing. What powers does the great and mighty Azarax wield, exactly? It was a natural question, but a complicated one. After all, despite this temporary alliance, they were still enemies. Azarax made no secret of his hatred toward both Sunny and Nephis, as well as of his desire to unleash a bloody conquest upon the world. So, describing the details of his powers to them would be like arming his future adversaries for the battle against him. It was not even clear if the ancient skeleton possessed an aspect at all. The original Azarax had, but he had also been human. This one, meanwhile, was one of the deathless, of cursed beings reborn through the loss of their shadows, and therefore of their deaths. Azarax might have lost his aspect and flaw a long time ago. He laughed. "Wouldn't you like to know?" With that, the ancient tyrant looked ahead once more. "You'll see soon enough. However, my power is not even the reason you wanted to strike a deal with me so badly, is it, Shadow?" He shook his head. "Instead, it's simply the fact that I am deathless." Sunny hesitated for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Oh no. You caught me." Azarax shrugged, causing his bones to scrape against each other. "I am deathless, which means that I am very difficult to destroy. I am also one with the creatures you need to fight in this desert, and half of them were my comrades once. So, you hope that only half of the deathless will attack me, and by extension, you." He pointed at Sunny with a cackling laughter. "You might even be hoping that the ones who recognize me as one of their own would pay less attention to you and the Nephilim, or perhaps even join me in destroying the deathless who were once soldiers of the divine host." Sunny shrugged. "More or less, yes." Azarax gazed at the desert. After a while, he said, "I do not know what the warriors of other domains will do, but if we encounter soldiers who once fought under my banner, they will submit to their lord. If they don't, I'll force them. I will restore my army, one soldier at a time, if need be." Azarax clicked his jaw and looked at the sun, which was drowning in the sea of scarlet dunes. "Ah, the night is almost here. Finally, I will taste the sweetness of this glorious battle after observing it powerlessly for thousands of years." He turned around, the darkness nestled in his empty eye sockets overflowing with malevolence and hatred. Before that, however... But before he could move, Nefer's calm voice interrupted him. "Don't." Opening her eyes, she rose from the sand and looked at Azarax coldly. "You were going to destroy the tree, weren't you?" Azarax seemed amused. "So what if I did? Why should I spare that accursed thing?" Nephis sighed. "Because it withstood thousands of years without succumbing to corruption. Very few things in the world did, so leave it be, Azarax." He glared at her for a while, then shook his skull and turned away. "And you call yourselves supreme? Pitiful, pathetic. Both of you are too young, too soft, too kind. Conquering and killing you will be too easy." Nephis opened her mouth to say something, but then her expression changed subtly. It did not escape Sunny. "What is it?" Nephis remained silent for a while, then gritted her teeth. "I just lost another citadel." For a moment, there was a troubled look on her face. Then, it was replaced by her usual impassive expression. "It seems that Mordred's invasion pushed the Dreamspawn to accelerate his plans. We will have to hurry, as well." Sunny sighed. A loss of a citadel meant that another saint had become Asterian's thrall. It also meant that Nephis had grown a little weaker. That loss was not substantial, for now, but it meant that her powers would continue to diminish as they traveled deeper into the desert, even though their enemies would only keep growing stronger. He looked at the endless sea of dunes and the distant silhouette of the tomb of Ariel, all drowning in the crimson light of the falling sun. The last vestige of the sun disappeared behind the horizon, and the sands came alive, giving birth to a boundless horde of skeletal horrors. Hurry! They had to hurry and conquer hell. Chapter 2860. Behind the throne. Far away, Cassie was walking through the corridors of the Ivory Tower. The great pagoda felt empty now that Nephis and Sunny were away. Most of the firekeepers had departed, as well, sent to put out numerous fires consuming humanity. At least Rain was here. The young woman spent most of her time meditating, though hard at work to make her ascension happen. So, Cassie often felt that she was the only person left on the Ivory Island. The only person left in the world. Of course, it was only her body that remained on the flying island. Her mind, meanwhile, encompassed all of the world, sharing the senses of countless people across the human domain. Witnessing them. She was communicating with dozens of people at any given moment, as well. After all, humanity was in the throes of a global crisis, quaking as it was besieged from all sides. The waking world continued to be consumed by the ever-increasing number of nightmare gates and the waves of abominations they unleashed. In the dream realm, hordes of nightmare creatures were prowling the edges of the human domain, driven mad by the scent of human souls. Asterian's plague was spreading like wildfire, slowly consuming everything. And on top of that, the King of Nothing had invaded the human domain from the north, posing a threat that was more dire than even the Dreamspawn. Cassie was merely a saint, but at the moment, she represented the throne of the immortal flame. She was the stand-in for the ruler of humanity, and therefore, it was her duty to guide the human domain through these calamities. Or try to, at least. There was so much she had to do, so much she had to coordinate, so many things she needed to observe, comprehend, and react to accordingly. There was a litany of voices in Cassie's head, all asking for direction. It was overwhelming, but she methodically responded to each of them, providing the necessary information, making countless decisions, and giving orders. Creating a semblance of order out of the raging ocean of chaos. The campaign is over, Commander. You must abandon the forward camp of the expedition and pull your forces back. Retreat west, then march north toward the Black Mountains post-haste to bolster the local garrisons. Speed is of utmost importance. No reinforcements will be available in the foreseeable future. You must establish a strict curfew and transition the city to martial law, evacuate fringe districts, and relocate all troops to protect the city core. Ensure that the special directives are strictly adhered to. There will be no supply shipments this month, and perhaps next month as well. Your only hope to avoid mass starvation is to ration food while sending out hunting parties to slay and slaughter nightmare creatures. Use emergency funds to double the reward Independent Awakened receive for donating salvaged materials, as long as they are edible. Relocate all Awakened engineers north immediately. The existing fortifications are woefully insufficient for what is about to come, so we must establish a robust defensive line in a matter of days, 2 weeks at most. Recruit specialists among the veterans of the Southern Campaign. You must hurry, Kai. You can sacrifice the Citadel, and you can sacrifice the Lake of Tears as well, but people come first. As long as people survive, we can rebuild whatever is destroyed. Mordred had already taken the Glass Hell. Godgrave was as good as lost. He was not going to attack Ravenheart, at least not yet, because the defenses of the city were too formidable. Whoever ruled the Jade Palace could awaken the volcanoes and incinerate anyone trying to attack the city from the north, as well. However, all the other regions bordering the Hollow Mountains were doomed to fall. Jet had already evacuated the sanctuary, but the Lake of Tears had to be defended until its citizens could flee to Ravenheart and other cities of the former Song domain. At the same time, in the east, all citadels north of the Black Mountains had to be abandoned, simply because they were not defensible enough, and there was no time to establish a robust defensive line on any terrain there. So, Cassie had to take measures in order to stop Mordred's advance at the Black Mountains, which was why she was mobilizing all available forces and sending them north. And all the while, Astarion continued to spread his plague, enthralling even saints now. Nephis, Sonny, you must hurry. Cassie grimaced and massaged her temples, dazed by the mad kaleidoscope of senses and perspectives she was experiencing. Her transcendent mind was far more potent than that of any mundane human. No, in fact, she was outstanding even among saints, but she was still a mere mortal. Pushing herself that way was taxing, and even then, she had already hit her limit. At times, it felt as if her mind would shatter under the weight of all these memories. But it never did. It had not shattered yet, at least. Continuing on her way, Cassie continued to send countless mental messages. Retreat 300 kilometers west and establish a new camp. The forces of the Aegis Rose clan will rendezvous with your soldiers there. Yes, the Firekeepers have received the data. A cohort is already on its way to contain the emerging gate. They'll be there in time. Burn the crops. Losing the latest harvest will be a setback, but if these plants escape from under our control, the damage will be far more dire. You have my permission to arm the civilians. I will take authority. This is the will of the immortal flame. Lady Nephis will act when she thinks it's needed. Cassie stumbled. All these perspectives made it difficult to remain aware of her own body. Her missing eye pulsated with a dull pain, and she felt uncomfortable without the quiet dancer on her belt. But, still, we will prevail. Cassie believed it wholeheartedly. She had to believe it. She was just not sure how much would be sacrificed to achieve that triumph. Chapter 2861. Another one bites the dust. In just a few short days, Cassie saw that even her worst expectations were proven wrong. Red Hill was lost. The Sanctuary of Noctis was lost. The Lake of Tears was lost, not simply conquered, but erased from the map, forever changing the face of the Weeping Goddess. And these were only the citadels that had fallen to Mordred. In truth, there was no saying how many saints had already been enthralled by Astarion, thus making their citadels beholden to the Hunger domain. The Longing domain was crumbling. Which meant that somewhere out there, Nephis was growing weaker. Cassie would have liked to worry about Nephis, but the truth of the matter was that she had no such luxury. She did not have time to worry even about herself. The decision Kai had made during the battle for the Lake of Tears turned the already terrible situation simply untenable. His intentions had been good, but the consequences of providing a glorious stage for Astarion were dire. Mordred had conquered Godgrave and fashioned a personal hunting ground out of the Hollows. Now, his forces were advancing south both in the basin of the River of Tears and in the heartland of the Dream Realm. The battle for the Black Mountains had begun, and Cassie was struggling to keep sending fresh troops there. In the south, meanwhile, the plague of Astaion was entering the final stage. It was slowly consuming all of humanity, making no distinction between mundane people and awakened. In the cities where those loyal to the longing domain still remained, intense clashes between the faithful and the apostates were threatening to escalate into civil war. There were 1 or 2 cities that enjoyed perfect harmony and peace, though. Those were the cities where the plague had already swallowed everyone, making all citizens thralls of Astaion. And throughout all that, the waking world was continuing to come undone. Cassie felt suffocated. At the same time, she felt paranoid, unable to rely even on those people who had held her absolute trust in the past. But most of all, she had no time to consider the large picture. Her mind was completely preoccupied with the titanic undertaking of administering the boundless expanse of the human domain. As night descended upon Bastion, embracing the heavenly island drifting in the clouds above it first, she walked across the empty corridors of the Ivory Tower and knocked on a door. Coming inside, she found Rain meditating. Cassie could not see the young woman, but she could feel the torrents of essence flowing furiously through her, their raging current guided by the coils of the serpent etched into her skin. The clouds outside the window were restless, swirling in tune with the revolving whirlpool of Rain's soul essence. Sensing her presence, the young woman seemed to smile. "Lady Cassia." Cassie hesitated for a moment. "I am just checking on you. Do you need anything?" Rain shook her head. "No, thank you." "Oh. I'll be sure to make breakfast tomorrow. Please come eat once the sun rises." Cassie nodded. There were very few people on the Ivory Island at the moment, and making the blind woman cook was not the best of ideas. As a saint, Cassie herself did not need a lot of food, but Rain was different. So, she insisted on cooking for both of them when nobody else was available. "I'll leave you to it, then." Not wanting to disturb Rain, Cassie quietly retreated. While she was talking to Rain, the forces of the human domain were pushed back from the northernmost peak in the Black Mountains. At the same time, a potent nightmare gate opened in the middle of a populous city in the western quadrant. The Obel scale had done its job and warned of its imminent descent well in advance, but with how many soldiers were engaged in the battle against Mordred, it was difficult to send a large force to contain it. At the same time, a strange peace settled on the streets of a citadel city that stood on the shores of the river of Tears far downstream of the Weeping Goddess. The citizens, who had been at each other's throats just a day ago, were now going about their business with happy smiles. The saint ruling the citadel was still sending mental messages to Cassie, his tone urgent. He seemed to still be loyal, at least. "Lady Cassia, we have settled the refugees from the Lake of Tears, but our food stores will not last long with the additional population. I know that navigating the River of Tears is dangerous at the moment, but can't you resupply us by sending a few ships upstream from the Stormed Sea? I will dispatch my best warriors to escort them." Walking to her quarters, Cassie traced the wall with her fingers. "It is possible, but the situation is changing swiftly. I will send supplies as soon as possible. Keep your warriors inside the city, we do not know when the next raid might happen." She was sharing the saint's senses, so she could feel his fatigue and anxiety. He let out a heavy sigh. "I see." The saint remained silent for a few moments, and then asked aloud. "But, Lady Cassia, can I ask you a question?" He leaned back and inhaled deeply, relaxing his body. "What do you think would have happened to the great palace of Crete if the Minotaur broke free of his prison?" Cassie halted for a moment, then continued walking. The saint smiled. Would he have spared Ariadne, his sister? Or tore her limb from limb and devoured her? He chuckled. "You have such pretty eyes, Lady Cassia." She erased her mark, cutting the connection between them. Another one. Knowing that Astaion could exploit her web of telepathic connections, Cassie gritted her teeth and erased every mark in that city, as well. A black spot appeared on her mental map of the dream realm. There were already a few of these spots on it, already, particularly so in the north. From a distance, it looked like a vast darkness was encroaching upon the world, devouring it slowly. At that moment, for the first time since Ariel had revealed himself, Cassie could not help but ask herself a frightening question. What was she going to do if Nephis and Sunny failed to achieve their mysterious goal in time? What was she going to do if they failed? Chapter 2862. A Litany of Voices. Lady Cassia. The King of Nothing has crossed the northern gorge and broken through the fortification line at Whisper Peak. We won't be able to hold out for long. Please send reinforcements immediately. My lady, the supply fleet is lost. I am sorry. The casualties are as follows. The Nightmare Gate is contained, but it opened close to the main relay substation. The electrical grid is completely disrupted, and although secondary and tertiary transformer stations were used to reroute the current, approximately 20% of the city is currently suffering from a complete blackout. I must reiterate the urgency of the situation, Lady Cassia. Local generators installed in residential complexes will not last long. Once power goes out and ventilation systems stop functioning, the death toll on the subterranean floors. Lady Cassia. Lady Cassia. My lady. Cass's mind was filled with pleading voices. The dreadful cacophony of their cries was deafening, washing over her like a cold ocean. They were all crying for help, desperate in the absence of their ruler, of their goddess. They wanted to be saved, and for them, salvation was synonymous with Changing Star, with the last daughter of the immortal flame, who had ignited their souls with hope and longing. So, they wanted to know where she was. They wanted to know why she had abandoned them. Cassie wanted to know, as well. She used to, but judging by the gaping spaces where her recent memories were supposed to be, she must have erased them. The reason why was not difficult to guess. It was to protect that knowledge from Ariel. And since the knowledge of where the rulers of humanity had gone needed to be protected from Ariel, Cassie could deduce that he would do anything in his power to stop them if he ever found out, which, in turn, meant that what they were doing could spell the end of the dream spawn. So, that was everything she knew. That Nephis and Sunny were currently doing something that would allow them to defeat Ariel, and that humanity had to endure alone until they did. Cassie was resourceful, but she could not replace two Supremes. So even if she was doing her best, things were turning more and more dire with each day. But I really think that I am on the right path. Cassie flinched slightly, brought back from the deafening choir of desperate voices by one that sounded hopeful and bright. Rain was sitting across from her, enjoying the pancakes she had made for the two of them. Awakening is the process of condensing soul essence into a core. Ascension, meanwhile, is the process of reforging the core. It makes sense. If you think about it, a soul core is built from solidified essence, and the essence that solidifies under pressure to create it is awakened. How can something built from awakened essence contain ascended essence, which is far more volatile and potent? Rain smiled. Please forgive me, Lady Cassia. I am speaking metaphorically, of course, and my metaphors always seem to end up having to do with architecture and construction work. If you listen to me, you'd think that I am talking about building a hut, not ascending. I can't explain it better, though, so, the problem is in reforging the core. As I see it, there are two ways of going about it. One is enlightened, slow, and conservative. The other is swift, radical, and quite possibly lethal. Cassie raised an eyebrow. And these two ways are? Rain chuckled. I am glad you asked. The enlightened way is to allow ascended essence to wash over the core like sea waves wash over the shore. In an endless cycle of tides, the composition of the core will gradually change, one sand particle at a time. Naturally, that can take decades, and one would need to either learn how to elevate the quality of their essence or have a steady supply of ascended soul shards to substitute personal enlightenment. I can somewhat achieve the former, but I already benefit from the latter. Cassie smiled. I see. And the second way? Rain sighed. The second way would be quite obvious to someone in construction. There is a hut in front of you, but you need a castle to stand in its place. Do you replace the wooden planks of the hut one by one, until it becomes a castle? No. You'd simply demolish the hut and build an entirely new castle in its place. In other words, since the core solidified from awakened essence, it's easier to destroy it and shape an entirely new one from ascended essence instead. Cassie faced her with a frown. The destruction of the soul core usually leads to the collapse of the soul, though. It's a death sentence. Rain looked at her pancakes with a look of disappointment. I know. I could not find a safe way to achieve ascension in that manner, so, well, anyway, I am exploring the first method at the moment. What do you think? Cassie remained silent for a while, straining not to get lost in the roaring litany of pleading voices that thundered in her head. Eventually, she smiled. I think that your pancakes are getting cold. They are delicious, by the way, so it would be a shame to waste them. She had thought that Rain, Sun's disciple and the only human who had managed to awaken without the help of the spell, would be safest here, in the Ivory Tower. But she had been wrong. Several days ago, Ariel had taken the Night Garden. Jet managed to escape, but all 6 saints who had been with her on the Titanic ship were now thralls of the Dream Spawn. Nightwalker was among them. Jet and Nightwalker had not managed to master the Night Garden's navigation component yet, which prevented it from making long-distance spatial jumps. But with Ariel looking over Nightwalker's shoulder and whispering secrets into his ear, things could change in an instant. Cassie had lost track of the Night Garden, so it could appear anywhere, at any moment. Which meant that the Ivory Island was not safe anymore, or rather, it was even less safe than it had been. Cassie did not hear the voices of those aboard the Titanic ship anymore. Her mind was overflowing with the terrifying, deafening cacophony of desperate voices. But actually, it was not their cries that frightened her. Instead, it was their silence. Chapter 2863. The Silence. Cassie was reeling under the weight of innumerable voices calling out for her, her senses overwhelmed by the blinding dread of witnessing scenes of violent destruction transpiring in every corner of the 2 worlds. But yesterday, there had been more voices. And a day before that, there had been more voices still. She was struggling to endure the burden of humanity's hope, but was more afraid of people losing their faith in her. Because she knew that once their desperate calls ceased, leaving behind only echoing silence, they did not vanish. It was just that people learned to put their faith in someone else, and therefore, it was he who listened to their prayers now. Ariel, the Dream Spawn, the monster who had escaped his prison after learning to love the taste of human flesh. The longing domain was crumbling as it was being devoured, and the hunger domain was growing. The more people Ariel enthralled, the fewer of them called out to Cassie, because they were calling out to him instead. With every voice that went quiet, the darkness spread. She was witnessing the downfall of what she and Nephis had built happening right in front of her. Red Hill, the Sanctuary, the Weeping Goddess, the Night Garden, other citadels were soon to fall into the embrace of the Hunger Domain, too. Unless they were taken by the King of Nothing first, of course. Cassie had to do everything in her power, and well beyond that, as well, to postpone the collapse of the Longing Domain for as long as she could. But, at the same time, she could not deny the possibility that its collapse was inevitable. So, she had to prepare for the inevitable, as well. Days passed, turning into weeks. Ravenheart was besieged by the forces of the King of Nothing, while in Bastion, Ariel was quietly amassing more and more zealous followers. The Night Garden was gone, leaving behind no traces. It could be drifting in the darkness of the sky below, still, or it could have long traveled to somewhere else. Cassie had no way to tell. The battle for the Black Mountains raged on. Initially, Mordred had been confidently pushing the forces of the human domain back, but after a while, the situation changed. The defensive line facing the relentless invasion of the King of Nothing grew stable, doggedly holding out against the onslaught. In the basin of the River of Tears, as well, the Citadel cities rallied to blockade the Great River and prevent Mordred from raiding the settlements downstream, resulting in a series of bloody naval battles. It was not because of Cassie's best efforts to prevent humanity from being consumed by the King of Nothing, though. She had done her best. She really did. But in the end, Mordred had only been stalled because Ariel took matters into his own hands. As more and more people fell into the hex of his insidious domain, his influence among the awakened warriors spread uncontrollably. Innumerable masters had fallen under his influence, as well, and with each day, more and more saints. There was a brief moment when the longing domain and the hunger domain reached a point of equilibrium. Then, the equilibrium was broken, and the influence of the rapidly spreading hunger domain outgrew the diminishing authority of the longing domain without ever slowing down. That was the point of no return. Once Astarion subjugated the majority of Awakened, he commanded his thralls to take control of the front line and extended his personal support to the struggling forces of humanity, both bolstering his already radiant fame and serving as a deterrent that prevented Mordred from crushing the defensive line with the power of a supreme. Led by a sovereign and imbued with the eerie unity his thralls shared, the followers of Astarion stood side by side with the remaining warriors of the longing domain to repel the King of Nothing. The Black Mountains quaked, ancient peaks fracturing and crumbling under the pressure of fierce battles. The two clashing forces reached a bitter stalemate. Changing Star was absent, and there was a harrowing adversary besieging the borders of the human domain. So, naturally, people opened their hearts to a charming, powerful supreme who seemed both benevolent and righteous. A warrior could wake up at dawn and pray to Changing Star, longing to survive until dusk. By noon, he would forget all about his loyalty to the immortal flame and praise Lord Astarion instead, no different from all the other thralls. And by the time the sun set, his soul would be shattered, and his body would become a vessel of the King of Nothing. Instead of whispering prayers to Changing Star or the Dream Spawn, his lips would twist into a pleasant smile, and his eyes would shine with an eerie hint of madness. The deafening choir of desperate voices resounding in Cass's mind was growing less unbearable. Her marks were disappearing one by one, knowing that being connected to Astarion through his thralls was no different from inviting him into her mind. She did not hesitate to cut her connection to anyone who fell into his sphere of influence. As a result, her own sphere of awareness was shrinking. Her mental map, which had once encompassed most of the dream realm and the waking world, was drowning in darkness now. Time passed. The citadel cities in the vicinity of Bastion grew silent one by one. The storied legacy clans that had defended the heartland of the dream realm for decades looked to a different sovereign now, just like they had looked to Nephis after the King of Swords fell. The Storm Sea had become a black void in Cass's mind. She did not know what was happening there. All she knew was that ships kept arriving at the estuary of the River of Tears, bringing supplies and warriors with them. Then, the darkness extended to the basin of the River of Tears, as well. In the waking world, cities blinked out of existence one by one. Northern Quadrant, Western Quadrant, Eastern Quadrant, and the colonies in South America, too. Watching it all transpire was terrifying. The voices crying out to Cassie became fewer and fewer. Until, one day, she was left in a vast, deafening silence. No one called out to her anymore. The world was swallowed by impenetrable darkness, becoming no different from an empty void. Cassie stood in the gateway hall of the Ivory Tower, motionless. Daunted by the silence and drowning in the sense of defeat. The peace that had descended on her exhausted mind was a blessing, but it felt like a curse. Her world, which had once been overflowing with sounds and sensations, was now narrow and dull. There were only a few islands of vibrant color in the vast darkness that surrounded her. Kai, Effie, Rain, and a few firekeepers who were guarding the Ivory Island. That was all that remained of the human domain, and of her mental web as well. But, even then, Cassie did not fully trust any of the people who surrounded her. She was all by herself. And as she stood there, trapped in the darkness, Cassie suddenly remembered something. She remembered that after Ariadne had saved Theseus and helped him defeat the Minotaur, she was left on an empty island by the victorious hero, to die there, abandoned and alone. Cassie took a deep breath. Effie, Kai, be ready. The Dream Spawn will come for Bastion and Ravenheart soon. He was going to come for the Ivory Island, as well. Their time had run out. As Cassie took a step forward, she suddenly sensed something and halted. Her head whipped toward the ceiling of the Great Hall, and her one remaining eye widened behind the blindfold. Rain. She turned around and dashed toward the stairs. Chapter 2864. Dying Flame. Cass's steps were hurried. Tracing the wall of the ivory tower with her fingers, she ascended the long, spiraling stairs. The world around her was silent and dark, but beneath its calm surface, a harrowing storm was brewing. There was a quite literal storm brewing outside, as well. The clouds, which had been white and calm minutes before, were now dark grey and heavy, moving like tattered sails under the onslaught of hurricane winds. They flowed and collided with each other, producing deafening thunderclaps and blinding flashes of lightning. Torrents of rain whipped across the ivory island, making the lake boil and sending water streaming down the fangs of the dead dragon. It was as if the flying island had suddenly found itself in the very heart of a powerful cyclone. "What is she doing?" Cassie staggered and leaned on the wall, feeling what Rain was feeling several floors above. A fierce current of essence flowed through her body at awful speed, and a vicious agony of soul damage contorted it as thin cracks snaked through her soul core. Cassie gritted her teeth and rushed up the endless stairs. The veil of storm clouds obscured the view of Bastion far below, as well as the vast sky above. The world was suddenly limited to the narrow prison of cascading lightning bolts and turbulent clouds, a thick mist covering all in sight as it was suffused with a crackling radiance. Cassie felt the wind and the thunderclaps through the vibrations of the ivory tower's wall. She sensed the rain by smell and saw the flashes of lightning through the eyes of the firekeepers guarding the island. Those firekeepers were now rushing toward the great pagoda, as if wanting to hide from the rain. However, Cassie knew that they were not afraid of rain. After all, they were all ascended. It would take more than the fury of the elements to force them to abandon their posts. It has begun. Cassie had known it would. As soon as utter silence enveloped her mind, she knew that Astarion could not be bothered to hide his thralls anymore. That meant that he had no reason to, which meant that he had already subjugated enough of humanity to believe that nothing could stop him now. Humanity had already fallen, and all he had to do was clean up the last stragglers, those stubborn few who refused to be enthralled despite all his efforts. People like Cassie. It made sense that there were some whom he had failed to enthrall. There were always people who were naturally immune to a plague, after all. Considering that Astarion was cleaning house, he would come for the remaining great citadels, as well, Mirage Castle, the Jade Palace, and the Tower of Hope. Cassie needed to grab Rain and run. But Rain had decided this exact moment to ascend, and in the rapid, radical, and quite possibly deadly way at that. She was ascending by shattering her own soul core. "Hey, Cassie! Why are you running? Don't run. We will not hurt you. We will just tear your eye out. And then, we will mangle your mind. And when we're done, you will smile and thank us. You'll want to. And we will all be together again." Snarling, she erased the marks she had branded onto the souls of the firekeepers, the very first marks she had ever placed. At the same time, Cassie extended her consciousness to the ivory tower. Nephis was absent, so she was in charge of the citadel now, and therefore, all its components. She called upon the crushing, shaping it into a narrow sphere around the flying island. People believed that this obliterating component of the ivory tower could only destroy, and therefore called it the crushing, but actually, it was a far more versatile force. The power of the Tower of Hope was the power of attraction. It was a mystical sister of gravity, and not even the current master of the Great Pagoda knew everything that it could do. The crushing could repel all things, both physical and spiritual, away from the island. It could also pull them toward it. That was how the chained islands had managed to exist for thousands of years, suspended between the two extremes of Hope's tower. It could also make all things weightless, or make them collapse under their own weight. And the closer one got to the ivory island, the more obliterating the force of the crushing became, to the point that not even gods would be able to overcome it unscathed. So, Cassie could easily destroy anyone, and anything, that would attempt to approach the ivory island. But the things and people she would be destroying were too precious, so she couldn't use the crushing that way. Instead, she used it to create a weak repelling field around the island, hoping to buy herself time. It was safe to assume that most, if not all, firekeepers had been enthralled by Astarion. So, somewhere above, Rain let out a tormented groan, sucked in a breath through gritted teeth, and spoke in a hoarse, but steady voice. I am the long-lasting promise of a distant sky. I am the enduring promise of a distant sky. I am the promise of a distant sky who walks the path of ascension. I am ascended. It took Cassie a brief moment to understand what Rain was doing. She was assigning herself epithets. Long-lasting, enduring, ascended. She was preparing to shatter her own soul core, and tempering herself to slow down the collapse of her soul before the new core was built. That foolish girl! Cassie rushed forward, ignoring the shared sensation of her soul coming undone. She was too late. By the time Cassie finally reached Rain's quarters and threw the door open, the young woman was already standing near a wall, leaning on it with a pale face. Almost at the same time as Cassie entered, the storm that had been raging outside vanished without a trace. It was as if it had been erased from existence, revealing the boundless blue expanse of the clear sky beyond. And the immense silhouette of an inconceivable ship that had approached the Ivory Island under the cover of the storm, with numerous people moving across its decks to lay siege to the throne of immortal flame. The night garden soared through the sky, moving to obscure the sun and cast a deep shadow upon the Tower of Hope. Bright flashes illuminated its main deck, those were its weapons sending charged cannonballs barreling through the air. A moment later they impacted the repelling field surrounding the Ivory Island and bloomed into radiant silver explosions. Cassie ignored the sight of the Titanic ship for a moment and walked toward Rain. "What did you do, Rain?" The young woman breathed heavily and glanced at her with a pale smile. "Don't you feel it, Lady Cassia?" "I am ascending." Cassie could indeed feel it. The familiar, euphoric sensation of one's body being reborn, reforged, and tempered. Rain's new ascended soul core was rapidly soaking in her essence, elevating its quality, and sending it coursing through her body, which in turn was causing the body to be perfected. Rain's smile widened a little. "I succeeded." "Ah." The look on Tamer's face. "I can't wait." Cassie froze for a moment, evaluating the situation. In that moment, Rain spoke with a smile. "But, Lady Cassia." "Song of the Fallen." She took a step forward and whispered. "Aren't you weak, distracted, and in traumatic pain? Aren't you lost in the labyrinth? Aren't you scared of the darkness?" In the next moment, Cassie swayed. A ghastly, indescribable agony descended upon her, rending her mind apart. It was so harrowing, in fact, that she almost did not feel the cold blade of a sharp dagger slide between her ribs. Chapter 2865. The subject of murder. A cold blade pierced Cassie's heart. Cassie did not even register the pain, since her mind was already drowning in agony. Instead, she only felt disbelief that she was dying, and that Rain had killed her. It did not make sense. Cassie simply could not believe that her life was over. At the same time, it made no sense that Rain would be the one to stab her to death. The young woman was incapable of taking a life, after all. Not to mention that she had no reason to. Right! Cassie concentrated, her battered mind focusing into a sharp point. The feeling of cold steel piercing her heart was a message from the future. It was a prophecy of what she would experience in less than a second, given to her by her awakened ability. Which meant that she had not been delivered the fatal wound yet. Right, Rain has become a thrall of Astarion. Why had Cassie not realized it sooner? Rain's ascension had coincided with the attack on the Ivory Island, becoming a perfect tool to distract Cassie at the worst possible moment. The Night Garden even arrived under the cover of the storm cloud that Rain's ascension had summoned, damning evidence that the two events were connected. It was painfully obvious, so how was it that Cassie had not noticed the connection? My mind is compromised. It must have happened just before she erased the marks from the souls of the Fire Keepers. Astarion had subtly influenced her thoughts, directing them away from connecting Rain to him, as well as cutting her own connection with Effie and Kai, thus leaving herself completely isolated. Luckily, that seemed to be the extent of how he had managed to manipulate her. Cassie moved her body slightly, causing Rain's dagger to miss her heart by a few centimeters. She grabbed the young woman's wrist with one hand, and used the other to pull down her blindfold. But it was strange. How had Rain been able to attempt to kill her? That just went to show how insidious the Dreamspawn and his powers were. Rain's flaw prevented her from being able to kill, but it was subjective. The universe was not going to intervene and prevent her from delivering Cassie a lethal wound. Rather, Rain's hand would refuse to move as long as she believed that moving it would directly endanger the life of a living being. Stabbing a person in the heart was obviously an act of murder. But if Rain earnestly believed otherwise, her flaw would not stop her from pushing a dagger between someone's ribs. So, all Asterion had to do to circumvent Rain's flaw was to twist her mind enough to make her believe that Cassie wouldn't die from being stabbed in the heart. Which meant that he had made a complete mess of Rain's perception of reality. That bastard. Rain tried to twist her stiletto in Cassie's chest, but Cassie was holding her wrist tightly. She might have been a woman of slight build, and suffering both from a blinding pain and 2 other debilitating epithets, but she was still a saint. And a saint could easily deal with a master in a contest of physical strength. Taking half a step forward, Cassie grabbed Rain by the throat and pulled her closer. "Look here, Rain. I don't have time for this." Activating her transcendent ability, she delved into Rain's memories. Hot blood flowed down her face, the gaping wound where her eye had been pulsing with dizzying torment. In Rain's memories, Cassie saw the young woman spending peaceful days in the Ivory Tower. However, despite how peaceful everything seemed, Rain was no fool. Even without news reaching the flying island, she knew that something terrible was transpiring in the world, from context clues. She felt frustrated at being too weak and too insignificant to help. She also felt anxious and uncertain, afraid of being left behind by her friends and companions. That was the insecurity Asterion had used to enthrall Rain. Once the plague slithered into the cracks on her confidence, it spread like a malignant tumor, slowly consuming everything around. In the end, it was Asterion who had pushed Rain to attempt the faster, riskier method of becoming ascended. And, of course, he was the one who had commanded her to stab Song of the Fallen in the heart. So he is not trying to keep me alive anymore so that I could be devoured later. I wonder what changed. Beyond the window, massive boarding hooks shot from the deck of the night garden, sailing across the sky to sink into the soil of the Ivory Island. There was no way for them to break the sphere of the crushing and achieve that, and yet, they did, connecting the two together. As Cassie roughly purged the memories from Rain's entranced head, a somber thought entered her own mind. Nightwalker. The crushing was supposed to repel everything away from the Ivory Island, shaped into a sphere around it. The boarding hooks did not breach that annihilating shield, instead, they bypassed it entirely. That was because Nightwalker was somewhere there, on the deck of the night garden, twisting space with the power of his aspect. He had molded space in such a way that the boarding hooks could pass through the shield of crushing without ever touching it. Which meant that if Cassie did not hurry, she would have to meet the legendary saint face to face. A quiet groan escaped from her lips as the 3 sources of pain, the pain in her chest, the torment of the epithet, and the agony of using her transcendent ability were too difficult to endure. But she did endure it, continuing to erase Rain's memories. I need to hurry, my time is running out. Cassie inhaled deeply. She lost track of time for a while. When all memories of succumbing to Asterion were finally gone from Rain's mind, she let the young woman go and watched her softly fall to the floor. Since the boarding hooks are secured, the boarding party will arrive next. Cassie was planning to be far away by the Ivory Tower by the time it did. Chapter 2866. Escaping the Ivory Island. The Tower of Hope is lost. So was the entirety of the human domain. Cassie acknowledged the fact calmly and pulled her blindfold back up, enduring the terrifying pain that ravaged her mind as best she could. She spent a heartbeat assessing the situation, then activated the unfinished runic array she and Sunny had been creating to serve as an additional layer of protection for the Ivory Island. She needed more time. Nightwalker was circumventing the defenses of the flying island by twisting space, and Cassie was limited in how she could form and unleash the crushing due to the risk of destroying the night garden and killing all its inhabitants. So, she had to resort to unconventional means of stalling for time. The array ignited as it drew essence from the divine core of the Tower of Hope, postponing the arrival of the boarding party. Sadly, its effect was not flawless. A few cannonballs still penetrated the aegis, making the great pagoda quake. An acrid smell permeated the air, and smoke drifted through the door of Rain's quarters from somewhere below. Ignoring it, Cassie knelt near the dazed young woman and shook her gently. "Rain! Rain! Stand up! We need to move, now." Rain slowly regained her senses. Her eyes focused, which allowed Cassie to see her own blooded face clearly. Then, however, Rain seemed to fall into confusion once again. It was no surprise. After all, most of the memories she had made after coming to the Ivory Island were gone. They had no time for this. "Stand up, Rain!" Cassie forcefully pulled the young woman to her feet and supported her for a moment. Rain's eyes widened when she saw the gargantuan silhouette of the night garden looming in the sky outside the window, and her body quaked. "Why is—" She felt quiet, prompting Cassie to call out to snap the young woman from her daze. Luckily, Rain seemed to finally compose herself after that. She turned away from the window, her gaze drifting to the hilt of a serpentine dagger sticking from between Cassie's ribs. That was when Cassie remembered that she had been stabbed, as well. Unperturbed, she grasped the hilt and pulled the dagger out of her chest. Lady Cassia. Cassie was still weak, distracted, and suffering from a traumatic pain. It was quite inconvenient to be that way when they needed to move fast. "Release your epithets, Rain." The young woman stared at her dazedly for a moment, then blinked. In the next moment, the pain ravaging Cassie finally subsided, leaving only the pulsing ball of agony in her empty eye socket and the mundane pain of the stab wound in her chest behind. Her limbs regained their strength, and her mind snapped into focus. Much better. Cassie could finally think straight again. Good. Now, let's go. She pushed the blooded dagger into Rain's hands and pulled the young woman out of the room. The corridor was filled with smoke, and the ivory tower continued to tremble as devastating cannonballs impacted the island, blooming into incandescent explosions of charged essence. Cassie navigated the corridor by memory, observing her surroundings through Rain's eyes. Suddenly, there was a hint of movement in the smoke, and in the next moment, Cassie lost all feeling in her body as the world seemed to spin. At the same time, she watched in horror as her head separated from her neck and spun in the air, splattering the pristine white walls of the ivory tower with scarlet blood. Her headless body fell to its knees, and then toppled to the floor. The world collapsed into darkness. Several seconds in the past, Cassie calmly sidestepped the flashing sword and grasped the wrist holding it. It belonged to Sid, the firekeeper who usually acted as her personal attendant. Sid possessed a powerful combat aspect, so Cassie had to deal with her fast. One strike threw the swift firekeeper against the wall, the second slammed her head into hard stone. Cassie measured her strength precisely, aiming to knock her out without killing her. Sid's limp body slid to the floor, her blood marring the pristine walls of the ivory tower instead of Cassie's. Cassie regarded her unconscious body for a brief second. Sid? Sid had been by her side since the Dark City. She had been one of those bold, desperate few in the outer settlement who dared to go out into the city and hunt. When Nephis began to amass influence among the sleepers of the Forgotten Shore, the hunters were one of the first to support her. Later, Sid became a member of Cassie's own cohort and followed her to the Chained Isles. And now, she was bleeding at her feet, having failed to ambush and kill her. Cassie did not let any emotion show on her blooded face. Come. Since Sid had already reached this floor, the others would not be far behind. An attack from outside, an attack from within, and an assassin planted in the very heart of the ivory tower. Asterion was really rolling out the red carpet for Cassie. Jet escaped. Can I escape? Cassie and Rain made their way to the chamber on the opposite side of the great pagoda, where the remnant of Smile of Heaven was being kept and taken care of. Retrieving the hollow woman, they rushed down the stairs. In the process, Neph's miraculous flames washed away Cassie's wound, leaving her feeling slightly uplifted. Even though they were separated by a vast distance and dire circumstances, it still felt like she was in her friend's embrace. It still felt like Nephis was by her side. The hint of joy Cassie felt swiftly evaporated, though, when she was forced to crush the firekeepers who followed the command of their new master and attempted to cut her down. She just barely managed to keep them alive, but that did not mean that her former companions escaped unscathed. Cassie had to be swift and cynical when dealing with these ascended elites, especially because time was of the essence, so she delivered the most amount of damage she could without actually killing them with precise, surgical strikes. By the time they reached the ground floor of the ivory tower, it was not only her blood that soaked her tunic and marred her skin. They passed through the jaws of a dead dragon and escaped onto the emerald grass beyond. Rain could not help but look at the titanic form of the night garden that blotted out the sun above them. That allowed Cassie to see that winged echoes and awakened warriors were still being held back by the shield of the crushing and the runic array protecting the ivory island. However, the runic array was yet unfinished, so it wasn't going to hold them back for long, especially because Tiris of White Feather was somewhere out there among the warriors of the night garden. Hurry! Cassie rushed Rain to follow her around the Tower of Hope, toward the grove of ancient trees that swayed restlessly behind it. They were almost there. Then, however, the entire island shook, and the runic array was extinguished in a flood of silver light. Facing the sky, Cassie sensed something vast and immensely powerful approaching them from above. Her expression hardened. Nightwalker. Chapter 2867. Interception. The Dreamspawn must have sensed that Cassie had a way to escape his trap. So, he sent his most fearsome thrall forward alone, commanding him to stop her. Nightwalker descended upon the ivory island like a flood of starlight, a vague shape of a colossal, eerie, alien beast vaguely formed by the ethereal currents of the pale radiance. The flood of starlight seeped through the defensive aegis protecting the flying island and washed over it, causing the ground to tremble from the devastating force of the impact. The runes engraving the defensive array into the soil were destroyed, shimmering out of existence in a silver flash. Just a few seconds before, Cassie had sent Rain forward to the portal arch gazebo. Now, she waited while Nightwalker descended from the darkening sky to kill her with a somber expression. As Rain rushed away, her only source of sight disappeared as well, leaving behind only nebulous darkness. How come? How come the old monsters of the first generation were always out to kill her? First Jest, now Nightwalker. Cassie only had to survive a death battle against Wake of Ruin to complete the collection. Her silent attempt at gallows humor did nothing to lift her dark mood. Cassie sighed heavily, and then did something that she had been neglecting to do thus far. She summoned her memories. 2 golden bracelets wove themselves out of light on her wrists. Both were charms, one capable of augmenting her attacks, the other of protecting her body. A long parrying dagger appeared in her hand. Finally, a third charm, a pristinely white triangular stone, manifested into existence, hanging on a thin golden chain around her neck. That one was a supreme memory capable of vastly enhancing the material properties of objects. Shifting slightly and turning her torso so that her shoulder faced the direction where she thought Nightwalker was, Cassie waited patiently, her world consumed by darkness. There was no one here to share their vision with her anymore, so she was completely and utterly blind. Light, meanwhile, had no smell and made no sound. It couldn't be touched or tasted, so she had no way of knowing where Nightwalker was or what he was about to do. All she could do was wait for the second he tore into her flesh, her consciousness split between the present and the future. Then, however, she heard the sound of soft footsteps and deduced that Nightwalker had dismissed his transcendent shape and had become a human once more. You should really consider surrendering voluntarily, young lady. His voice was free of tension, sounding jarringly relaxed in Cassie's battered, tired mind. However, it also betrayed his precise location, so she was happy to hear it. Cassie turned slightly, facing Nightwalker, and raised her dagger slightly. I don't think I will. Her voice sounded calm and even. Unlike the sound of her voice, however, Cassie was tense and fearful, feeling small and vulnerable in the boundless darkness of her lightless world. The being hiding in the darkness was none other than Nightwalker, one of the deadliest saints in existence, and quite a strong contender for the title of the deadliest, no less. Funnily enough, Nightwalker's aspect was not a combat one. Instead, it was a utility aspect that drew its power from a high affinity to divination, similar to Cass's own. She briefly hesitated, weighing the risk of marking him against the benefit. In the end, she had to grit her teeth and remain blinded by darkness. Creating a mental link between herself and Astarion was far too dangerous, especially if she were to clash with someone as powerful as Nightwalker. In this battle, the smallest disadvantage would prove fatal, and being unable to see was a smaller disadvantage than not being able to trust her own mind. "Aren't you ashamed of yourself, Saint Nightwalker? That man betrayed you, killed you, and left you to suffer decades of terrifying agony in the Eternal City. But now, you serve him, you have put your life into his hands once again. Don't you know what they say? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice?" Nightwalker seemed to smile. "Oh, yes. I have to admit, I used to be quite angry about that. But look how it all turned out. All my contemporaries are dead and buried, their legacies destroyed. Warden, Immortal Flame, and the rest of them, but I am still alive and kicking. All thanks to that kid, Astarion. So, in a sense, I should be quite grateful instead." Cass's expression darkened when he spoke the Dreamspawn's name aloud. "Surely you must know that you are under a mental hex. This thought might seem like it belongs to you, but in fact, it has been put into your head by the very man you wish to thank for stabbing you in the back. How do you like being a thrall?" Nightwalker chuckled. "Actually, I like it quite a bit. He handed my shit back to me and kept my son alive. I know that I am a deadbeat dad, but that doesn't mean that I don't care." Cassie smiled coldly. She knew that this conversation was pointless. After all, the first thing Astarion took away from the people he enthralled was the ability to think critically, especially so about their mental state and actions. About their nature as his thralls. There was a quiet rustle, a Nightwalker's clothes shifted as he moved, stretching. "That said, I am a bit indignant at the moment. I really don't know why Astarion cares about taking you off the board so much, enough to send me to deal with you personally, no less. Soul Reaper is one thing, but did he really need to mobilize someone of my caliber just to deal with Changing Star's secretary?" Cass's smile widened a little. "I am going to enjoy crushing you." Nightwalker laughed quietly, seemingly enjoying their conversation. "Oh? Are you done trying to buy time, young lady?" Instead of answering, Cassie silently unleashed the crushing upon him. Chapter 2868. For every action. There was one advantage to the fact that Cassie had been cut off from all but one of her marks, even if it left her blind, deaf, ignorant, and deprived of all senses in their absence. It was the fact that her mind was unburdened for the first time in many years. With no need to carry the weight of countless perspectives, be aware of myriad events happening simultaneously across the two worlds, and pass through an unceasing avalanche of conflicting sensations, Cassie felt a refreshing sense of clarity. Her potent mind was completely free and focused, and all its tremendous capacity could be dedicated to a single task. In this case, Cassie focused it on controlling the crushing. The crushing was a vast and fierce force capable of influencing entire regions of the dream realm. However, that did not mean that it couldn't be used in a more refined manner. Cassie had just never attempted it before, since that was not something that a saint was supposed to be capable of, and there had not been a real need to anyway. Now, though, the crushing was the only weapon she could rely on to survive a battle against Nightwalker. And that was her goal, not to defeat the legendary saint, but to survive long enough for Rain to open the portal. Cassie did not believe that she could defeat Nightwalker, not as she was now, at least. Her aspect was matched against his too badly, and there were 5 other saints who could arrive to assist him if the battle took too long on top of that. So, she simply needed to stall for time. That was why Cassie reached inside of herself, sensing the tether that anchored her to the dream realm, and to the Ivory Tower, as well. It was that connection that made her the master of the Great Citadel and allowed her to control its components. Now, she used her claim to the Tower of Hope to shape the crushing into a devastating pillar and aim it at Nightwalker. The island shook, and a shallow crater formed where Nightwalker had been standing, a cloud of dust rising into the air. Cassie did not expect to kill or even seriously wound him with that first attack, but she did hope to slow him down. However, her hope had been shattered a second later. She felt a powerful blow crushing her ribcage and turning her internal organs into bloody pulp, then dashed back and avoided the blow from landing on her chest. Sliding across the emerald grass, Cassie heard the Nightwalker clicking his tongue. That potent! She knew that his awakened ability made it so that his body could survive in any environment, isolating it from all outside influences, as if it were a mystical EVA suit. However, she had not expected that ability to be powerful enough to shrug off the devastating force of the crushing. At most, withstanding the crushing had cost Nightwalker an ocean of essence. Cassie frowned and aimed her dagger at the spot where his voice had come from, preparing to activate her charms and launch into an attack. Before she could, however, Nightwalker spoke. "Is it my turn, then?" In the next moment, Cassie shuddered and let out a loud scream. That was because in the future she sensed, her sword arm was suddenly and violently torn off at the shoulder, flying away in a rain of blood. In the next moment, the same happened to her shield arm, and before she could cope with the terrifying pain, her neck twisted and snapped like a straw. Nightwalker did not use any weapon, or even his bare hands, to visit such a brutal death upon her. Instead, he simply used his aspect. He manipulated space, expanding the precise point where Cassie's arm was to span dozens of meters. Naturally, neither her flesh nor her bones were meant to be stretched like putty, so her skin and muscles tore, while her bones shattered, veins and ligaments snapping like strings. Worst of all, Nightwalker commanded space, which meant that Cassie could not evade the gruesome attack even if she had sensed it coming in advance. So, she didn't. Instead, she used the crushing, the force of attraction, to exert a pull on space that was equal to Nightwalker's manipulation, but opposite in direction. She pulled the stretching space back to its original state and commanded her flesh and bone to be bonded together with the same force that was being exerted to pull them apart. The world seemed to ripple as two opposite distortions twisted it in different directions. Cassie's countermeasure succeeded, somewhat. In that short instant between when she foresaw the attack and when the attack happened, she managed to perform a staggering amount of calculations and apply them to the world that she could only sense, not see. However, she was still merely a saint, the finesse with which she could shape the crushing was impressive, but not flawless. In the end, her arm was not mangled and torn off. However, her bones did snap, and her skin tore, a torrent of blood flowing down to her hand. Cassie caught the dagger, which had slid from her blooded fingers, with her other hand. Nightwalker was not going to stop at manipulating space just once, of course. In fact, the world around her was already twisting, threatening to pulverize every bone in her body and violently tear it apart. Standing perfectly still across from him, Cassie activated her supreme charm. In the past, she had usually used it to enhance the lethality of her weapons or the durability of her armor, but that was because, in the past, her enemies had usually been nightmare creatures of a higher rank than her. Today, she was fighting a far more dreadful foe. A fellow saint. So, instead, Cassie applied the enchantment of the powerful supreme memory to her own body. Its material properties were instantly augmented, making her flesh more enduring, elastic, and resilient, while at the same time making her bones more robust, adamantine, and unbreakable. A low groan escaped from her lips a moment later, still, as she sensed her body being mutilated beyond recognition a few heartbeats in the future. So, Cassie reshaped the crushing to keep herself alive once more. This time, it was her shoulder that got crushed, turning into a sunken and deformed mess of torn skin, bone fragments, and freely flowing blood. "See?" Nightwalker's voice was full of regret. "That was why I told you to surrender quietly." Cassie staggered, but kept both her balance and her grip on the hilt of the enchanted dagger. At the same time, a soft white radiance enveloped her broken arm and her crushed shoulder, swiftly mending them to their initial state. The world rippled once more as the insidious power of Nightwalker collided with the crushing. The Ivory Island quaked and groaned around them, cracks splitting its soil as the very fabric of existence was slowly coming undone. Chapter 2869. Opposite reaction. Cassie and Nightwalker faced each other on the emerald grass of the Ivory Island, no more than a dozen meters between them. The air around them was suffused with volatile energy, the space itself bending and twisting like a sheet of fabric fluttering in the violent wind. Despite the utter chaos and the devastation ravaging the meadow around them, neither of them moved. And yet, a transcendent battle was raging in the crackling air between them, hidden from sight. Nightwalker was commanding space to rend Cassie apart, while she was wielding the power left behind by the demon of desire to thwart him. Her body kept breaking and being mended by the white radiance spilling from beneath her skin, and her golden hair danced in the raging wind. In her mind's eye, the future and the present fused into a blood-soaked kaleidoscope of torment and death, countless possibilities blooming like a vast web of silk threads. All of them inevitably converged into a single outcome, though her defeat. Cassie could withstand Nightwalker, for a time, but she could not overcome him. Her mind was slowly buckling under the pressure of wielding the crushing with an increasingly sophisticated measure of precision, while a small and meticulous part of it was coldly contemplating how to cut the ruthless adversary down. Sadly, Cassie was coming up empty. If she were to have any hope of defeating Nightwalker, she had to get close to him first. The distance between them was small, especially so in a battle between saints. Usually, she would have been able to close it in the blink of an eye, but her adversary made that impossible. Every time Cassie tried to get in melee range with Nightwalker, he simply expanded the space between them, stretching it so that she had to traverse a vast distance simply to take a single step. There might as well have been many kilometers separating them. She could not make use of her dagger or force him to look her in the eye, kept at bay by his power. And every time she tried to retreat, he twisted space so that she ended up exactly where she had started, as if to tell her that there was no escape from him. All she could do was make sure that none of the ghastly ways in which her body was being broken was instantly fatal. Even that was only possible because of her supreme charm. Consumed by pain, Cassie gritted her teeth. What a devious aspect. There had to be some drawback to Nightwalker's powers, an aspect as potent as that had to have equally grave limitations. However, there was more to the martial prowess of an awakened than the power of their aspect. Learning how to wield it more effectively and efficiently was just as important, if not more so. Nightwalker had already been a legendary figure before his disappearance, and then spent decades in an endless, relentless battle against beings who were vastly more powerful than him on top of that. Even if there were grave limitations to his aspect, his mastery was most likely unmatched, and therefore, these limitations had little influence on how deadly he was. If Cassie were to wager a guess, she would say that commanding space in such a forceful manner was quickly depleting his reserves of essence. But even then, time was not on her side. There were 5 more saints and an entire army of awakened behind Nightwalker, after all, and by the time his essence ran out, they would be here. Rain was going to open the pathway soon. If Cassie was not near the arch when that happened, all hope would be lost. So, then, think. If she could neither win nor retreat, then she had to make Nightwalker give up on the battle. Cassie's tunic had turned entirely red from the blood she had lost. She inhaled deeply and then spoke in a strained, hoarse voice. Say, why is your master trying to kill me all of a sudden? He used to go out of his way to keep as many saints as possible alive. Doesn't he want to gobble me up anymore? Asterion was dreaming of apotheosis, so each saint he could devour to fuel his ascension to godhood was more precious to him than gold. Nightwalker smiled and shrugged slightly. How should I know what is going on in his head? Still, in my opinion, it is simply a question of value. Cassie raised an eyebrow. Value? Unleashing another cruel attack upon her, Nightwalker seemed to nod. This is the last stand of the longing domain, after all. He has driven you into a corner, and do you know what is more perilous than a cornered rat? His voice was bitter and joyless. It's a cornered rat that controls a great citadel and can flatten the entire bastion with a thought, killing everyone who lives there in an instant. People do all kinds of things when they are desperate, after all, so he must have judged that your personal value is inferior to the losses he would incur if you decide to do something stupid out of spite. Cassie's wrist snapped, and her dagger fell to the ground. Hearing her quiet groan, Nightwalker sighed. You can't win, Song of the Fallen. Why are you insisting on tormenting yourself so much? I am not enjoying this either, so please, give it up and surrender already. Some distance away, hidden from sight, Rain was already channeling the names to summon divine flame. Cassie forced out a smile. Should I? With that, she willed the Ivory Island to move. The 7 heavenly chains rattled as it did, sailing across the sky. It moved slowly at first, but its speed was increasing swiftly, raising turbulent winds. This reminds me of the good old days. As her broken wrist ignited with white radiance and white splinters of bone retreated back under the shredded skin, she did something else. She reached toward the tether connecting her to the ivory tower. And cut it. Chapter 2870. Question of value. The spell whispered into Cassie's ear, announcing that her citadel was lost. Nightwalker shuffled, sensing that something about the Ivory Island had changed. He remained silent for a moment, then asked in a guarded tone. What did you just do? A pale smile twisted Cassie's lip. I simply followed your advice, Nightwalker. I surrendered the citadel. Go on, take it, it's yours now. She paused for a moment, then added. Well, not just yet. Since I surrendered my claim to the Tower of Hope, it belongs to no one at the moment. You will have to tether yourself to its gateway first if you want to become its master. She leaned down slowly and picked up her dagger. The Ivory Island, meanwhile, kept accelerating. Nightwalker chuckled darkly. Did you, perhaps, decide that if you relinquish control of the Ivory Tower and stop posing a threat to Bastion, Asterion would once again prefer to keep you alive? Cassie straightened and faced him once more. Honestly, I don't give a damn about what that gal prefers. It is true that I pose no threat to Bastion anymore, but I can still threaten the Night Garden, can't I? She pointed to where the Titanic ship loomed in the darkening sky. Right, I might have forgotten to mention. Just before relinquishing control of the island, I sent it on a collision course with the Night Garden. The Tower of Hope has no master at the moment, so there's no one to stop it. Which means? Cassie's smile widened, and she let out a chuckle. Many years ago, she had rammed into the Sun Prince with the chain breaker. Now, she was sending the Ivory Island to ram the Night Garden. Whose idea was it to keep letting the blind girl behind the wheel? Nightwalker remained silent, so she spoke instead. In other words, you have a choice to make. You can stay here and continue to keep me company, or you can rush to the gateway and attempt to gain control of the Tower of Hope before it slams into the Night Garden, if you don't want to see one of them fall from the sky and crash on top of Bastion, that is. It all comes down to what you value more, I guess. It is simply a question of value. All that met her was silence. Cassie waited in the darkness, wondering what Nightwalker's, no, Asterian's, decision would be. In the next moment, Nightwalker suddenly took a single step and breached the distance between them, delivering a crushing blow to her head. Cassie toppled, blood streaming from her nose, then felt him grab her by the hair and violently yank her head sideways. At the same time, another dreadful blow descended upon her, cracking her skull open. Her consciousness faded. In the past, Cassie activated her bracelets and moved, dampening the force of Nightwalker's attack while at the same time enhancing her own. She ducked under his blow, sliced apart the tendons of his wrist, leaned forward, and drove her dagger into his side in one smooth motion. Ah! The sharp blade plunged deep into his abdomen, forcing Nightwalker to hiss. In the vast expanse of possibilities, a gruesome barrage of crushing blows descended upon Cassie, breaking and mutilating her body. She weaved between them, finding the rare few where she escaped relatively unscathed. For a brief moment, the two of them were entangled in a violent clash. Nightwalker did not make mistakes after that first reckless attack, so Cassie was unable to deliver anything more than a few minor wounds to him. The number of possible futures where she escaped, meanwhile, kept dwindling with distressing speed. That was the result of him learning how to fight her and adjusting accordingly. Nightwalker did not continue his onslaught after that first clash, though that was because he understood that he would not be able to bring her down quickly. It also seemed like Asterion had changed his mind about having her killed immediately after she relinquished the Tower of Hope, removing herself from the list of powerful threats. In any case, time was a luxury Nightwalker could not afford anymore. He disengaged, remained silent for a moment, and cursed quietly. Then, without uttering another word, Nightwalker turned around and vanished. A single step took him to the skull of the dragon, and another step took him inside the great pagoda. He was rushing to tether himself to its gateway and prevent the Ivory Island from crashing into the night garden. Cassie staggered. She felt fatigued enough to faint and overwhelmed by the memory of the pain she had endured, but she had no time to waste, either. She had to escape before Nightwalker tethered himself to the Tower of Hope. Turning around, she rushed toward the grove of ancient trees, and the portal arch where Rain had already summoned divine flame. The portal to the Ebony Tower was now open once more. A pool of inky darkness rippled inside the stone arch, and Rain was standing in front of it, confused. Landing on the ground near the young woman, Cassie used some of her last strength to push Rain inside. Then, she carefully guided the wheelchair where the hollow remnant of Smile of Heaven sat into the arch, and finally crossed the threshold herself. A cool darkness enveloped her battered body. The portal collapsed behind her, taking all light with it. Cassie was once again left in the darkness. This darkness was far more soothing, though. It was as if all strength left her in an instant, making it difficult to stay upright. Cassie exhaled slowly, and then sank to her knees. In the silence that followed, there was suddenly the sound of unhurried steps approaching them. A cold voice resounded from above her, echoing in her stone chamber. "Well, well, well. Look what the cat dragged in. Ah, if it isn't my favorite witch. Welcome to my humble domain, Lady Cassie. I must say, being covered in blood suits you really well." The world was painted by a myriad shades of grey since Cassie was observing it through Rain's eyes. As Rain watched, Mordred remained silent for a few seconds and then smiled darkly while looking down at Cassie. "What took you so long?" Chapter 2871. The Prince and the Pauper. A lonesome mountain was looming over a vast mountain chain, cutting the sky with its jagged edges. A radiant moon bathed its slopes in a pale light, and strong winds crashed into its towering dark mass over and over again, screaming in powerless rage. At the highest point of the mountain, a vast expanse of flat rock was covered with snow. Countless bones were buried under its cold veil, and although there were no footprints marring the pristine white expanse, a lone figure stood in the center of the ancient killing field. He was a man with dark skin and broad shoulders, his rugged physique seemingly carved from stone. His disheveled black hair was covered in snow, and his beard was brimming with ice. The man was holding an imposing great bow in his hand, a scattering of siege arrows thrust into the snow around him like a palisade, or like a forest of tombstones rising from graveyard soil. The man had once been Centaur of the Maharana clan. Now, he was the vessel of Mordred of Nowhere, the King of Nothing. The entirety of the Black Mountains was reflected in his all-seeing eyes. Those mountains were drowning in the bloodshed and violence of a relentless war campaign. The defensive line of the human domain stretched from east to west, serving as a barrier between the heartland of the Dream Realm to the south and the relatively untamed regions of the northern reach. It was composed of an interlocked chain of fortresses. The human strongholds occupied neighboring peaks, each capable of supporting two others with reinforcements and ranged fire. New layers of fortifications were being built as the old ones were destroyed, so even after breaking through several consecutive layers of the defensive line, Mordred still failed to destroy it. Of course, he could have bypassed the Black Mountains entirely. His ascended ability allowed him to connect his mirror domain to numerous reflections, and use each reflection as a door that allowed his army an unprecedented degree of mobility, and positional warfare was all but useless against him. Or at least it was supposed to be, but not in this case. After all, this was not a war where one side lost once its soldiers were routed. This was a war that would only end when one side went extinct, and so, Mordred would have to kill all these soldiers eventually. So, he was actually benefiting from having an orderly, conventional war. Instead of invading the territory of the human domain in a blitz campaign, he moved slowly, meticulously securing his rear before advancing further. That way, the losses among his vessels were curbed, and he could thoroughly prepare against a future counter-offensive. So, the Black Mountains had turned into a bloodbath. He was besieging several peaks at the moment, as well as fighting for control over a number of important mountain passes and using one of the strongholds he had already conquered to devastate the two neighboring ones. The mountains were quaking, a cascade of avalanches rolling down to shroud the battlefields in frigid clouds of snow. Blood was streaming down the slopes of deep gorges, painting the mountains red. The sheer ferocity of the immense battlefront was so broad and daunting that it could hardly be conceived. On one side, the best warriors of humanity fought side by side under the banner of their new master, the eldest supreme Eastion. Saints, masters, and awakened were all beholden to the same hex and united by the same resolve to resist the enemy. There were hundreds of thousands of them, all hardened by the wars of the past and armed by potent arsenals of echoes and memories. On the other side was Mordred. He alone fought against the collective might of humanity, pushing humanity back. The forces were about equally split, for now. In truth, the human domain was weakened by the internal strife between those few still loyal to the immortal flame and those who had already been enthralled by the dream spawn. Once the last faithful warriors were bewitched or eliminated, that strife would become a thing of the past, replaced by unnatural unity. Then, the power of humanity would take a qualitative leap, and Mordred would miss the days when all he had to contend against were all the warriors of humanity and nothing more. Standing atop the towering black peak, Mordred inhaled deeply and pulled an arrow out of the snow. Knocking it on the string of his fearsome great bow, he raised it to the sky and pulled with all the might of his stolen transcendent body. When he released the string, a small hurricane rose to send the slaying arrow off. Somewhere far away, a chain of ships was blocking the vast expanse of the River of Tears. An army that was only marginally inferior to the one guarding the Black Mountains was scattered across the thousands of armored and enchanted vessels, somberly waiting for the enemy to reveal itself. Far below the surface of the water, an uncanny creature was slowly slithering across the bottom of the river. It was a gargantuan, ghastly being with a long pale body and dozens of flexible limbs, each ending in an appalling human-like hand. Several fins trailed behind it like translucent sails, and at the end of its long neck, a giant mask carved in the image of a human face was covering its own appalling visage. The eerie beast hid in the deep water, looking at the bottoms of the ships far above. All around it, smaller abominations rose from the silt, ready to launch an attack. That was Mordred, as well. Far north, an ascended warrior was leaning on the rocks at the lip of a smoldering caldera, hidden in the clouds of billowing smoke. In front of him, on the horizon, Ravenheart sprawled under the ashen sky. He was Mordred, too. On the opposite side of the dream realm, a ferryman was ending his shift, wiping the sweat off his brow as the reflection of the castle rippled on the surface of the mirror lake. He was another vessel of Mordred's, of course. Millions of his incarnations were scattered across the dream realm, fighting the war against the human domain on multiple fronts while spying on all the citadels of humanity. His consciousness was like a vast ocean, split between the numerous vessels, each shard of his soul that animated them fighting for supremacy in the broken and fragmented expanse of his shattered self. It was only Mordred's will that kept his consciousness together like glue. Without it, he would have long splintered into numerous independent beings, each possessing only a fraction of his power and identity. By exerting his authority on his numerous incarnations to force them into the shape of an individual, he was making them a domain. That was why, to him, it was important to have at least a symbolic representation of his true self. The very first of his vessels, the body that the nightmare spell had created for him in the image of his original mortal shell, was lounging in the ebony tower, far removed from the bloodshed and strife of the war against the human domain. He was studying the twisting runes carved into the walls of the ancient pagoda by the demon of destiny, grimacing from the pressure they exerted on his mind. Then, however, a subtle shift forced him to look up and raise his eyebrows. Stepping into a reflection, he moved to the uppermost floor of the ebony tower and watched as 3 women stepped out of the stone arch, bringing with them the smell of smoke, blood, and defeat. One of the women was hollow, while the other 2. Well. One was a blind witch, while the other was the Princess of Shadows. What splendid guests! Mordred remained silent for a few moments, then asked in a pleasant tone, "What took you so long?" He stared at Song of the Fallen, expecting an answer. She was truly a pitiful sight, covered in blood and barely clothed, her red tunic, no, had it been white once, torn in more places than he could count. Oh, no. I'll have to wipe the floor. Being a one-man kingdom had its pluses, but made it so that he had no attendants or servants. Rather, Mordred was both the king and the servant, both the person who wore the crown and the person who polished the crown, as well as wiped the floor for the king wearing it to tread upon. Song of the Fallen faced him and opened her mouth, as if wanting to say something. However, instead, she simply swayed and toppled to the floor, unconscious. She had passed out. Taken aback, Mordred lingered for a few moments, and then turned to the young woman who was looking at him with wary eyes. He smiled. Oh, my. Dare I say, I've never made a young lady faint from simply looking at me. Mordred sighed. Should I be flattered or concerned, I wonder? Chapter 2872. Royal Hostage. Looking at the three women in front of him, Mordred pondered what to do. One was hollow, one was unconscious, and the last one wore the mark of the Lord of Shadows. More than that, as far as he was aware, she was somewhat of a personal protégé for that terrifying man. Which meant that he could not make her a vessel without risking it all in a soul duel against another supreme. He could not take Cassia as a vessel either, because she was blind. As for the hollow woman who had once been Smile of Heaven, actually, he never attempted to possess a hollow person before. So, Mordred was not sure what would happen. It used to be that he could only make living beings into his vessels. That had remained true for a while, and eventually, Mordred stopped trying to possess anything else. However, adversity was the mother of invention. It was only when the Lord of Shadows so unceremoniously killed the body of Centaur that Mordred discovered how his powers had evolved after he became supreme. Not wishing to lose a valuable transcendent vessel, Mordred tried to maintain control of it even as it was bleeding out. To his surprise, he actually found a way to do that, so he was wearing Centaur's corpse all around the Black Mountains at the moment. Animating a corpse with a shard of his soul was actually not that difficult, as long as the corpse had not been dead for too long. Naturally, there was no point in doing so if the body was too damaged, but nevertheless, that new ability alone made his campaign in the Black Mountains far more sustainable. Not only were his vessels harder to destroy now, but he could also possess the fallen soldiers of the enemy. He did not even need to fight a soul duel to take them, which was a pleasant change of pace. So, Mordred had a reasonable suspicion that taking the body of a hollow was within his power, as well. It was just that he didn't want to. His vessels inherited their powers from the souls of the original inhabitants. It was by creating a reflection of the original soul that Mordred could make use of the vessel's aspect and steal its memories. Smile of Heaven had lost her soul decades ago, though, so all he would be receiving was one more ascended body. And he had enough of those to risk earning Changing Star's wrath. What to do, what to do? Mordred smiled. His instinct was telling him to eradicate Song of the Fallen immediately, but then again, Mordred was not a beast incapable of acting against his instinct. He was quite good at keeping his natural inclinations at bay, in fact. So, even if he was wary of the blind witch, he contemplated whether she could be useful to him if kept alive. The answer was yes. Life really is full of surprises. Life was nothing but unpredictable, indeed. Actually, Mordred only had a very vague idea of what life was, and how one was supposed to live it. That was because, being incapable of feeling regret, he was not prone to introspection or, ironically enough, any kind of self-reflection either. But if he were to look back upon his life and ponder its meaning, Mordred would have to admit that he had spent most of his unmoored and adrift, searching for a sense of belonging that he was not destined to find. The memories of his early childhood were vague at best. He barely remembered his mother, and his father. Even as a small child, Mordred had known that his father did not like him much. He had been a quiet and withdrawn kid, failing to speak his first words until he turned 4. At that time, he wanted to impress King Anvil and earn his affection, but before he could even try, the king handed him off to the dream spawn. That probably caused little Mordred a whole lot of anguish, even if the current Mordred was incapable of relating to those feelings. Asterion, meanwhile, was dangerous. Mordred remembered being scared of the odd man and his friendly smiles, knowing that his warm golden eyes hid the cold callousness of a ruthless predator. But Asterion was too strong, too confident, and too charming. So, it was no surprise that the forsaken little prince of the great clan Valar, who desperately needed to find a sense of security, eventually latched onto him as he would to a lifeline. Mordred had silenced the inner voice that told him to be wary of his guardian, choosing instead to see him as some sort of surrogate father. In the end, he spent twice as many years with the dream spawn as he had with the King of Swords. Asterion was not cruel, but he was not kind either. Instead, he was mostly indifferent, treating the hostage prince with a shallow kind of care. Still, for a while, Mordred thought that this was his life, and everything was going how it was meant to be. And then, Asterion discarded him with the same kind of easygoing indifference Mordred knew all too well. As it turned out, all that the Dreamspawn had needed from him was to awaken his divine lineage. After that, Mordred was of no more use to him, and so, he sent Mordred away. At the time, Mordred had already shattered into 7 fragments because of his flaw, so he was not quite capable of feeling regretful about parting ways with his heartless guardian. But that did not mean that he wasn't affected. On the contrary, he was quite bitter and hurt. It was a time painted in hues of darkness, and on the other side of it, Mordred emerged as the creature he was now, an amalgamation of 6 parts of a once whole person, carrying the burden of the useless 7th. But at the same time, he remembered feeling relieved. Chapter 2873. Outcast Prince. Mordred felt relieved because no matter how thoroughly he had deluded himself, deep down, he always understood what kind of monster the dream spawn was, and what kind of future awaited him if he stayed by Asterion's side. Instead of regret, he eventually found himself full of quiet hope, anticipation, and timid excitement. He tried to repress these feelings, not wishing to be hurt all over again, but in the end, they refused to be extinguished and slowly grew to conquer his heart. Mordred thought that since his time with Asterion had come to an end, and the deal his father had struck with Asterion was complete, he could return home, to Valar. He imagined being welcomed with open arms, enjoying the affection of his true family, and finally being in a place where he truly belonged. After all, he was the Prince of War. He had conquered the first nightmare at the tender age of 12 and emerged from its jaws as a master of a divine aspect. Certainly, his father, the king, could not wish for a more worthy heir, and, therefore, the future was bright. Reality, of course, shattered his naive optimism completely. It didn't take Mordred long to realize that he was not welcome in the great clan Valar. His father, who had disliked him before, now treated him with open contempt. The elders of the clan and the members of the branch families were wary of him and knew that he was not favored by the king. The retainers of the clan found him eerie, and preferred to stay away. Soon, Mordred swiftly became an outcast in the royal court. He was not the proud heir of Clan Valar or the Prince of War. He was barely a prince, really. At best, he was the prince of nothing. Having been rejected for the 3rd time in his short life, Mordred finally understood that he would never belong anywhere. It was not because of how he acted, how he behaved, or because he did not try enough and went about trying in the wrong way. It was simply due to his nature. His nature was not like that of other people, and people despised nothing more than those who were other. So, for the first time, Mordred abandoned his desire to be accepted and acknowledged, by his father, by Asterion, or by anyone else. Rejecting the notion of relying on others and having imprisoned his 7th self in the great mirror, he drifted through his days aimless and alone. He reflected the world back on itself and became just as cruel, indifferent, and callous. Eventually, he imagined that he wanted to become just as strong, strong enough to be self-sufficient and never have to depend on anyone. To be beholden to no one. Only to himself. Sadly, Clan Valar had other plans. The king and his people were already wary of Mordred because of his eerie nature and because of his terrifying potential. Since they were already struggling to control him, what would they do if he went further on the path of ascension? Mordred already made them feel threatened, for a good reason, perhaps, but at least he could be dealt with. What if he grew too strong to be contained? So, They forbade him from challenging the second nightmare and withdrew all support. Only a madman would dare to challenge a seed alone, so they judged him to be sufficiently under control and tried to appease him as a distraction instead. However, Mordred would not be appeased. Instead, he sent himself into a voluntary exile on the Chained Isles and settled in the sanctuary of Noctis. The White Feather clan was a vassal of Clan Vela, but their young matriarch was aloof and known for shunning the royal court, so he was afforded a great degree of freedom in her fief. There, Mordred went about preparing for the exact thing he was forbidden from attempting, for challenging the Seed of Nightmare. His preparations were eventually revealed, even if he did not know it at the time. He only found out about it when the Knights of Vela ambushed him, and cold steel pierced his heart. Mordred was supposed to die there and then, the glorious tale of the first wielder of a divine aspect coming to an inglorious and distasteful end. But Mordred did not die. Because even if his father had decided to have him killed, nobody possessed the means of killing him. The Knights of Vela tried and failed, the elders of the clan tried and failed, and the King of Swords himself failed, as well. Mordred's body was destroyed. His soul was destroyed, too, but he refused to perish. That was because he wielded a divine aspect, and his nature was not like that of other people. He was not entirely human, so, to humans, he was the dreaded other. Humans possessed a soul, a body that served as its vessel, a mind that was its conduit, a spirit that was the driving force of all three, and a shadow that carried its death. That and the spark of the flame that was the source of it all were the sum of one's being. Mordred, however, was made of one more component. His soul, his shadow, his spirit, all of them were mere expressions of his reflection. In fact, he was first and foremost a reflection of a human, but a reflection nevertheless. It was his true self, his reflection, that entered a living being's soul to destroy it and took control of the being's body. That was why soul duels were so perilous for Mordred. They were the only time when the true core of his being entered a plane where anyone could wound or destroy it, and he was therefore as mortal as everyone else. But back then, Clan Vela did not know it yet. So even when his father had his body and soul destroyed, the reflection remained. Even the King of Swords did not possess a blade capable of vanquishing the others, at least he did not in that distant past. He was quite adept at runic sorcery, though, so he managed to build a prison for his son, whom he had failed to kill. That was how Mordred ended up being invited for a prolonged stay in the Night Temple. Chapter 2874. Success and Failure. Chained in the mirror cage, utterly alone and powerless, Mordred spent a long time thinking about his senseless life, all the people who had betrayed and abandoned him, the birthright that he had been denied, and the precious things that had been taken from him. And slowly but surely, he was consumed by hatred. Or rather, he allowed hatred to consume him. Mordred was full of bitterness, anger, and unbearable resentment, of course. Naturally, he wished to avenge himself on the Clan Vela, and on his heartless father, most of all. But in truth, the hatred Mordred felt was not that overwhelming, at least not at first. It was just that he was tired of being aimless. So, he decided to make vengeance his goal. The fact that walking the path of wrathful retribution was a sober and conscious decision on his part did not mean that he wasn't earnest in his devotion to it, though. Sealed in the darkness, Mordred made a choice. He chose to surrender himself to hatred and made it the axis of his existence. He forged his own destiny out of the dark desire to see those who slighted him ruined and gone. That was how he endured his long imprisonment. Day after day, he waited and contemplated how he would destroy the great Clan Vela and take his father's life. There was a lot to consider. His father was supreme, after all, which meant that he might as well have been a god. Rebelling against gods was a daring vocation. Mordred waited, and waited, and waited. He was nothing if not patient, and eventually, his patience paid off. 6 long, torturous years later, Mordred walked out of the Night Temple covered in blood. He left behind the aimless youth he used to be and embraced the murderous, wicked man he had become. That was how the Prince of Nothing was born. Now, nearly a decade later, Mordred had reached incredible heights. He seemingly achieved all his daring goals, as well. Clan Valor was no more, his father, the King of Swords, was dead. Mordred himself, meanwhile, was supreme, an incredible feat that only 6 other people in history had ever achieved. From the outside, his success truly seemed nothing short of remarkable. Not just anyone could fight against all of humanity alone, after all. And Mordred was not only waging war on the entire world all by his lonesome self, at the moment, he had humanity on the ropes. He had come a long way. But in truth, Mordred's life had been a mixed bag of success and failure. He had successfully escaped the Night Temple. He challenged the Nightmare Seed in the Ivory Tower and conquered it, becoming ascended, just as he had intended to once. Later, he joined the Song Domain and plotted against Clan Valor during the Chain of Nightmares, upsetting the balance of power and costing his sister a chance to pull off a decisive victory. Madoc of Valor and an army of retainers perished in Antarctica, while Mordred himself challenged the Third Nightmare and returned transcendent from the tomb of Ariel. During the Domain War, he decimated the House of Night and invaded the Sword Domain, single-handedly opening the second front of the war and costing the King of Swords both the loyalty of his daughter and the great boon of ruling Bastion. These losses robbed Anvil of strength in the final battle against Ki Song, and ultimately resulted in his death at the hands of the King of Shadows. However, Mordred had failed in his ultimate goal, taking the life of his father with his own 2 hands. Stalled in Bastion by Morgan and her merry band of government saints, he missed the chance to cut the King of Swords down. Instead, it was the Lord of Shadows who had delivered the last strike. And therein lay the problem. After the death of the king and the collapse of Clan Valor, Mordred found himself aimless once more. He had achieved all his impossible goals, and was not sure what to do with himself after that. His hatred, which gave his life meaning, was suddenly pointless. With his vengeance delivered, albeit in quite an unsatisfying manner, Mordred found himself in a peculiar state of having no purpose anymore. He had already forgotten how to live without an overwhelming, all-consuming goal dictating his every action by then, but there he was again, having no clear reason to go on. In that colorless, confounding void, Mordred discovered a new fact about himself. It was that he wanted to live. It was ironic, really, how much he abhorred the idea of ceasing to exist and becoming nothing. Mordred wanted to be something, someone, and continue to live, with or without reason. In fact, the desire to exist was a reason in itself. Perhaps it was only reasonable, though. After all, that was the nature of all beings born out of nothing. They all yearn to be witnessed by the living and become something. The problem, of course, was that Mordred already knew what was coming. With the sovereigns gone, the monster who had raised him would soon come back. And when Asterion escaped his seal, just like Mordred had once escaped his own, humanity was going to become its prey. Mordred knew the hunger and ambition of the Dreamspawn better than anyone. He knew what Asterion was capable of, as well. So, he abandoned the notion of finding some complicated meaning to survival and dedicated himself to survival for survival's sake, no different from a beast. In order to survive, Mordred needed to achieve 2 things. He had to retrieve his flaw from the Great Mirror so that Asterion did not get his hands on the wretched thing. And he had to become supreme. The latter especially seemed like an insurmountable obstacle. Mordred had the example of Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows in front of him, and yet, he was not sure how to go about becoming a supreme. Eventually, though, Mordred achieved both of those goals. But his problems were only beginning. Chapter 2875. The Company You Keep. Mordred had managed to become supreme, and without the guidance of the Nightmare spell, no less. The feat he accomplished on that day was perhaps his greatest triumph. But it was full of bittersweet irony, as well. He had endeavored to become strong enough to be self-sufficient and never have to depend on anyone. To be beholden to no one. So, Mordred reached the peak of power and built a domain that only encompassed one being, himself. However, what he had truly wanted once was to belong somewhere and be accepted by someone, to not be alone anymore. But he made himself into a king who belonged nowhere and ruled no one, whose only company was his own reflections. Mordred was not sure if that was funny or fitting. Perhaps it was both. One thing was certain, though, now that the crown finally rested on his head, he did not feel gratified or proud of his astonishing achievement. Instead, he only felt a sense of grim anticipation. Attaining supremacy was only the minimal requirement for being able to survive the return of the dream spawn. After all, it only gave him a fighting chance, nothing more. So, he dedicated himself to preparing for war. The human domain was strong. Ruled by two powerful supremes who had joined hands, both wielders of divine aspects, just like Mordred, it was confidently poised to meet the dire threats arrayed against it by the nightmare. But Mordred had no doubt that it would fall. The powers of the dream spawn were simply too perilous. It was not that he was particularly powerful, although he was powerful, no doubt, rather, it was that his aspect was too sinister. Astarion was devious and innately capable of turning one's strength against themselves, so the mighty human domain was nothing but a liability. Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows were too attached to their humanity, though. They were never going to shed the dead weight of mankind, even if that weight was pulling them under the water. If they did, they would have stood a good chance of defeating the dream spawn. But they were not going to, which meant that they would drown. Mordred, on the other hand, wasn't attached to anything except his own life. He had never truly been a member of the crew, so he refused to go down with the ship. He wanted to survive, no matter the costs. So, he retreated into the hollow mountains, into the nothingness that shrouded them like white mist. To some, the hollow mountains would seem like a useless and terrible domain. There was literally nothing there, except for terrifying creatures that had gotten lost in the fog. But to Mordred, this strange region of the dream realm seemed precious. Because to him, it was an impenetrable fortress that only he got to rule. The white mist that frightened most other people was like a fortress wall to Mordred, and once he was hidden behind it, not even the dream spawn would be able to easily invade his lands. Mordred, meanwhile, would be able to invade the lands controlled by Astarion with impunity. That was why he had struck a deal with Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows, claiming the Hollow Mountains as his own. Ruling them turned out quite different from what he had expected, though. The Hollow Mountains were a region of the dream realm in and of themselves. The jagged mountain chain was incredibly vast, so vast, in fact, as to be a realm of its own. And it had been, once, in an odd kind of way. Very few people knew that the Hollow Mountains were a scar left on the world by the fall of a void creature that the gods had slain in the ancient, primordial past. However, even those who knew did not really understand what it meant. In truth, that colossal void creature had not simply fallen on some mortal realm, causing its terrain to become jagged and drowned in nothingness. Rather, its death had left a scar on existence itself. So, the Hollow Mountains were both a realm and a part of countless different realms, serving as a bridge between them for those valiant or desperate enough to try crossing it. Maybe that was why it stretches across the dream realm, bordering so countless of its regions. In that sense, Mordred's strategy was a sound one. But he had underestimated just how bleak and dreary residing in the Hollow Mountains would be. He did not dare venture into the hollow interior of the mountains, where elemental darkness ruled. Utter darkness was the enemy of reflections, after all, and his powers were mostly useless there. Instead, he built an abode on one of the jagged peaks, away from the places where true horrors dwelled, and spent most of his time hunting nightmare creatures in the regions bordering the mountains to expand his army of vessels. The vessels themselves, meanwhile, did not reside in the white mist of nothingness. Instead, they resided in his personal mirror realm, where Mordred had built an entire city. The city was well developed and quite lively, even if it only had one citizen. The problem, however, was that when Mordred emerged from his inner domain, all he saw was nothing. Nothing as far as the eye could see, with no color, no sound, no sense, and no movement. No detail at all for him to appreciate. Only the white mist. There was no one around him, either, only his own vessels. Mordred had become the man he was today by reflecting the cruel ruthlessness of the world back on itself. But now, all he could reflect was himself. What kind of man did that make him, then? Ironically enough, Mordred had never been as alone as he was as a supreme except for his years of imprisonment in the mirror cage. Faced with nothing and surrounded by nobody except himself was boring. It was quite insufferable, in fact. Hidden in the hollow mountains, Mordred continued to build his vessel army while spying on humanity. He knew what he had to do. But he just felt that it would be such a shame for humanity to be wiped out. A world where no one except himself existed would be so dull, after all. People were entertaining. He even contemplated if there was another way. But before Mordred could even consider things properly, the dream spawn finally escaped his lunar prison and descended into the mortal world. Chapter 2876. Mental Residue. All of it transpired just like Mordred had predicted it would. The name of the dream spawn spread like a plague, infecting people to make them hasten the spread even more. Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows scrambled to slow it down, but it was of no use. Soon enough, Astarion announced his existence to the world, and in a matter of days, there was no soul in the two worlds who did not bear the idea of him in their minds. Then, he infected humanity with another idea. Should Changing Star be trusted? Even if people answered yes, the seed of doubt was already planted in their minds. And that seed opened the gates of their hearts for the dream spawn to walk through. At the same time, Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows hesitated to draw Astarion into an open battle because he was using all the people in Bastion as a shield. More and more humans fell under the dream spawn's hex, fueling his domain. And as his domain grew more powerful, Astarion grew more powerful as well. He was already more fearsome than he had ever been, and stronger with every day. Mordred waited, knowing that the time to observe and prepare was over. Now was the time to act. He wanted to live. So everyone else had to die. Finally, Mordred left the Hollow Mountains and descended upon Red Hill. There were numerous people living there, so he fought countless soul duels at the same time. From mundane people to the transcendent lord of the city, he took them all. It was strange, though. When 1,000,000 incarnations of Mordred entered 1,000,000 souls. He wasn't alone there. The souls of mundane people were too weak to offer him any resistance. They were dormant, after all, and therefore lacked awareness. It all ended in an instant. Those who were awakened or of a higher rank, though, had to be dealt with in a fight. Out there in the liminal space of the soul arena, Mordred could only wield the same weapons his enemies wielded. He could reflect their aspects and memories, but nothing more. Still, he was a supreme. Dealing with the warriors of Red Hill did not pose much trouble. However, even while destroying their souls, Mordred could not shake off an eerie feeling. It was then that he noticed an odd anomaly. It seemed like there was also a third figure in the arena, a presence that could not be seen or felt, but kept whispering into the ears of the enthralled people. It could not be seen or heard, but it did reflect on the calm waters of numerous soul seas, like a vague figure painted onto the placid surface. And while Mordred was taking the bodies of these people as vessels, the ghostly whispers of that figure kept flowing into his ears, as well. Damn it! That was what Mordred had been afraid of, as well as the reason he had stayed away from Astarion as much as he could. Even if his mind was so vast that even he was struggling to keep it whole, as powerful and ferocious as the great swarm of his incarnations was, built into a fortress with impregnable walls, even if his soul was branded with the mark of the demon of destiny. He was still not entirely immune to Astarion's insidious powers. Conquering Red Hill exposed him to the dream spawn. He mostly resisted the thoughts and emotions that the appalling Supreme had tried to implant into his mind and heart, but some residue still remained, like a layer of dust covering an immense mirror. It was not enough to sway Mordred, but it was enough to make him feel concerned. There was no stopping now, though. He was adamantly convinced that Astarion would become unstoppable once all of humanity became a part of his domain, so time was of the essence. Mordred had to destroy humanity before Astarion could devour it. And so, his war against the entire world began. Mordred took the Glass Hell, God Grave, Moon River Plains, the Chains Isles, and all the regions between them and the Black Mountains. He paralyzed the basin of the River of Tears and pushed the forces of the human domain south. In the process, he slaughtered quite a number of people. The death toll of Red Hill was the highest by far, but the casualties among the awakened warriors of the human domain were not minor either. With every death, Mordred felt the world becoming a little duller. He was not enjoying the war he had to fight at all. But what could he do? It had to be fought, and it had to be won. Otherwise, it would be his death that made the world less entertaining. So, he persisted. He attempted to fight a few soul duels as he could in the process, not wishing to let Asterian's claws sink deeper into his mind. But no matter how hard Mordred tried, some degree of contamination was inevitable. He had to conquer more vessels to stem attrition of his army, and even if he did not engage in soul duels, merely being close to the thralls of the dream spawn made his condition a little worse. And he had to meet Astaion face to face at times, as well, like during the battle for the Lake of Tears. Every time they clashed, Mordred's mind became a little more contaminated. Slowly and gradually, that was how he was losing himself to the powers of the dream spawn. And wouldn't you know it, the solution delivered itself to his steps all of its own. Looking down at the unconscious form of Song of the Fallen, Mordred chuckled. Here was the only woman in existence who could erase Asterian's hex from a person's mind. So, he had a use for her, after all. Looking at the Princess of Shadows, Mordred smiled. You know what? I decided not to kill you, after all. No need to thank me. The young woman stared at him silently for a moment. That is great. Very gracious of you. But? She paused, then asked in an exasperated tone. Who the hell are you, mister? Where the hell are we? What the hell is happening? Mordred laughed. Me? Oh. I am just a nobody. Chapter 2877. The King's Witch. Some time later, Mordred was leaning on the wall in the circular hall containing the stone archway. The Princess of Shadows was on the lower floors of the ebony tower, looking around. He had cleaned the floor, so it was as spotless as before. There was also a foldable army cot in the hall now, on which Song of the Fallen was laying, unconscious. Really, now, this woman is going to sleep through the end of the world. Well, maybe not the end of the world. But the end of the longing domain, for sure. At that moment, finally, the blind seer stirred. Mordred could not see if she had opened her eye because of the blooded blindfold covering it, but he was pretty sure she was awake now. Song of the Fallen. Cassia sat up slowly and leaned on the wall, facing him. Her face was expressionless. How long was I out? Her tone was even, too. Mordred smirked. Talk about spending too much time with Changing Star. Was the inability to emote infectious? He shrugged. A few hours. Reading a silent question on her motionless face, he added. It's all over. Nightingale surrendered Ravenheart to Seaton and her sisters. He is being tortured now. It's not pretty. Raised by wolves, meanwhile, is chained in a stone cell underneath Mirage Castle. I think they are planning to starve her. That is probably going to be even harder to stomach. Mordred smiled, amused by the pun, then shook his head. There are a few people here and there who have proved to be highly resistant or even immune to the plague. They are being cleansed as we speak. But those who are too valuable, like your friends, are not that lucky. The dream spawn is going to weaken and drive them to the edge first, all to compromise their resistance and take them when they're ready to give up. He sighed. Good old torture never goes out of fashion, it seems. Well, you'd know better. Poor Thane, of all the saints in existence, Changing Star just had to go off on the most harmless one. Cassie lowered her head and fell silent, seemingly trying to cope with the dreadful weight of defeat. Mordred chuckled and raised his hands, clapping slowly. Wow! And I thought myself a good actor. You really are a talent, Song of the Fallen. But, please, enough with the theatrics. No need to act so surprised. Cassie sighed. Whatever do you mean? Mordred gave her a bright smile, even though she could not see it. Oh, it's just that I couldn't help but notice the manner in which you arrived at the Ebony Tower. That archway was built by Nether, you know? And Nether was a demon of a very practical sort. Instead of building a gateway between his temporary workshop and the Ivory Tower, he simply patched into an existing network of local pathways that Hope had created in her kingdom. Local being the key word, this archway was supposed to remain inoperable while the Tower of Hope was away from the Chained Isles, but somehow, it wasn't. He shook his head. Which means that you modified the runic circle of the archway on the Ivory Island, at some point, well in advance. Which means that you had already predicted what would happen if Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows failed to do whatever it is they were trying to do, and prepared an escape route. Which means that you already knew that the Longing Domain would fall. So, no matter how good your acting is, this surprised act really fails to look convincing. Mordred looked at her with an amused smile. What are they doing, by the way? Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows. Cassie remained motionless for a few moments, tracing her hand across the cot to figure out what she was sitting on. I don't know. I don't remember. Mordred chuckled. Oh? I see, you must have erased your own memories of knowing, then. How thorough. Well, it doesn't really matter anymore. Whatever it was that they hoped to achieve, they are already too late. Cassie did not seem to agree, but she did not say anything to contradict him. Mordred stopped smiling. You really are a terrifying witch, you know? No diviner, not even you, can see the future anymore. And yet, you still predicted everything that would happen, to a T. She stayed quiet for a short while, then said reluctantly, Not everything. Mordred studied her somberly. So, you must have predicted what I would do, as well? Otherwise, you wouldn't have dared to take refuge in my lands. I am not sure if you are foolish or just that confident. I came very close to killing you, you know. Cassie faced him calmly, then shrugged. Sure. I predicted your actions and reactions, as well. Mordred's smile turned a little vicious. He did not like her arrogant attitude at all, however, he held himself back. Oh? Am I that predictable? His tone was cold and ominous. Cassie lingered for a while, then offered him a smile of her own. Of course. There is no one more predictable than you. Still sitting on a low cot, she raised her head a little to better face him and added, All you care about is survival. That is how beasts are, not humans. What's so difficult about predicting the actions of a beast? Mordred laughed. You do realize that you are a mere transcendent, right? And such a weak one, at that. Oh, don't get me wrong, I know how fearsome you are. But that is only when you have ample time to prepare, and when you aren't facing an overwhelming foe. That's me, by the way, an overwhelming foe. I can end you with a thought, Song of the Fallen. Actually, I am quite tempted to. She tilted her head a little. But you won't, will you? Because you need me if you want to survive. Mordred let out an exasperated sigh. You must be thinking, look, I am the only one who can erase the influence of the dream spawn from his mind. So, surely, I am safe. But, Cassia, do you really think that I will let you anywhere near my memories? That I will just invite you into my head and let you run amok? Think about it, really. From my point of view, you are no different from the dream spawn. Why would I exchange having my mind manipulated by him for having it manipulated by you? He shook his head. I've always been wary of you, to be honest. Well, perhaps not at the start. Back when you first came to the Night Temple as a freshly awakened youth, I was quite fascinated, watching you and your cohort from my mirror cage. It was a bit of a remedy for my boredom, and such a palatable one at that. But when I realized that you manipulated events to help me break free, I've grown suspicious of how much you seem to know. Mordred exhaled slowly. Later, as I watched everyone dance to your tune without even realizing it, let alone suspecting the meek and unassuming Lady Cassia, I found the fact of your existence increasingly unsettling. You might have blinded everyone else to your true nature, Changing Star, the great clans, the government, and all the rest, but I could always see just how devious and eerily effective at manipulating things you were. And that was before the tomb of Ariel, even. After, well, even if nobody else seems to see it, I know what you are. I know what you're hiding. Cassia had been listening to him nonchalantly, but just then, she finally showed a reaction. Raising her eyebrow, she asked, "Oh? And what am I?" Mordred chuckled. "I am the king of nothing, after all, so let's start from what you are not. You are not even a person anymore, are you? You are just a shell of a person, wrapped in a pretty bow." Cassia just sat there, emotionless, facing him silently. Eventually, she said, "Takes one to know one." Mordred laughed. Indeed, but we are a bit different, are we not?" She shrugged. "How so?" He leaned forward a little. "My condition is the result of my flaw. Yours, however, yours is self-inflicted, isn't it?" Cassia frowned slightly, more out of politeness, to show some kind of reaction, as opposed to genuine concern. "What do you mean?" Mordred studied her for a moment, then leaned back again. "Come on. It doesn't take a genius to figure out a few things about the thing that none of us can figure out. I am talking about what happened to us in the tomb of Ariel, about the vast swathes of our memories that are missing. All of us suffered some loss of memory, but you suffered the most. Didn't you?" He looked at her with a strange mix of disgust and pity. "There's barely any of you left behind that blindfold." Chapter 2878. Shattered Beings. Song of the Fallen remained silent, offering no retort to his description. Mordred watched her for a while, then continued. "All of us are missing memories, which is a strange thing. However, it doesn't seem that odd when one learns what your transcendent ability is, does it, Cassia? You wield a power to erase and manipulate someone's memories, and here we are, missing some of our memories. Naturally, you weren't transcendent yet in the third nightmare, but Torment was. She was the one who erased them, wasn't she? Either you lied about her being dead, or that echo of yours slithered into our heads in her stead." Cassia just faced him silently, then shrugged and said in an even tone, "I don't remember." Mordred couldn't help but laugh again. "Right. Just like you don't remember where Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows have gone. Because you erased your own memories of knowing." "Right." She did not answer. Mordred gave her a long look, then turned away. "Anyway, it is too much of a coincidence for you not to be involved. The most powerful seer of humanity enters the tomb of Ariel, and the second she returns, all seers in the world suddenly lose the ability to see the future. Not only that, but all the people who had gone into the pyramid with her are mysteriously missing chunks of their memories, while she gains the ability to play with other people's memories. Only a fool would not suspect you. So, I guess everyone in the world is a fool except for me. So I'll ask you again, do you think that I am foolish enough to let you touch my memories again?" Cassie remained calm and expressionless. "Yes. Because you have no other choice." By then, Mordred was truly amused. "Don't I?" She stayed silent for a while, then sighed. "What is the alternative? What is your plan, Mordred? What are you going to do without me?" He shrugged. "Well, it is as you said. I am planning to survive." Song of the Fallen turned her head, facing away from him. "What happens after you survive?" Her quiet voice was somber. "Imagine that you defeated the Dream Spawn. Humanity is gone, and you're left alive on its ruins, victorious and utterly alone. What are you going to do then?" He tilted his head a little. "Why, I'll continue trying to survive with all my might. There are plenty of things in this terrifying world that can and will destroy me if given the chance, after all. The cursed ones, the unholy ones. I guess I will have to become a god, to start with. Becoming a god in order to survive is a bit of an overkill, but what to do? That is the world we live in." Cassie shook her head. "What happens after you've become sacred, after you've become divine? After you defeated all the fallen deities of the dream realm and became both its sole ruler and its sole inhabitant? After you survived? What kind of dull, dreary, unbearable life will you live then, without anyone to share it with you? To witness you, or be witnessed by you? Will it be that much different from being dead? For the first time, Mordred's smile grew a little forced. He remained silent for a while, then scoffed. Who knows? Being a god gives one all kinds of choices, I think. I'll be spoiled with them, for sure. Maybe I'll follow in the footsteps of the demon of destiny and try creating my own race of living beings to keep me company and chase away my loneliness. Perhaps I'll follow the example of the demon of imagination and retreat into the great mirror, to live out 1,000 lives surrounded by reflections. Maybe I will delve into the mists of the hollow mountains and behold the nothing beings, thus giving them shape and making them something. They are my kin, after all. What will a world populated by beings like me look like, I wonder? Mordred smiled. Hell, perhaps I'll shatter myself into 1,000,000 pieces. The pieces of me will inevitably start killing each, so I'll see which one of us survives then. Song of the Fallen smiled darkly. I see. I guess you really are spoiled for choices. Mordred chuckled. Isn't it a bit hypocritical, though? Here you are, advocating on behalf of humanity. But at the same time, you are offering to support me in the battle against the Dream Spawn, knowing full well that my victory would mean the end of humanity. What are you really after, Song of the Fallen? What is your own plan? She hesitated a little, then shrugged. My plan, why not? Let me be honest, for once. My plan is to keep you and the Dream Spawn at each other's throats for as long as possible. I can't let either of you win too swiftly, because that would mean that Nephis and Sunny won't have time to finish what they're doing. You cannot be allowed to win, because that would mean the destruction of humanity. However, you cannot be allowed to lose, either, because that would mean that nothing would stand in the way of the Dream Spawn attempting apotheosis. She faced Mordred once more. As far as I see it, though, you are set to lose terribly at the moment. So, here I am, hoping to help you hold out. Because, unlike what you seem to believe, the longing domain is not gone. It might have been weakened and almost destroyed, but it still exists. It will continue to exist for as long as even a single person believes in it, and that means that it will be able to rise once again, one day. Mordred grinned. Set to lose, huh? Well, she wasn't wrong. Despite being so wary of the Dream Spawn, Mordred had underestimated just how powerful that monster was. No, rather, even in his wildest dreams, he had never imagined that Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows would just disappear, leaving the human domain to be ravaged both by the Dream Spawn and by Mordred himself. Their disappearance made all his calculations meaningless, and as a result, the Dream Spawn took full control of humanity far sooner than Mordred had anticipated. He had been gradually pushing humanity back up to this point, but now that the Dream Spawn controlled it completely, the balance on the battlefield was about to change. Not only would the battle effectiveness of all human armies grow tremendously because of his absolute control, but he himself would not need to hold back anymore. Mordred anticipated that his invasion would slam into an impenetrable wall soon. After that, his forces would slowly be pushed back, and eventually, he would be forced to retreat back into the hollow mountains. Even if Astaion was incapable of following him into the white mist in force, Mordred would not be able to slow the Dream Spawn down from there either. That would mean that the Dream Spawn would be able to attempt apotheosis unopposed, and if he succeeded, then Mordred was not sure that even nothing would be able to protect him. So, he really couldn't afford to refuse Cassie's offer of assistance. In the absence of Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows, she was the best shield he could find against the Dream Spawn's sinister powers. It was just that he was very reluctant to accept her offer. What a pity. Things would have been entirely different if she were a Supreme, herself. Mordred sighed. You know, of all the people I've met, Cassia, you are the closest to becoming Supreme, and maybe the most worthy. After all, you've been bending the world to your will ever since you were an inexperienced youth. He shook his head. However, you will never become supreme. You are simply incapable of attaining supremacy, not without the help of the spell, at least. And even if you do conquer the fourth nightmare one day, supremacy will only be a deadly poison to you. She raised an eyebrow. And why is that? Mordred shrugged. Because you are an incomplete being. With all your memories missing, you are barely a person. Supremacy is an act of imposing your authority on the world and reshaping it according to your will, but how can you reshape the world in your image if you don't even know what your image is? If you don't even remember who you are? Cassie remained silent for a while, then said with a faint smile, "That is all right. I don't need to be supreme, sitting on the throne never suited me, anyway. I am far more comfortable standing in the shadow of the throne. Now, if you agree to my proposal, I will be standing in your shadow. That will be enough." Mordred pushed himself off the wall, walked over to the cot she was sitting on, and knelt in front of her. Leaning forward to face her up close, he smiled darkly and said in a low tone, "Let's not talk about shadows, shall we? Instead, how about you take off that blindfold? Let's not waste any time, Cassia." She remained motionless for a while, then asked, "I take it you agree to my offer?" Mordred smiled. "Didn't you already know that I'll agree?" Wouldn't it be great if we both were able to survive, Cassia?" "Of course, there is a good chance that we won't. But I am willing to give it my all. I am planning to live longer than you, at the very least. So, I won't kill you yet. In exchange, you will make sure that my mind is free of the Dreamspawn's influence." She lingered for a moment, then sighed and raised her hand to pull the blindfold down. "I am not looking forward to this." Mordred tended to agree. However, he didn't want to let his trepidation show in front of her, even if she would be able to see a memory of him feeling trepidation soon. So, Mordred lied. "I, on the contrary, am looking forward to this quite a bit." As far as lies went, that one wasn't very convincing. Chapter 2879. That which endures. Rain had been left to her own devices. The King of Nothing, that was who the tall man with peculiar mirror-like eyes had turned out to be, escorted her to the lower floors of the Ebony Tower. The floor beneath the archway hall was apparently deadly for most humans, so she had to be guided down with a blindfold obscuring her vision. Rain thought that it was just an excuse to hide something from her, but when she felt her skin crawl and an eerie sensation penetrate her heart as they walked down the stairs, she realized that the King of Nothing had told the truth on this particular occasion. He seemed trustworthy, in general, charming even. The man was nothing if not pleasant and treated her with graceful manners, even if his sense of humor was a bit off-putting at times. Needless to say, he did not resemble the bloodthirsty psychopath the rumors painted him to be one bit. That only made Rain more wary of him. "I wasn't sure at first, but now my gut tells me that if anything, the rumors about him were too mild. That was because he seemed too normal." Rain loved her brother and was very fond of Lady Nephis, but even she had to admit that all Supremes seemed to have a screw loose. The fact that the King of Nothing was so adept at pretending to be sane only went to show that he was, without a doubt, the most deranged of them all. Still, he had not shown any immediate hostility toward them. Cassie also seemed well acquainted with the man. Well, of course she was, even if Rain wasn't privy to many secrets, she knew that they had conquered both the second and the third nightmare together. So, there seemed to be some history between the two that she wasn't aware of. It was just a shame that Cassie was still unconscious. Rain was reluctant to leave the blind woman alone with the King of Nothing, but there was nothing she could do about it. After all, it was not like she could do anything to stop a Supreme. Even if she stayed on the uppermost floor, she would not be able to accomplish much. So, Rain went about settling the hollow remnant of Smile of Heaven in first. Luckily, the Ebony Tower seemed well stocked and fitted for humans to live comfortably. After finding a spare room for the expressionless woman and making sure that she was comfortable, Rain returned to the main hall, which mirrored the gateway hall of the Ivory Tower, and finally found herself being able to take a deep breath and think. Sinking into a chair, Rain stared at the tall ceiling in a daze. Damnation! She was struggling to digest everything that had happened. Waking up ascended, escaping the Ivory Tower, and becoming a house guest of a Supreme serial killer, it was a lot to process. Someone had a lot of explaining to do, but the only person who could explain everything to Rain was currently unconscious. She remained in the chair for a while. Then, she summoned the green canteen and drank some water. That reminded her that she was covered in sweat, soot, and quite a fair bit of blood. A shower would be nice, or better yet, a trip to the bathhouse. Sadly, Rain was not comfortable doing any of those things yet. The King of Nothing seemed to have left her alone, but he was undoubtedly watching her every move. So, she preferred not to do anything compromising without discussing boundaries with the creepy sovereign first, just in case. Letting out a sigh, she summoned the bag of withholding, pulled out some snacks, and enjoyed them in silence. Then, Rain stood up and walked around the ground floor of the Ebony Tower, exploring its interior. She sat on the floor and meditated while guiding the flow of her essence. It was truly astonishing. The lever of control over it she could exert as an ascended was 10 times more refined and precise than what she had been capable of as an awakened, even with the help of the Mark of Shadows. She was going to have to relearn how to move her body from scratch. That will be a lot of work. Rain jumped to her feet and performed a set of simple exercises. She sprinted a short distance, jumped, crouched, lifted a few lumbering pieces of furniture, held her breath, summoned her bow, drew its string a few times. Wow! Rain was shocked. Her physical prowess had increased by orders of magnitude, so much so that she was having trouble controlling her immense strength. She felt fiercely strong, disgustingly mighty, astoundingly powerful. Like she wasn't even a human anymore. And that was without even learning how to properly enhance her ascended body with essence, which was the main reason why masters were so insurmountably stronger than awakened. Wow! Rain shook her head. And then there was her ascended ability, which Rain still had no idea about. She could explore her aspect slowly and learn what she had become capable of over time, or ask Cassie, who was like a surrogate version of the nightmare spell in that sense. But Cassie was unconscious, which meant that all Rain could do was continue dying of curiosity. Instead of actually dying, she went about exploring the Ebony Tower. The first floor was taken by the Great Hall, the living quarters, and by various facilities. The second floor was drowning in heat. There was an enormous brazier there, full of brilliant divine flame. The third floor. Rain was stuck for a while on the third floor. That was where the workshop of Nether, the demon of destiny, had been. Nothing of importance remained there, of course, but simply being close to the tools that a deity had once used and the scraps of his discarded projects was an incredible experience for Rain. Information about the diamonds was scarce, but considering who her brother was, she knew more than most. The Prince of the Underworld was somewhat of a personal idol for Rain. He had been the divine builder, after all, the architect and engineer who had created the stone saints, crafted incredible artifacts, and built an entire civilization in the underworld. Actually, this entire tower is a monument he had left behind. So was the Ivory Tower, in fact, a monument left behind by a deity. So was the Great Castle, the Jade Palace, the Night Garden. The gods were dead, and the people who had worshipped them were long gone. But the things they had built remained, having endured the world-ending calamity. Rain found the fact that they still stood, sheltering humans, deeply reassuring. Beautiful, really. Promising herself to spend more time in Nether's workshop later, she ascended the stairs with a feeling of wonder in her heart. There, she found the shrine of Storm God. The statue of the elusive goddess of the black skies was drowning in darkness, so lifelike as to almost look alive. Her visage had been carved from stone with such skill that the fabric of the gossamer veil obscuring her face seemed to move slightly in the wind. The graceful lines of her inhumanly stunning face could almost be seen behind the veil. Rain felt peculiarly drawn to the nebulous statue and spent a long time looking at it, mesmerized. Eventually, she sighed and tore her gaze away from the altar of Storm God, feeling an odd sense of poignant emptiness. The higher floor was where the King of Nothing warned her to never enter without a blindfold, so Rain descended to the ground floor once again. She was thinking about finding a place to rest when another staircase caught her attention. This one led down, disappearing underground. After some hesitation, Rain descended the stairs and entered a large underground chamber. There, pieces of porcelain mannequins were strewn about, staring at her with eerily beautiful faces. They were not what drew her attention, though. In the center of the chamber, someone had cleared out a wide space and installed a tall, towering mirror there. A person who was not supposed to be there reflected from the surface of the mirror. It was a reflection of the King of Nothing, at least Rain thought that it was his. The man was sitting on the reflection of the stone floor, looking down. His figure was the same, and his face was the same, however, his clothes, the length of his hair, and even his very presence were entirely different. He looked much gentler. Damn psychopath, damn! Rain backed up, not wanting to disturb the King of Nothing, but at that moment, the reflection raised its head and looked at her silently. Then, he smiled. "Oh. You must be Rain. It is nice to meet you. I am Mordred." He paused for a moment, and then added with a sigh. "The other Mordred, that is." Chapter 2880. Prisoner of the Mirror. Rain stared at the reflection for a while, then sighed and sat down on the floor. "The other Mordred, he? Is that what I am supposed to call you, mister?" The reflection smiled. "You can call me whatever you like. Although I am used to going by Mordred, calling me the other Mordred would imply that I have a weaker claim on being myself than he does, which is a bit sad. Also—" He hesitated, then said in a subtly sullen voice, "Mister, seriously? I'd rather not be called a mister. I am a young man in my prime, after all." Rain gave the mirror a dubious look. "You're past 30, aren't you?" The reflection coughed. "Well, yes. But, Rain chuckled. "You say that I can call you whatever I like, but there are all these conditions. In any case, you seem to be aware of who I am." He remained silent for a moment, then nodded. "I am. I see a lot of what he does, and he sees a lot. So, I am somewhat acquainted with who you are." The reflection, Mordred, studied her for a short while and raised an eyebrow. "You don't seem to be surprised to meet me, though? I'd have thought that finding an identical copy of an infamous Supreme would be at least a little bit startling." Rain let out a little scoff. "I know a guy who has 7 bodies. Having one identical copy is not that impressive, as far as I'm concerned." The other Mordred smiled. "Oh. I think I know that guy as well." After that, he fell silent for a moment, and then said in a neutral tone, "I, on the other hand, am quite surprised to see you. My other self usually doesn't let anyone near me. He is very concerned about my safety, you see. So, I did not expect that he would allow you to wander in here unsupervised. It's a nice surprise." Rain could not help but sigh after hearing that. "Damn it." She lingered a little, then said, "It's probably because he knows that I am harmless. I wouldn't hurt a fly." She had always been careful to keep her flaw a secret, but the King of Nothing must have learned about it, anyway, or at least guessed its general nature. That was most likely the reason why he allowed her to come in contact with the prisoner of the mirror. Mordred looked at her with amusement and smiled. "Really? What a funny coincidence. Actually, I am the same, harmless, I mean. You have my sympathy." His smile turned a little bitter. "It is difficult to be harmless in a world where weakness is seen as sin, isn't it?" Rain simply shrugged. "There is a bit of that, yes. But I manage." She leaned back a little and looked at the ceiling. "I guess any sin can be forgiven if you are lucky enough. I am quite a lucky girl, myself." She glanced at the tall mirror in which the strange reflection seemed to be trapped and offered him a sympathetic look. "You seem to be both harmless and unlucky, though. Must be tough." He mirrored her shrug with a smile. "There is a bit of it, yes." Rain remained silent for a while, then leaned forward and asked, "Hey, since you see everything that the King of Nothing sees, perhaps you can explain to me what happened? I am completely lost here. What the hell is going on?" Mordred scratched the tip of his nose with an awkward look. "Well, let's see. There is a man called the Dream Spawn who wants to consume all of humanity and become sacred. Over the course of the last few months, he slowly bewitched everyone and made them into his thralls. You were enthralled, too, and used as a hidden blade to kill Song of the Fallen. Lucky for you, she survived and cleansed your mind of the contamination. Some of your memories are missing as a result. Rain blinked a few times. That does explain a few things. Wait, did you say that the entire human race is enthralled? Her heart skipped a beat. Mordred sighed. Quite a few nightmare creatures, too. At the moment, my other self and the Dreamspawn are at war. The Lord of Shadows and Changing Star are who knows where, doing who knows what. Hopefully, they'll return in time to stop those two from destroying the world. Rain rubbed her face tiredly. So, I was enthralled as well. If the Dreamspawn was in my head, that probably explains how I was able to ascend so soon. Did he coach me? What an honor, wow. And she stabbed Lady Cassia. She groaned. Damn it. I finally achieved natural ascension, and I don't even remember how. That knowledge is gone forever. What am I going to do? Rain was supposed to share her experience with humanity to empower a new generation of awakened, and all generations after that. Now, that precious experience was gone, erased from her head by Cassie. And since Rain could not ascend for the second time, she would never experience and learn ascension again. Would Cassie herself remember the contaminated memories she erased? She would, unless she erased her own recollection of contaminated memories to protect herself from being enthralled. In that case, I can help you with that. Mordred's voice distracted Rain from her dark thoughts. She looked at him and raised an eyebrow. What? The charming reflection hesitated for a short while, then shrugged with a smile. Natural ascension, I can explain how it works to you. Actually, I can teach you how to become a saint without conquering a nightmare, as well. You really are a lucky girl, it seems. You just happen to stumble on the only person in the world who can. Rain gave the man a long look. And how would you know about natural ascension, let alone natural transcendence? Trapped in the mirror, Mordred leaned back and sighed. Why wouldn't I? That was how I became a saint, after all. Chapter 2881. Harmless people. Rain stared at him in shock. You're lying. That was the first thing that came to her mind, so she blurted it out. She was the only human to have achieved natural awakening, after all, the only awakened who had never carried the spell. But deep down, she did not believe that the prisoner of the mirror was trying to deceive her. She felt dismayed. No, actually, she felt happy. If there were others like her, then she didn't have to carry the crushing weight of responsibility alone anymore. Someone else, someone older and more experienced, no less, would be able to help her, or perhaps even do it for her. That was great, wasn't it? Yeah. Rain cleared her throat. But why did she feel so dismayed, then? Mordred chuckled. I wish I were lying, but sadly, I am telling the truth. He fell silent for a moment, then offered in an apologetic tone. That doesn't take away from your accomplishment or your uniqueness, though. To tell you the truth, Rain, I used a back door to become a master, and then to become transcendent. I guess you can say that I cheated. She frowned, feeling a headache. You know, mister, if you want me to stop calling you mister, you'd better stop talking in riddles and start explaining things clearly. He smiled. Sure. No problem. First of all, let me tell you that, unlike you, I am and have been a carrier of the nightmare spell. I awakened the same way other people awaken, by conquering the first nightmare and anchoring my soul to the dream realm through a citadel. After that, however, I spent a long time trapped in a different mirror, just like I am trapped in this mirror now. Mordred sighed, then raised a hand and mimed knocking on the surface of the mirror from inside. Actually, I am not literally trapped in this particular mirror. Rather, I am under house arrest at the very heart of my brother's personal mirror realm, within his soul. Mirrors like this one are just windows I can use to look at the outside world. Rain gave him a concerned look. That felt like an unnecessary tangent. Mordred let out a quiet laugh. Oh, sorry. In any case, you need to understand something about me and my other self. We are a shattered being, he and one, two parts of the same whole. That is our flaw. Both of us are independent beings, but at the same time, it is in our nature to be pulled together in an attempt to become whole once more. Do you see what is strange about it? Rain frowned. Two people can't have the same flaw. All flaws are unique, just like all aspects are. He nodded. Indeed. So, it would not be fair to say that we are different people. Rather, neither of us is a real person, we are just parts of a person, both missing the other half. The flaw is not the only thing that we share, either. We also share the same aspect, as well as a kind of connection that even cannot explain. We are meant to be the same being, and yet, at some point, one of us was supreme, while the other was merely awakened. Do you see the problem? Rain furrowed her brow. Sounds like an issue of balance. All systems strive for equilibrium, though, that's the holy law of structural mechanics. Mordred chuckled. Structural mechanics? Well, I suppose you are right. As a result, my existence weakens my other self, while his existence propels me toward greater power. However, a supreme being possesses much greater, metaphysical mass, so to say. Which means that I was being pulled upward much more than he was being pulled down. So, I had a much easier time achieving natural ascension and transcendence than anyone else would. The world itself was on my side. He coughed. Which is not to say that I did not achieve anything on my own. I might have had a powerful advantage, but I did invent the essence technique to become a master myself, as well as solving the mystery of how to become transcendence. Granted, I already knew the final form of what I was trying to achieve. My other half had already walked the path of ascension in my stead, after all. The nightmare spell was also helpful, as far as understanding my own soul was concerned. Letting out a sigh, he glanced at Rain. Which means that I can teach you how to become a saint, even if actually becoming one would be much harder for you than it was for me. I can also explain how you became a master. I think it will be fun to have a pupil. I am mostly by myself here in this mirror, you see. Rain stared at the mirror in question for a while, then leaned back, stretched her legs, and laughed. You know, when a strange man assures you that he is harmless and promises to give you something precious if you follow him, the natural instinct should be to run away. At best, you'll be scammed. At worst, oh, did I forget to mention that the strange man in question looks exactly like a notorious war criminal and serial killer, but insists that he's not the same person at all. Mordred blinked a few times. Well, if you put it like that. I guess it does sound a little concerning. Rain nodded, considered something for a few seconds, and spoke in an easygoing tone. That said, sure. I'll be your pupil. Why not? Mordred, meanwhile, was saying. However, I can assure you, What? You will. Rain nodded again. Yes. Why are you surprised? Do you maybe think that only a crazy person would agree to your offer despite knowing how it sounds? He nodded slowly. To be honest, yes, I was thinking something along the lines. Rain laughed quietly. That's just because you don't know about my previous teacher. Mordred stared at her with a silent question in his mirror-like eyes. Rain leaned forward and said in a low tone. Listen, my previous teacher was a real devil. He forced me to track down and kill countless nightmare creatures when I was a mere mundane person. He tossed me into a canyon once. He forced me to drag my grievously wounded friend across a wild region of the dream realm while an awakened tyrant was hunting us down. I had to kill the tyrant myself, in the end. Me. A harmless girl who wouldn't hurt a fly. She pursed her lips and grumbled. He appointed himself as my roommate for 4 years, and never paid any rent. He forced me to get a tattoo of his pet snake. He even hired his girlfriend to be my tutor. If that is not nepotism, I don't know what is. Mordred's eyes were wide by that point. Oh, my, you endured a lot. That person, whoever he is, sounds completely deranged. Surely, I'll be a step up. Rain gave him a long look and grinned. Not in a million years. you can compete for 7th place, as far as people I learned from go. Mordred seemed stunned. The 7th? Only 7th? Rain nodded. Of course. Do you know what kind of people have taught me in the past? Let's see. She raised a hand and started counting on her fingers. The Lord of Shadows, Changing Star of the Immortal Flame Clan, St. Kai the Dragonslayer, the Jade Saint, my mom, Chief Bethany, she's the person who brought electricity to the Dream Realm. By the way, am I forgetting someone? I must be. Mordred cleared his throat. Yes. I see. It seems that I am in good company, indeed. Chapter 2882. Angels in the Marble. Some time later, having said goodbye to her new acquaintance, Rain was in her new living quarters. She was sitting across from Cassie. The blind seer was in a much better state than before. She was clean, at least, having washed away the blood and soot that had covered her body. There were no wounds or scars on her, either, since they had been cleansed by the miraculous white flames. Drops of blood were still seeping from beneath her blindfold, though, which made Rain feel a little concerned. Finally, Cassie sighed and leaned back. It is a peculiar one. I'm not entirely sure I understand the scope of your new ability. She was talking about Rain's ascended ability, of course. Now that Cassie had hit a deal with the homicidal supreme who was waging war to obliterate humanity, they finally received an opportunity to rest and have a proper meal. After that, Rain immediately asked Cassie to take a look at her aspect. She had not died of curiosity, in the end, but just barely. Cassie remained silent for a few moments. Well, first of all, you can assign 3 epithets at the same time now. But you probably already knew that. Rain nodded. Yes. So, my ascended ability? What can I do? Cassie frowned. Basically, it is about knowing the truth of things. It allows you to communicate with all things and understand all languages. Now, it was Rain who had to frown. She really tried to hold herself back, but indignation still found its way into her voice. What? My ascended ability is to be a glorified automatic translator. What kind of crap was that? Cassie slowly shook her head. No, not quite. It is far more profound than that. However, I don't really. She paused for a moment and then sighed. I think it has to do with your attribute, Godheart. Rain tilted her head a little. That attribute was a very esoteric one. Its description simply stated that her heart was deeply bonded with the world, and nobody, not even Rain, was entirely sure what it meant. It seemed to be connected to her ability to accumulate spirit essence, as well as to the fact that the weather sometimes changed depending on her mood. It wasn't just Rain's heart that was bonded to the world seemed to be bonded to her heart, as well. Cassie remained silent for a short while, choosing her words, and then said in a hesitant tone. That ability has to do with the spirit, I think. Understanding languages is merely the side effect, the true ability is communication. You can communicate with the spirits of things, and therefore, you can know their truth and understand them. You know how a famous sculptor once said that every slab of stone has a sculpture hidden inside of it, and how he simply takes a stone and cuts away all excess parts to create a statue. Well, you'll be able to ask the stone what is hiding inside it, and what it wants to be. She paused for a second and then added, that is just a metaphor, of course. Oh, and I'd wager that it will be easier to communicate with things that you can call by their names. Rain was still confused. What is a spirit, though? What kinds of things have spirits? Can I talk to animals? To plants? To nightmare creatures? Cassie hesitated for a while. I am not entirely certain. All living beings have a spirit, that's for sure, even if it takes a supreme to know how to express the spirit through their will. But things that are not living might have their own spirits, too. A weapon can have a spirit. A mountain can, as well. In ancient Rome, legions were believed to have spirits of their own, too. I really cannot tell you. In fact, I'd like you to tell me. She smiled. But I don't think that you'll be actually able to talk to a mountain or to a rock. Except if it's a truly extraordinary rock, possibly. I think that in most cases, the act of communication will be no different from sensing something intuitively. That, I have a lot of experience with. It is a very helpful ability to have, even if in your case that intuition will only hint at the nature of things, not at events that transpired in the past or will transpire in the future. Rain leaned back and stared at the ceiling with a dazed expression. What a strange ability. She was too confused to be either disappointed or elated. The more she thought about it, though, the more it made a peculiar and fascinating kind of sense. Well, first of all, I want to be a builder, you know? So, let's say a piece of metal can tell me about its structural integrity and whether or not it has hidden points of failure. Or if a piece of stone indeed tells me what kind of statue it wants to be. That'll be helpful, I think. Sensing the nature of things, that is. She considered something for a few moments. Actually, now that I think about it, I've been dealing with the true nature of things for a long while now. It has to do with my awakened ability with assigning epithets. Assigning fitting epithets takes way less essence than assigning ones that go against the subject's nature. Making a sharp sword dull is more difficult than making it sharper. If I can sense the true nature of things, I'll be able to assign them more potent epithets. That is already a boon. Rain lingered for a short while, then added. As for my dormant ability, I think it will work the other way around. From what you tell me, spirit seems to have a lot to do with identity. So, by giving something a name, I will be helping that thing develop a spirit, possibly. If so, I'll be able to communicate with a named thing better than with a nameless one, and it will reveal more to me. She smiled. Well, and being able to sense the nature of various things will be incredibly helpful in general, no matter what I do. It's like divination, right? Only instead of divination, it's communication. He smiled dimmed, becoming a little petulant. Still, I was hoping for something cool and flashy. June always walks away from frozen explosions like some kind of dashing hero. I don't even want to think about what kind of abhorrently cool ability he'll receive as a master. What am I supposed to tell him? That I can interpret many languages now? Rain closed her eyes with an exasperated sigh. The nightmare spell is already doing that for everyone, except me. Cassie smiled. I'd be thinking about something else right now, though. Rain raised an eyebrow. Oh? What? The blind seer hesitated, then shrugged. I'd be wondering, does existence have a spirit? How high on the path of ascension would I have to climb to speak to the world itself? Something like that. Rain spared her a dubious glance. After a short while, she said, Lady Cassia. Cassie. Have you forgotten what world we live in? Shivering, she shook her head. It's the dream realm, the land of nightmares. Let's hope that I'll never grow powerful enough to hear what it has to say. Come to think about it, being able to sense the nature of things was a blade that cut both ways. Chapter 2883. Halfway there. Rain had said it as a joke, but after she did, her smile slowly disappeared. Cassie did not seem amused, either. Instead, she simply faced the young woman with a solemn expression. Eventually, she said, Knowledge is a perilous thing, Rain. The fact that it was Song of the Fallen speaking those words gave them much more weight. Rain sighed. Yeah. I figured. She knew enough to know that knowing too much was a death sentence. Actually, death seemed merciful compared to the horrible fate that awaited those who learned the wrong things, by accident or on purpose. One had to protect their mind dutifully in the age of the nightmare spell. So Rain had to be careful as well. Despite all the boons her ascended ability granted her, it could also doom her. That was how things went. Anything that was of use came at a price. She remained silent for a while before asking quietly, What are we going to do, Cassie? She was worried about her family. She was worried about her brother as well, even if he seemed implacable at times. The only people she wasn't worried about were the members of her cohort who had escaped into a nightmare in time. Challenging the nightmare had actually turned out to be the safest bet because the real world was much more hazardous. If that was not irony, she did not know what was. Humanity had been subjugated by a demented supreme, while another one was waging a war to have it destroyed. The world seemed to be ending ahead of schedule, no less, considering that it had already been ending for a while, and was set to be destroyed completely in a few years or so, when the dream realm finally consumed Earth. Rain wasn't sure what to do. Cassie studied her for a few moments, then spoke in a soothing tone. Ravenheart wasn't hit that hard. There were relatively few casualties. I saw it in Mordred's memories. Your family should be fine. Rain soaked in a shaky breath, only realizing then that she had been holding it. She gave the blind woman a look of gratitude. Cassie leaned back and sighed. As for what we must do our best to help the King of Nothing in the war against the Hunger Domain, against humanity. She paused for a moment, and then added. Because Sunny and Nephis left, things went awry for him, and he failed to wipe out enough of humanity before the enemy enthralled it. So, the Mirror Domain cannot compare to the Hunger Domain, at the moment. Mordred will put up a fight, but eventually, he will be pushed back against the Hollow Mountains. She turned her head a little and faced Rain. You might think that one saint and one master won't be enough to change much in a war between supremes. But you'll be wrong. I am uniquely suited to help Mordred fight the Dream Spawn. He needs my help, and I need yours. I need you to become my eyes for a while, Rain. Will you help me? A pale smile appeared on Rain's lips. It feels nice to be needed. Her tone wasn't very animated, though. She remained silent for a while, and then said, I did stab you, after all. So, naturally, I'll help you, Cassie. Until Sunny and Nephis come back. Cassie smiled. And nodded. Until Sunny and Nephis come back. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At the same time, the molten edges of the sun revealed themselves above the white dunes of the Nightmare Desert. The Deathless, most of them, at least, watched the light conquer the world in eerie silence, then retreated with the shadows, sinking beneath the sand. Those who had lingered hid, as well, moments before the light washed over them. Sunny crouched, breathing heavily. His armor was in shambles, and there were several vicious cuts on his face. They were not bleeding, of course, but they weren't healing either. The killing will of those who had wounded him lingered in the cuts, and so, his supreme body was struggling to erase them. He was tired. By now, the dark silhouette of the tomb of Ariel was much larger on the horizon, which meant that they had drawn much closer to it. By Sunnis' estimation, they had made it halfway to the Great Pyramid, which was good news. The bad news, however, was that the Deathless they fought at night were growing more and more powerful. His Shadow Legion was in shambles, with all weaker shades long vanquished. He threw those of them who were mended into the fight as soon as he could, but it was of little use. They would only be wiped out again, serving little purpose. The stronger shades, therefore, had become much more precious. It took longer for them to be restored in the dark flames of his soul, so he could not allow them to fall easily. Many of them were now torn and tattered, surrounded by billowing clouds of dark fog. Their figures were battered and vague. A shadow fell over him. Looking up, Sunny saw Saint. She silently stood guard above him, her fearsome black armor marred by ruby dust. Slayer was in the distance, calmly fashioning arrowheads out of shards of black stone. Nephis, meanwhile. Before Sunny could look up to see her, the sand quaked from the sounds of heavy steps, and another shadow fell over him. That one belonged to a towering skeleton encased in a strange armor that had been seemingly forged out of shards of glass. The skeleton was holding a fearsome great axe, its blade forged from the same glass, and looking down at him with a grin. Look, Shadow. Your army is getting weaker with each day. Azarax let out a mocking laugh. While mine is only growing stronger. Where is your arrogance now? Sunny glared at him silently. Eventually, though, he was forced to answer. Same place. I am still pretty arrogant, I think. The ancient tyrant kept staring at him with a vicious grin. Lowering his battle axe, Azarax clacked his teeth against each other. I'll kill you one day soon. Sunny did not answer. Usually, he would have mocked the Deathless sovereign, but at the moment, he was not in the mood. Not the least because of the fact that Azarax's bones, which had been white before, were now almost entirely black. Chapter 2884. Ancient Menace. Azarax had looked a little pathetic, hanging there on the tree. His personality, too, seemed overly domineering for someone who possessed a true kind of strength. Those who were truly strong did not usually feel the need to constantly assert their dominance, after all. But once the ancient tyrant regained his freedom, Sunny swiftly realized that he was truly a force to be reckoned with. He was an incredible ally to have, to the point that it was a little chilling. There were three things that made Azarax so fearsome. First and foremost was his skill as a warrior. Both Sunny and Nephis were astonishing combatants in their own right, but even they had to admit that Azarax was a daunting opponent. He was ferocious, vicious, and devastating, moving across the desert like a raging storm, but, at the same time, he was deeply cunning and eerily astute, guiding the annihilating power of his wrath with surgical precision and cynical malice. Most of all, he was experienced. A storied conqueror and a veteran of the Doom War, Azarax possessed a wealth of combat experience that they could not hope to match, could not even fathom, perhaps, considering how young they were in relation to the ancient tyrant. The second quality that made Azarax a terrifying existence was the refined skill with which he wielded his will. That, too, was something that neither Sunny nor Nephis could replicate because of the sheer difference in age between them. If what Azarax had told them about his empire being the forerunner of the War Empire was true, then he had been supreme since the latter part of the Age of Heroes, a good 1,000 years before the Age of Diamonds, which saw the world be destroyed by the Doom War. That meant that he had been learning how to wield his will for thousands of years, while they were barely a couple of years into being supreme. As a result, the degree to which Azarax could bend the world to his will was far greater than what they were capable of, and the ways he could express his will were similarly far more varied and refined. Take the glass armor and the great axe he was wielding, for example. Those weren't memories, and neither were they spoils he had scavenged from other Deathless. Instead, he simply willed the sand to be pressured into an brilliant liquid, which solidified into nearly indestructible shards of glass. Those shards then formed into an armor around him all on their own, while at the same time coalescing into a heavy axe. And that one was merely a visible application of will Sunny and Nephis had witnessed. There was no telling how else Azarax was reshaping the world, his tyranny unseen. Neither of them could match that skill. The third quality that made the ancient tyrant so menacing was his aspect. Azarax was keeping the details of his aspect close to his chest, only letting a few details slip. But Sunny had been able to surmise the rest by observing him in battle. From what the ancient tyrant had told them, his dormant ability was the foundation of his conquest, and it was a frightening ability, indeed. It made it so that every time Azarax killed a living being, he grew stronger. And over thousands of years of bloodshed, he had killed an incalculable number of living things. The Deathless sovereign's strength was indeed terrifying, the stuff of legends, really. People sometimes talked about how one could bring down a mountain with a blow, but it was usually a hyperbole. In the case of Azarax, however, it was quite a literal description, and that augmentation did not only affect his might, either. It also made his body, or his bones, now more durable. So, he was almost indestructible as well. It was his awakened ability that had made Azarax known as the Plague of Steel, though, and it was far more insidious. That ability made it so that every living being he defeated in single combat became his thrall. Sunny was not sure if the beings the ancient tyrant subjugated were made unquestioningly loyal to him, or if they maintained their original beliefs and aspirations while not being able to refuse his commands. What he did know, however, was that Azarax had begun to assemble his great army that way thousands of years ago. It was that ever-growing army that earned him the title Plague of Steel. He also knew that Azarax had been making a very cynical choice every time he used that ability. He weighed the usefulness of a being and decided whether it would be more beneficial to make them his servant, or simply to kill them in order to grow stronger. In any case, that was how Azarax was slowly assembling an army of Deathless in the Nightmare Desert. After the first night, there were only a few undead warriors who had begun to follow his commands. After the second, there were twice as many, and by now, a whole army of skeletal horrors were following him into battle, threatening to outgrow the battered Shadow Legion. That was what made Sunny think that perhaps Azarax had not been bluffing when he proclaimed his desire to conquer the Nightmare Desert. The Ancient Tyrant's Ascended ability was a curious one. It allowed him to amplify his presence and use it as a weapon against his enemies. The suffocating, oppressive power of his presence instilled dread and trepidation into the hearts of everyone around him, making them weaker. It could also turn into a quite physical manner of pressure, crushing his enemies into dust. The curious thing about it was that Azarax seemed to have possessed a powerful presence even as an Ascended. His transcendent ability, actually, Sunny was not sure. The Ancient Tyrant seemed to be capable of changing his size at will, at times becoming a towering colossus, but there was no telling if that was his transformation or if that was just another application of his will. As for his supreme ability, that ability granted the boons of his aspect to his vassal warriors. It made them grow stronger the more living beings they killed, and allowed them to emanate an aura of dread and oppression that weakened their enemies. And since these warriors belonged to his domain, their strength made Azarax more powerful, as well. Some of his powers were of no use here in the Nightmare Desert, but Sunny could see how Azarax and his horde had been able to wash over the mortal realms like a steel flood, almost managing to conquer them all. Needless to say, it was reassuring to have this existential menace of the ancient past fight by their side in Ariel's hell. So, at first, Sunny had been really happy. That was before he noticed that the Ancient Tyrant's bones were slowly changing color, making him look more and more like the mindless Deathless they were fighting, and that Azarax seemed to be regressing little by little, losing bits of awareness after every night. Once Sunny noticed that, the Ancient Tyrant's terrifying might and his growing army of Deathless vassals did not make him happy anymore. They started to make him tense and wary, instead. Chapter 2885. Dying Flames. Sunny had not been too worried when they took Azarax off the tree. He knew that the curse of Shadow God did more than simply make those branded by it deathless, but he figured that they had a lot of time before the Ancient Tyrant truly lost his mind. That was because he had a point of reference. It was Yuri's. Yuri's had spent a decade wandering the world in search of death after being liberated by Nephis, and he was still perfectly lucid. So, Sunny had assumed that Azarax would be the same, that the curse of Shadow God was a poison that destroyed its victims slowly. However, it seemed like he had made a big mistake. He had failed to account for who Yuri's of the Nine was. Even among those who were exceptional and possessed uncompromising will, his resolve was unmatched. After all, he was a mortal man who had brought about the death of the gods and doomed all of existence to be destroyed. Even if Azarax was an eldritch menace that even the ancient people had deeply feared, even if he was astoundingly adept at wielding his will, he was not Yuri's. He might have been more powerful, but his mental fortitude could not compare. So, mere weeks after Sunny and Nephis had taken Azarax off the tree, he was already showing signs of succumbing to the curse of Shadow God. His bones, which had been flawlessly white once, were now entirely black. His mind was still sharp, but he had become a little strange in the last few days. Most importantly of all, his memory seemed to be fading, even if he himself was not aware of it. There was a small army of 1,000 or so Deathless following him by now. That army was still weaker than the Shadow Legion, but it continued to grow. While the Shadow Legion continued to diminish, it would be restored to full power in no time if Sunny was afforded a little break, but their schedule was relentless. Each night, there was a new battle, and each battle was more fierce than the previous one. And yet they still had to push forward as fast as they could, not allowing themselves a single day of respite. That was because Nephis was growing weaker every day. Somewhere out there, the longing domain was coming undone, one citadel after another surrendering to Astaion. Those in the north had already been lost to Mordred, and more were soon to follow. Nephis had lost countless followers by now, and, therefore, was deprived both of the generous flow of spirit essence and of the immeasurable weight her domain used to afford her will. It was not a good time to grow weaker, to say the least. As Azarax gave Saint a long look and wandered away to hide in the shadow of a protruding black boulder, Nephis descended from the sky and dismissed her wings. She looked pale and terribly drained, but her gaze and expression remained as calm and as resolute as ever. She looked around the desert, welcoming the rising sun. With a sigh, Sunny dismissed the curse, allowing it to return to its passive state. In that state, it empowered the dark flames of his soul by drawing on his spirit essence, thus enhancing the rate at which his shades were being repaired. It also allowed him to soothe someone's pain through touch. Rising to his feet, Sunny walked over to Nephis and took her hand. She remained silent for a while, then said quietly, "It's all right. It doesn't hurt anymore." Hearing that, Sunny closed his eyes for a moment. The smaller Nephis domain became, the fewer people there were for her to heal and empower. Therefore, the amount of pain she experienced was diminishing alongside her strength, which made a small part of him happy. He hated himself for feeling that way, though, because he knew that in the absence of pain, Nephis was tormented by anguish. Because the domain she had built was crumbling, and she would have never willingly chosen comfort over the well-being of her people. Nephis sighed and faced him, looking him in the eye. She remained silent for a while, and then said quietly, "It's all gone." He frowned slightly. "What is?" Nephis winced and looked away. "Ivory Tower, Bastion, and Raven Heart. They are all gone from my soul sea, and they were the last citadels there." He froze, studying her expressionless face with grim intensity. Nephis inhaled deeply. "The people who had been inspired by me are all gone, too. Not dead, just. I do not feel the sparks of their longing anymore. Their light is lost to me. It was such a brilliant sight, billions of flames shining in the darkness, but now, only darkness remains. There's barely any sparks left to illuminate it." She exhaled slowly. "Cassie, Effie, Kai, and Jet are among those sparks. They are alive, at least. Even if some are in a lot of pain. I can feel them longing to be delivered from the torment." Nephis paused for a moment, and then added in a subdued tone. "Point is, the longing domain is as good as fallen. The Dreamspawn and the King of Nothing rule humanity now. We seem to have failed to complete our mission on time." She was exaggerating a bit. But only a bit. The members of the cohort remained loyal to Nephis, and just those four were enough to constitute a powerful domain. But, of course, their power was incomparable to the power of all of humanity, which Nephis had wielded before. There was the issue of how Sunny and Nephis would make it to the tomb of Ariel with her strength diminished so much. But more importantly, there was the abominable reality of all the damage the other two sovereigns were going to do to humanity in their absence. It was difficult not to feel defeated when thinking about the human domain being stolen from them by those two monsters. Still, Sunny shook his head. "The longing domain has not fallen, people are just under a mind hex. Once we destroy that hex, their loyalty to you and the immortal flame will be naturally reignited, and the longing domain will be as good as new. As for our mission," he gently nudged her fingers, "our mission has never been to stop the Dreamspawn from conquering a bunch of citadels. It is to prevent him from consuming humanity while attempting apotheosis. So, we still have plenty of time. Nothing has changed, you know that." Nephis offered him a pale smile. "Yes. I do." She turned and looked at the horizon. There, the tomb of Ariel loomed in the distance like a black scar. Chapter 2886. Young Supremes. Pathetic. Azarax was leaning on the rocks, hidden from the sun. Sunny was not sure if the ancient tyrant was aware that he had begun to shy away from direct sunlight as of late, but it was not difficult to notice. The towering skeleton moved his axe slightly, staring at the two of them holding hands with his empty eye sockets. "The two of you disgust me to the core simply by virtue of being who you are, but on top of that, you are an offense to the very idea of a supreme." He clacked his teeth. A supreme is someone who submits to no one, at least not voluntarily. On the contrary, simply by existing, he forces others to submit to him. Therefore, two supremes can never coexist as equals. Ideally, one will kill and plunder the lands of the other. At worst, one will be conquered but stay alive. Azarax shook his head. Yet here you are, pretending to be lovebirds. How appalling. One of you should have killed the other a long time ago. He glared at them and spat. And how are you so ignorant and weak? Pathetic, truly pathetic. Is this what remains of the flame? If so, you shame your ancestors. Sunny gave him a cold look. The ancient tyrant was not entirely wrong. Compared to him, they were indeed ignorant in some areas and could be perceived as weaker than the dire enemies he had faced in the past. However, hey, you fossil. Remind me, what were you doing 12 years ago? Azarax grinned. Hanging on the tree. Sunny nodded. In all your supreme glory. Do you know what we were doing 12 years ago, though? Trying to survive as mundane humans. It only took us 10 years to become supreme. How long did it take you? Azarax laughed. A dormant human becoming supreme in 10 years? Preposterous. Even I, the great and terrible Azarax, spent centuries climbing to the throne of supremacy. Stick to the truth, Shadow. You are a terrible liar. Sunny smiled. Oh, no. I am the most honest person in the world, actually, 2 worlds, even. So, let me tell you the honest truth, you've been around for thousands of years, and you are still merely a supreme. Now that's truly pathetic. He shook his head. Plus, the previous rulers of our realm had similar ideas to yours. The world is too small for 2 supremes, gaining ultimate power through civil war conquest, crap like that. Not only did it bring unspeakable harm to our world, but we killed those supremes, together. I'd say that proves my point, no. Azarax just gnashed his teeth silently. Letting out a sigh, Sunny looked around the desert. As the sun rose a little higher, he sighed and spoke to Nephis. I don't suppose we will be able to find the Black Skull. Now that I think about it, it's a bit funny and a bit sad. So many people died during the Battle of the Black Skull, but the citadel they fought for ended up ownerless. The Skinwalker chased Mordred away, and even when he destroyed the Skinwalker years later, it remained empty somewhere out there, in the Nightmare Desert. Sunny hesitated for a moment, then spoke to Azarax. Hey, do you maybe know who that skull belonged to? It's a huge skull, entirely black, with 3 eyes. Azarax glared at him darkly. 3 eyes? Must have belonged to one of that abominable girl's abominable kin, then. The Nephilim. The ancient skeleton spat on the sand. Only, of course, he did not have any saliva, or lips, or a tongue, or any other part necessary to spit. So, it looked quite odd. Azarax spoke in a somber tone. 3 eyes, it's the sign of the void. It's the sign of the angels, and of what angels touched. Nephilim were the same, even if they chose to hide their 3rd eye most of the time. Those horrid things. They joined our glorious army to fight against the gods, but even though we were glad to have their terrifying strength on our side, we weren't happy to be in their company. Sunny gave him a long look. Why did you all hate the Nephilim so much, anyway? I never quite understood it. Azarax scoffed. Because they were abominations. They were something that was not supposed to exist, their very existence went against the laws of everything. Things can be either divine or unholy, either of the flame or of the void. But they were both, and therefore, in contradiction to everything that is right, good, and holy. He glared at Sunny. But why are you asking me? You have one of those abominations right in front of you, holding your hand. You can just ask her. Sunny smiled. I am asking you because I'm interested to learn what you have to say. He remained silent for a few moments and then asked, What about Godgrave, then? Was the giant skeleton lying there a Nephilim once, as well? Azarax leaned on his axe. What is God-grave? Did someone bury the gods? Sunny grimaced, then shook his head. No. It's just what we call that colossal skeleton. It must have belonged to a creature that was at least 10,000 kilometers tall. And someone still managed to kill it. Azarax laughed. That is impossible. There has never been such a giant in the world. Only the World Tree could compare, but it obviously did not possess a skeleton. So, it could not have been a Nephilim. In fact, I doubt that a creature like that ever existed at all. Sunny took a mental note of the fact that Azarax was not aware of the being whose skeleton had later become God-grave. Did that mean that the ancient tyrant had been ignorant, or that the enormous skeleton was only created after he had been nailed to a tree? Curious. That thing definitely had something to do with the void, though. So, Sunny was not sure that he wanted to know the answer. Chapter 2887. In a circle. They spent the day resting. Nephis meditated with her eyes closed, her face pale. Seeing her like this, Sunny was reminded of their times on the Forgotten Shore, the early days spent in the Crimson Labyrinth, searching for the city from Cass's vision. Nephis used to meditate often back then, as well, learning how to cope with the pain of her flaw. She was not in pain at the moment, but being defeated and losing most of her domain must have hurt just as much, if not more. But he knew that she would be, if not all right, then at least the same. That was Nephis. After all, she did not know how to stop. No matter how hurt she got, she continued to push forward with the same blind determination, utterly devoted to her seemingly unreasonable goal. If he asked, she would say that it was just pain. She had grown used to pain even before they met, and that was why no amount of anguish could faze her. That said, her stubbornness did not mean that she was inflexible. On the contrary, Nephis could adapt to almost anything, becoming whatever she needed to become in order to overcome the obstacles facing her. At the moment, that meant that their present strategy had to change. Sunny fought on the ground, surrounded by his shades and protected by his shadows. As of late, there was also Azarax and his Deathless army to support the Shadow Legion in case an especially tough enemy revealed itself. Nephis was alone in the sky, though. Dodging the arrows and javelins of the cursed prisoners of Ariel's hell was already difficult enough, but there were also beings capable of flight among the Deathless. It did not really make sense, since nothing supported the weight of their skeletal bodies in the air, and yet it was true. With her power severely diminished, Nephis could not stay alone in the sky anymore. So, they decided that from tonight forward, her role was going to change. Instead of attacking the Deathless from above to make the passage of the Shadow Legion easier, she was going to be among the shades on the ground tonight. Neph's role would be to heal the shades as they were being damaged, which would allow the Shadow Legion to move much faster and face far greater threats. And if her help was needed, she would always be able to aim the blessing at their enemies and join the fight. Which meant that Sunny would be the tip of the spear today. He was glad to be, but the tactics he used would need to be shifted to a more aggressive approach. Despite his irritating personality, Azarax is quite useful. It was not just that the ancient tyrant was powerful or that his thralls were strong. The most beneficial thing about him was that his Deathless warriors could move ahead of the Shadow Legion, serving as a robust meat shield. Well, perhaps a bone shield, in this case. The point was that their presence on the battlefield diminished the rate of attrition among Sunny's shades and allowed the Shadow Legion to be more effective. What do you think we will find there? Neph's voice distracted Sunny from his thoughts. At some point, she had opened her eyes and looked at the distant silhouette of the tomb of Ariel. Her voice sounded even, but there was a dark undertone to it. Sunny hesitated. Eventually, he shrugged. There is no way to tell. The real Great River was bound to be entirely different from the one they had encountered in the nightmare. That was because there would not have been a twilight in the true tomb of Ariel. Daren's people had only entered the seed of nightmare, after all, not the actual pyramid. It was only the Serpent King himself and a small number of his champions who had. So, there would be no city of the outsiders on the Great River. There would be no army to lay siege to Verge, even if it had ultimately failed. This absence would affect the cities of the river people, as well, changing everything Sunny and Nephis knew about their civilization. However, there would be no plagues, either. Because the members of the cohort, too, had only entered the nightmare version of the tomb of Ariel, not the real thing. The forces of the defilement would not have been led on a terrifying conquest of the great river by the 6 heralds of the estuary, and so, the cities of the river people could still be intact. Sunny did not believe that they were, though. He sighed. But I am certain that it will be bad. His opinion was based on one simple fact. It was that he had encountered many nightmare creatures from the tomb of Ariel during the chain of nightmares. The fact that they had been able to escape the dream realm in great numbers hinted at the fact that the civilization of the river people had fallen, after all, and that there was nothing but corruption in the Great Pyramid anymore. And there was something else, as well. It was the vile thieving bird. If it had really made a nest at the heart of the tomb of Ariel after escaping the nightmare and returning to life once more, then there was no telling how its presence affected the great river. That loathsome bird was a unique existence that had been hated both by the gods and by the void beings, which meant that it did not really belong to either side. That made it highly unpredictable. From what Sunny knew, the vile thieving bird was only interested in shiny things and anything that had to do with Weaver, so there was no telling what it would do. There was a high chance that it had left the tomb of Ariel already, even if Sunny believed that it hadn't. There was also a chance that it simply waited in the estuary. Alternatively, it could have already destroyed Verge and eaten the Fur Seeker. It could have stolen the eyes of every human in Fallen Grace or Weave. It could have even stolen all 7 suns from the skies above the great river just to add them to its collection of shiny things. So, Sunny did not know. Nephis smiled faintly. Worse than this. He chuckled. Listen. I might be a bit oblivious at times, but even I am not foolish enough to say something like no, things just can't get any worse aloud. Things can definitely get way worse. He looked up. Do you hear that, universe? I've learned. The sun was already setting, so Azarax emerged from the deep shadows at the base of the rock formation and put his fearsome axe on his shoulder. Deep in the shining carapace of his glass armor, the black skeleton seemed to be absorbing the scarlet radiance of the sunset. Prepare yourselves, waifs. The night is coming. Sunny sighed and rose to his feet. Nephis followed his example, her simple white tunic fluttering in the rising wind. All around them, the sand rippled. The deathless warriors subjugated by Azarax rose from beneath the dunes, forming a crescent formation in front of the 3 supremes. Then, an army of shades rose from sunnish shadows to stand behind them. The wolf and his pack, the obsidian wasps, the great beasts of Godgrave and the asuras of condemnation, the immortals of the eternal city, and more. Saint and Slayer moved forward to lead them. Serpent slithered across the dunes like an onyx river, his chilling hiss reverberating under the dark sky. Sunny inhaled deeply, feeling his strength grow as deep shadows shrouded the world. He divided himself into 7 avatars and reached into the shadows, preparing to encase each in a fearsome shell. Azarax was already walking forward to stand at the forefront of the joined formation of the Deathless and the Shades. Tonight is going to be different. Tonight, we will taste the true meaning of dread, the true horror of Ariel's hell. His grin seemed to grow wider and more vicious. That is because we are close to the inner expanse of the desert. Here, only the most elite armies of the Demon Legion and the Divine Host clashed for the right to rule hell. So, tonight, we will probably face the worst fiends who dwell in this godforsaken land, the Blessed Land. Supreme, sacred, have you ever faced sacred beings in battle, Shadow? Sunny shook his head. No. Azarax scoffed. Unsurprising. You wouldn't know the dread and horror of earning a deity's wrath. Sunny interrupted him in a calm tone. I did kill a few cursed beings, though. Including a cursed tyrant. No, wait. 2 cursed tyrants? One was alive, while the other was already dead. But I still killed both. Azarax stared at him silently for a few moments, then turned his skull to Nephis. She shrugged. I did fight a few cursed ones, but I only ever killed one. A demon. She paused for a moment, and then added in a calm tone. What about you? The ancient tyrant remained silent for a while. Eventually, he just looked away and stared at the desert. Well, anyway, you're out of luck. Because if we do encounter one of the sacred beasts of the High Commanders tonight, the darkness nestling in his eyes seemed to grow deeper. You'll get a chance to face a sacred being who cannot be killed. Let's see how strong you are then. Sunny, all 7 of his incarnations, looked at Azarax at the same time. He lingered for a moment and then sighed. If we do encounter something like that, it won't matter how strong we are. He smiled. What will matter is how swift we can run. And we can both run faster than you, so who is really out of luck here, huh? With that, he commanded the Shadow Legion to march forward. Another night in hell had begun. Chapter 2888. Other side of the coin. The Deathless were already rising from beneath the dunes, ready to descend upon those who had invaded Ariel's hell in all their unending fury. Sunny and Azarax took their places at the head of the battle formation, while Nephis remained at the back, standing among the shades like a flash of pure white flame in the sea of darkness. Just before the battle began, Sunny glanced at the distant, but not as distant as before, silhouette of the tomb of Ariel. At that moment, he thought he heard something. An echo of a distant, indiscernible whisper that crawled into his ears and disappeared, as if it had burrowed into his brain. He stumbled slightly. Azarax gave him a contemptuous glance. What, Shadow? Are you afraid? Sunny remained motionless for a moment, then shook his head. The incarnation who was closest to Azarax did, at least. No. I thought I heard something. Didn't you hear it, too? The black skull of the ancient tyrant just stared at him with its empty eye sockets, then turned away with a snarl. Get your head into the game. Sunny smiled darkly. What the hell was that? Of course, he knew what it was even while asking the question. It was the call of nightmare. The Great Pyramid was built from numerous enormous blocks of black stone, and each of those blocks was a seed of nightmare, just like the one that had been knocked free and sent flying by some titanic blow eons ago, ending up far away in the desert. The block of stone Sunny and his cohort had used to enter the nightmare about the last days of the river people. All seeds emanated the call, and all awakened were susceptible to the call. In fact, the more powerful you were, the more maddening the call of nightmare became, drawing you forth to challenge the seed. Actually, Sunny had never known if the call of nightmare was simply something innate to the seeds or if it was a function of the spell meant to push awakened to grow stronger. Now that he was not a carrier of the spell but still suffered from the maddening melody of the call, though, he knew that it was the former. Which was an interesting philosophical question to ponder, if one had free time. Why were all awakened drawn to the nightmare seeds? After all, it was only the carriers of the nightmare spell who could destroy them by challenging the nightmares. For everyone else, touching a seed simply meant surrendering themselves to corruption. Perhaps that was why the seeds emanated the call. Maybe they were meant to lure living beings into becoming twisted by corruption, like enormous fly traps emanating a sweet scent. Or maybe it was the reverse side of what the puppeteer had once told Sunny. According to the giant moth, all nightmare creatures were drawn to the flame because of a maddening contradiction within them. They longed for the flame and wanted to either possess or destroy it, because only then would they know peace. Perhaps the awakened were drawn to the void for the same reason as well. And the call they heard was simply an expression of that innate, primordial longing. That was the philosophical question. Sunny, however, did not have the luxury of free time to ponder it. Instead, he had to contemplate a far more practical matter. With so many seeds of nightmare constituting the tomb of Ariel, millions of them, quite likely, just how deafening the call of nightmare would become by the time Sunny and Nephis reached it. Would they even be able to withstand it without going mad? I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Sunny shook his head, as if trying to shake the whisper out of his ear. I have 7 heads, and they are all in the game. Worry about your own head, fossil. Azarax laughed. I've never beheaded someone 7 times. I have something to look forward to now, thank you, Shadow. In front of them, the endless horde of Deathless was already advancing to descend upon the invading army like a flood. Sunny exhaled slowly and sent all 7 of his avatars forward. One step at a time. The battle washed over him, drowning out all unnecessary thoughts. Azarax had been right. Tonight, the oppressive force of the Deathless felt much heavier. Sunny and Nephis had already been fighting in the Nightmare Desert for weeks. Not a single night had been easy, and their fatigue accumulated. Their enemies, on the contrary, only kept growing stronger and stronger the deeper into Ariel's hell they went. The Deathless were, naturally, a terrifying foe to face. After all, it was in their name. Fighting creatures who could not be killed was something that only a madman would do, and yet Sunny and Nephis did just that, night after night. The undead warriors couldn't be destroyed, but they could be rendered harmless. To achieve that, each had to be dismantled bone by bone, and even then, the black bones tended to assemble back together after some time. So, they had to crush the bones into dust, even if each of those bones was as tough and durable as a steel weapon of a high rank would have been. Added to that was the chilling skill and cunning of the Deathless warriors, as well as their eerie ability to cooperate with each other and instinctual understanding of military tactics. The most deadly thing about the Deathless, however, was their will. To most people, the undead prisoners of Ariel's hell and Sunnis shades would seem quite similar. But actually, they were the opposite of each other. The shades were shadows cleansed of their mortal vessels and their sense of self, while the Deathless were mortal vessels who had been denied their shadows, and therefore their deaths. As a result, they were just as void of personhood, but at the same time far more aware of their own selves, and therefore in possession of a quiet, but powerful will. More than that, their will was vast like an ocean. Sunny had already encountered that phenomenon while fighting the Black Millipede tribe. Back then, none of the Millipedes had possessed a will powerful enough to threaten him, not even the queens, since he outclassed them. However, there were simply too many nightmare creatures in the great swarm of their ghastly tribe. Their weak wills fused together, forming a vast and alarming force that could crush and wash away anything, least of all a lone enemy. Sunny had withstood the harrowing immensity of the Black Millipedes' collective will, the spirit of their species, because he was a supreme titan, and because he was cunning and cautious, eroding it away bit by bit before finally forcing a decisive battle. However, the Deathless were far more powerful than the Black Millipedes had been, and he was pressed for time on top of that. So, even with 3 sovereigns, Sunny, Nephis, and Azarax, fighting side by side and supported by 3 supreme shadows, waging a war on the Deathless was a daunting affair. They had made it this far into the desert due to their strength, determination, and skill, but most of all, due to their ability to adapt. Their ability to learn. Chapter 2889. Ancient Grudges. The Deathless were growing stronger the deeper into Ariel's hell they went, yes, but Sunny and Nephis were learning how to fight them better, as well. There were the mundane lessons of how to dismantle the undead warriors faster and more effectively. There were the broader lessons of developing better strategies and implementing better tactics, as well. Most importantly, Sunny and Nephis were learning about the nature of the Deathless, and therefore about their weaknesses. One of those weaknesses, for example, was the tenuous grasp the undead warriors had on their aspects and powers. Most Deathless had either lost them entirely or could only use them on a shallow level, as if using muscle memory to do something that they did not understand or remember anymore. As a result, fighting the undead horrors was an exhausting, but mostly straightforward affair. It was combat in the purest of forms, a clash that relied solely on physical prowess and martial skill, even if the physical power involved in that clash was obliterating and terrifying enough to destroy lesser realms and reshape the very landscape of hell. It was a physical clash shaped by the underlying battle of warring wills, of course. Even then, Sunny and Nephis had found ways to overcome the tyrannical vastness of the enemy's will. The secret to doing so lay in the fact that it was not just 2 wills that clashed with each other, their will against the will of the Deathless. Instead, it was actually 3 wills struggling to subjugate one another. That was because the Deathless were not a monolithic force. Even if they were united in their determination to obliterate the invaders, the undead warriors who had once belonged to the demonic legion were still opposed to the undead warriors who had once belonged to the divine host, and vice versa. Even consumed by the curse of Shadow God, the 2 great armies still struggled against each other. Their resentment ran so deep that even after forgetting themselves, the Deathless still carried an overwhelming hostility toward the enemy. The thousands of years that had passed since the Doom War did not diminish their animosity toward each other one bit. If anything, it only made that animosity far greater. The Deathless seemed to forget their strife when faced with a new enemy, but that was only an illusion. In truth, both sides still harbored a deep resentment for the other army, even while they were trying to eradicate the invaders. That division was not noticeable in their movements and seamless tactics, but betrayed itself in the turbulent expanse of their will. In other words, there were powerful undercurrents in the vast ocean of crushing will the Deathless wielded, and those undercurrents clashed and collided with each other, creating a state of chaos and discord. If one knew how to make use of that discord, how to slip through the cracks in the insurmountable mountain of the enemy's will, they could overpower it with far less effort than would have been needed to summit the mountain through brute force. So, that was how Sunny and Nephis managed to make it halfway to the tomb of Ariel despite facing a seemingly endless horde of ancient, undying, immensely powerful foes. Tonight, however, it all felt different. The power of the Deathless they faced had taken a qualitative leap. The billowing ocean of murderous will they possessed felt deeper than ever before. Their presence, too, felt different from before. It was colder, crueler, and far more focused. Let's think positively. The 7 incarnations of Sunny were the vanguard of the battle formation, serving to break the momentum of the advancing Deathless and soften them up for the marching army behind him. He moved like water, being elusive at times and exploding with crushing power at others. His mind had entered the state of battle clarity and turned into a diamond under the pressure of controlling 7 supreme bodies in a ferocious, deadly battle. Every second, he unleashed a hurricane of attacks and withstood a storm of blows, breaking and weakening the Deathless while attempting to remain whole. His shells were damaged and torn, but at a slower rate than his ability to repair them. So, he could continue to fight. Some distance ahead, Azarax was rampaging among the undead warriors. He had grown to tower over the dunes, clashing with the most powerful of the enemies as the desert quaked and groaned around them. Unlike Sunny, there was nothing elusive or flowing about how the ancient tyrant fought. His battle style was all about dominance and oppression, explosive force, and relentless aggression, which was not to say that it was brutish or lacked sophistication. On the contrary, Azarax channeled his merciless, cruel fury in a chillingly calculated manner. As Sunny watched, he lunged forward to clash with a towering black skeleton clad in the rusty remains of bronze armor. The ancient tyrant created a false opening by lowering his enormous axe, then ducked under the enemy's rusty greatsword. At the same time, he hooked his opponent's leg with the beard of the axe and pulled it back, sending the black skeleton falling to the ground in a cloud of white sand. In the blink of an eye, Azarax was upon his fallen enemy, bringing his foot down on the undead warrior's chest. He pressed the Deathless champion into the sand and brought his axe down on his skull. As a shockwave rolled from the point of impact, and the skull of his adversary cracked, however, it did not shatter. Azarax had left it in one piece on purpose. Because a second later, when the ancient tyrant removed his foot from the enemy's ribcage and dashed forward to meet the next opponent, the Deathless warrior slowly rose from the ground and joined the formation of the undead warriors who followed the Deathless sovereign's commands. Sunny was trying to keep up. How do we think positively? Well, let's think about it as training. Training to finally kill Uris, that vile bastard. Unlike Azarax, who could subjugate the Deathless by defeating them, Sunny could only dismantle them completely, or at least severely damage them and leave the rest to his soldiers. So, every clash took him much longer. But hey, there's 7 of me. So who's to say which one of us is accomplishing more? While Sunny and Azarax fought in the front, their armies followed behind, soaking the brunt of the undead horde's assault. The Deathless following Azarax were in the first row of the formation, assembled loosely, while the soldiers of the Shadow Legion were positioned behind them. The skeletal warriors were the first line of defense, and the shades were the sharp blades that lashed out from behind them to bring the enemies down. Well, most of them, at least. The wolf was not someone who respected or had a need for a defensive formation, so it ravaged the enemies wherever there was an opening, crushing their black bones between his mighty teeth. From a distance, the battle formation of the invading army looked odd, almost comical, even. It was as if an army of living beings divided itself in two, with the blackened skeletons of the soldiers moving forward while their inky souls fell back. The enemy was much stronger tonight than it had been before. But the speed with which the invading army advanced was not at all slower. Chapter 2890. Proper Healer. The speed of their advance did not diminish. That was because today, Sunny employed a much more aggressive approach. His shades were not cautious anymore, and neither were they trying to preserve themselves at all. Instead, they intentionally ignored the blows that rained down upon them in order to deliver the adversary as much harm as possible, as quickly as possible. This complete lack of self-preservation went against most underlying rules of combat and gave them a fearsome advantage against the Deathless. Of course, it came at a cost. The price of this speed was destruction. And yet, they were not being destroyed. Once a shade received enough damage, the formation of the Shadow Legion would instantly shift, allowing it to fall back and for another shade to take its place. The wounded one, meanwhile, would reach the rear of the formation, where Nephis moved among the shades waiting for their turn to advance. She would lay her radiant hands on the torn and tattered surface of the returning shade and heal it, allowing the silent warrior to rotate back to the line of battle contact soon. In that way, the formation of the Shadow Legion continued to revolve, with fresh and nearly uninjured shades constantly attacking the adversary. Look at me, playing the general. Who could have thought that he would command an entire army one day, back when he was crawling through the mud with the rest of the grunts in Antarctica? Sunny was glad to see his latest strategy work. However, he knew that it was unlikely to last long. That was because while Nephis healed the shades, she wasn't bringing fire and destruction upon the Deathless from the sky. Their focus wasn't split, and the undead warriors further behind the contact line were not being torn apart and damaged by her flames. The pressure was going to mount the longer the battle continued, and his best hope was that the increased power of the Shadow Legion would balance out the absence of Neph's incinerating flames. But if it did not, that was all right, as well. After all, Nephis could always join the battle again. With the longing domain in shambles, her power was diminished, not gone. She was still a supreme titan and a wielder of a divine aspect, she was still a descendant of Sun God. So even in this weakened state, she was a terror to behold. It was just that they needed to find a way to use her powers in the most effective and efficient way. Nephis had almost always fought on the front line, not the most common role for a healer, but also not something that was unheard of. Tonight, they were going to see if she could do just as much damage, or perhaps even more of it, by staying back. She was in a unique position to do so, after all. Usually, those who would be fighting on the front line in her place were people, and unlike her, people could not heal their own wounds. So, they died. Neither the deathless thralls of Azarax nor Sunnis shades could die, though. Therefore, Neph could allow herself to stay back without paying a bloody price for it. So far, it was working really well. It was working splendidly, even so much so that Sunny could not help but wonder just how much more fearsome the Shadow Legion would have been if he were still bonded to Nephis, and could therefore share in the power of her soul flames. Perhaps he would find out, one day soon. Their small army advanced forward in a devastating storm of violence. Just like during every previous night, the Nightmare Desert was being ravaged by that storm, silently enduring the deafening mayhem of the battle and the inconceivable fury of forces unleashed by each clash. Saint fought on the left flank of the battle formation, while Slayer fought on the right. The former was just as methodical and indomitable as always, while the latter was just as malevolent and vicious. No, if anything, Slayer had become even more ruthless than usual. She had come around a lot ever since Sunny first became her master, but during these weeks in the Nightmare Desert, she slowly returned to her former feral self. Perhaps the hell of Ariel reminded her of her days in the Shadow Realm. One was a desolate wasteland of obsidian dunes, while the other was an endless desert of white sand. One was populated by the shadows of the dead, while the other was populated by undying skeletons. It wasn't difficult to imagine that Slayer felt right at home here in hell. The difference, of course, was that now she was of a higher rank and had regained her aspect. So, instead of stalking and hunting her prey, Slayer was simply tearing it apart. When needed, she used her bow and arrows. Most of the time, though, she fought by assuming the shapes of the beasts she had once slain, and there seemed to be a myriad of forms she could take, choosing the most lethal one depending on the situation she was in and the enemy she faced. Sunny, who was notoriously bad at recognizing extinct animals, saw all kinds of harrowing beasts in these last few weeks. Most of them were powerful, mythical creatures of the distant past, of course, but still. He was almost glad to have been born in the time when most of the planet was a lifeless desert. He couldn't wrap his head around the fact that humans had survived when all these strange, terrifying creatures were just walking around as if it was no big deal. Take a mongoose, for example. Hey, Shadow! Azarax had just finished stomping a skeletal deathless beast into dust after shattering its skull with his axe, and was now looking ahead with a grim expression. I think we are about to feel some agony. Sunny did not need to be warned, because he had felt it himself. Out there in front of them, the dunes were moving as something rose from beneath them, sending rivers of sand flowing down from its enormous form. But that was not what made him tense. Instead, it was the fact that the world itself was changing. The currents of will were twisting, as if a vast whirlpool was forming in its boundless, oppressive ocean. You just had to open your jaws and say it, didn't you? Sunny's voice was full of resentment. The ancient tyrant's warning was coming true. It seemed that they had stumbled upon a sacred foe, after all. Chapter 2891. Deathless Spirit. A giant slowly rose from beneath the dunes, erasing them. As rivers of white sand flowed down from his rising figure, his shape and appearance were slowly revealed. The being who had changed the underlying currents of the world with his mere presence resembled a human, a skeleton of a human, at least. He towered above the desert like a terrifying monument, a tattered robe of fluttering ivory fabric obscuring his ancient bones. Those of the bones that were in sight were black, like the bones of other Deathless, but also different. That was because they were inlaid with strips of pure gold, which framed his cheekbones, empty eye sockets, and rose above his skull like a crown. In his hand, the giant was holding a white staff, one that might have been carved from the trunk of a sacred tree, or perhaps fashioned out of the spine of an enormous serpent. At the top of the staff, a clear crystal was emanating pure white light, set in gold. The moment the heavy gaze of the giant skeleton fell on Sunny and the Shadow Legion, he felt as if something pressed him into the ground. A few of the severely damaged shades simply collapsed, vanquished by the mere weight of that gaze. Damnation! Sunny stared at the deathless spirit, momentarily frozen by the oppressive power of the fallen deity's presence. Azarax was staring at the enormous skeleton, as well, his jaw set grimly. A moment later, he opened it and said, It's him. The Wandering Archon. Sunny finally composed himself. What are his powers? What concept does he command? Azarax remained silent. Answer me, damn it! Finally, the ancient tyrant turned to look at one of Sunny's incarnations. Strangely enough, it seemed like his usual confidence was gone. He spoke in a distant tone. I don't remember. Why don't I remember? Then, his empty eye sockets were suddenly full of anger. Who cares what powers he wields? It's a damned spirit, Shadow. Even if he lost his aspect, his will alone is enough to be a problem. Sunny winced and studied the battlefield. That's true. With the arrival of the Wandering Archon, the fragile balance on the battlefield was broken. His tidal will was like a guiding force that subjugated the collective will of the Deathless, not intentionally, but simply by virtue of being so overpowering. It was a single source of intent that gave shape to the tumultuous vastness of their murderous determination. As a result, the cracks Sunny and Nephis used to resist the Deathless horde were gone. Their will could not overcome the enemies anymore, and so, the world was being bent and twisted against them. The Deathless grew stronger, faster, and more durable. The silent warriors of the Shadow Legion and the undead warriors following Azarax, meanwhile, grew slower and weaker. Their weapons missed more often, the sand shifted beneath their feet, and the blows raining down at them found their marks with greater ease. Sunny's expression turned grim. They had to deal with that sacred skeleton. But that was easier said than done. Sunny was wary of cursed beings, but he was not particularly wary of the wandering Archon. That was because it was the unnatural powers that made nightmare creatures of the cursed rank, the dark gods of the dream realm, so dangerous. The Deathless only had a tenuous grasp on their powers, at best, so a Deathless champion of the sacred rank was not as frightening. All he possessed was raw power and the terrifying immensity of his will. However, Sunny and Nephis were both supreme titans, and had Azarax as an ally as well. By all accounts, the three of them should have been enough to slay a cursed one or two, especially if those cursed ones were mere beasts. However, the Deathless could not be killed, and therein lay the problem. They could not slay the wandering Archon, so they had to dismantle him bone by bone. And completely obliterating a sacred being was far more difficult than simply killing them. Looking at the towering figure of the Deathless spirit, Sunny made a tentative prediction that if the three of them, Nephis, Azarax, and himself, joined forces and poured everything they had into the battle, they would be able to destroy the terrifying creature before it destroyed them. The problem, though, was that the wandering Archon was not alone. There was still a great horde of Deathless warriors around them, and these undead horrors would not stay still while the champions of the invading army assaulted their god. If all three of them focused on battling the sacred prisoner of Ariel's hell, the Deathless would swiftly overwhelm their army and attack them from the rear, making an already deadly clash simply impossible to win. So, that meant that instead of destroying the wandering Archon, someone would have to stall it until dawn. "I'll take him on, Shadow." Azarax seemed to have regained his previously indomitable confidence and was now looking at the Deathless spirit with a dark anticipation. In truth, he had probably never been rattled by the appearance of this powerful foe. Rather, what had robbed the undead tyrant of his confidence was the fact that he could not quite remember who the wandering Archon was. That was perhaps the first time he realized that there was something wrong going on with his mind. Something wrong with it apart from the damage caused by spending thousands of years nailed to a tree, that was. Sunny gave him a dark look. "You will do no such thing." Azarax was powerful beyond compare, even having been made so by countless years of bloodshed. However, that power of his would be of little use against an enemy that could not be destroyed and could only be contained for a time. His aspect was that of a conquering warlord, not a brawler. Apart from that, if Sunny was honest with himself, he would have had to admit that he was alarmed by the implausible notion that Azarax could actually win that fight. In the unlikely event that he did, there would possibly be a sacred vassal following him around. And that was not something Sunny wanted to see, tempting as it was. That only left him and Nephis, then. "Sunny!" She was already near them, having advanced from the rear of the battle formation. Sunny turned to her, and for a brief moment, they looked into each other's eyes. That brief moment was enough for them to have an entire mental conversation without saying a word, though. Nephis was willing to take on the wandering Archon. She was eager, even, wanting to prove to the world, and perhaps to herself, as well, that she was still Nephis of the Immortal Flame clan, that she was changing star, with or without her longing domain. However, Sunny did not think that she was the right choice for this particular trial, either. Both of them were badly matched against the Deathless spirit, and against the Deathless in general. Nephis' powers lay in controlling flames and summoning destruction upon her enemies, but the undead warriors did not burn easily. So, destroying them took her a lot more effort than usual. Nephis had incredible staying power due to her ability to heal herself, true, which meant that out of the three of them, she could last the longest. And yet, the number of tools she could use against the wandering Archon was quite limited. Sunny, on the other hand, he was nothing if not versatile. Nephis excelled in healing and destruction, but he had all kinds of tricks up his sleeve. So, for a task that involved containing a powerful enemy without being able to obliterate him, he was the best choice. His domain was just as robust as it had been before, too, so he would not have to fight a sacred being in a weakened state, like Nephis would. Letting out a sigh, Sunny looked away. "I'll stall the Archon. I'm the best equipped to handle a battle like that, and possess the strongest domain among us three at the moment. You two continue pushing forward, Nephis, take my place in the formation. My shadows will support you, so clear a path forward." Azarax, you do what you do. Get as far away from that thing as possible, as fast as you can. I'll buy you some time and rejoin you before dawn. If he survived. The undead tyrant stared at him solemnly. It seemed like he was regarding Sunny with something that resembled emotion for the first time. Eventually, he looked away and said, "And what are we supposed to do if a second spirit rises from the sand?" Sunny blinked a couple of times. Did he just? He clenched his fists. "Hey, fossil! I am going to tear your damn jaw off. Can you stop running your mouth, fool?" Shaking his head, Sunny headed in the direction where the wandering Archon was already taking heavy steps, walking towards them. If a second spirit shows up, deal with it. Smack it with your damn axe, why don't you? Better yet, smash him with your skull. There doesn't seem to be anything inside it, anyway. Azarax laughed. Look! Now, you are finally starting to resemble a real supreme. Sunny cursed at him. That damn bastard. I am going to come back and kill him right after I kill Uris. He gave Saint an order to assume command of the Shadow Legion, and commanded his shades to follow Saint. By then, Nephis was already descending upon the Deathless in a whirlwind of white flame. Azarax dashed forward to rejoin the fight, his heavy axe crushing bones with each blow. Now, it was up to Sunny to make sure that they would not have to deal with the Deathless spirit. This is probably going to hurt. He called upon the wolf. Chapter 2892. Big Bad Wolf. What was the best way to fight a sacred enemy? Of course, it was to be sacred yourself. Sadly, Sunny was not a spirit yet. However, he did command for sacred shades, puppeteer, abundance, the Rat King, and the wolf. The puppeteer moth was technically the most powerful of them, being a tyrant. However, its powers did not lend themselves well to direct confrontation, or rather, not as well as those of the other sacred shades. That was the very reason why Sunny had managed to defeat the Spirit of Doubt and was alive today. Abundance and the Rat King each excelled at many things, but facing a single overwhelmingly powerful enemy was not one of them. The wolf, however, the wolf had been a spirit of primal fury, cunning, and hunting. It personified the concept of the wolf, and wolves were exceptional hunters. They were known to bring down prey much larger than themselves, as well. Apart from that, the wolf had been a cursed demon, a being of a higher class than both Abundance and the Rat King. So, it was Sunny's best choice to battle the wandering Archon. The problem, of course, was that despite being sacred, the wolf was a sacred shade. And shades did not quite possess a will of their own, and even if sacred shades were somewhat different, they still could not compare to real spirits. The shadow of the will they could exert was far less potent than that of living beings, sacred or cursed. There was a cure for that, though a partial cure, but a cure nonetheless. As the wolf launched itself into the horde of the Deathless, barreling toward the distant figure of the wandering Archon, it was surrounded by all 7 of Sunnis incarnations. And then, all 7 avatars turned into shadows, wrapping themselves around the shadow of the primeval predator. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. With each shadow, the power of the wolf increased. More than that, it became a direct conduit of Sunnis' own will. That will was supreme, not sacred, but it was the will of a titan. It was empowered by spirit weave, as well. And when it was being channeled by a sacred shade, the result was truly fearsome, not quite as fearsome as having a true sacred being attack the enemy, but still terrifying nonetheless. As Sunny wrapped himself around the wolf, he fused with it on a deep level. As always, he was instantly overwhelmed by the vastness and unfathomable depth of a sacred being's consciousness. It was so overwhelming, in fact, that Sunny could not contend with all of it. Instead, he had to limit his perception to a narrow band, only focusing on what was important. All around him, the will of the wandering Archon churned and flowed, drowning the world. If there was one silver lining in all of it, though, it was that even if expressing their will seemed as natural as breathing for the spirits, the Deathless did not possess enough of themselves to wield it with a fine level of precision. Sunny, however, knew how to wield his. Even if the natural affinity of his will, death, was meaningless in a battle against the Deathless, the fact that he was adept at wielding his will like he would a weapon gave him an advantage. The wolf flew through the horde of undead warriors, followed by his pack. Some of the shadow wolves were brought down and vanquished in that mad dash, but most made it through the mass of Deathless by following the leader of their pack. The wandering Archon was already near. It's good to learn. The Deathless spirit raised his staff and brought it down. It seemed to fall slowly, and looked too far away to hit Sunny, but the space itself was torn apart and twisted by that unhurried blow, and a split second later, the wolf was only a single moment away from being erased from existence, as if it had never existed at all. That not knowing death means not knowing salvation. Sunny pulled the sacred shade into the shadows, stepping through them to appear behind the Deathless spirit. Ignoring the laws of space? Two could play that game. Not knowing death means that one's suffering will never end. I would have loved to teach this bastard a harsh lesson about unending agony. The wolf lunged into the air, aiming to sink its fangs into the enemy's throat. Sadly, the Archon was suddenly facing them, the horrifying gaze of his empty eye sockets pressing Sunny into the ground. But no, they weren't empty. 2 golden discs were set into the eye socket, like enormous gold coins. An eerie radiance was spilling from behind those discs. But something tells me that the Deathless know that better than I ever would. Instead of the towering skeleton's spine, the wolf could only bite into his arm. The shadow of the primordial beast pressed down onto the sleeve of the ivory robe, aiming to crush the black bone beneath. It pulled the Archon down, jerking its head sideways with terrible force to tear the entire forearm off. At the same time, 2 wills, the elemental will of the Deathless spirit and Sunny's sharp, lethal one, clashed with each other, sending an invisible, imperceptible, inconceivable shockwave spreading through the fabric of the world. They were competing to see which one of them would get to lure the universal laws of existence to their side. Come on, come on. In the end, the bones of the wandering Archon did not shatter. The obsidian fangs of the wolf cracked, instead. In the next moment, the Deathless spirit calmly brought his staff down on the enormous beast's back. The blow fell on the spine of the wolf with the weight of an entire realm, almost managing to snap it in half. The wolf survived the attack by releasing the enemy and allowing the force of the impact to throw it down, rolling over the dunes in a whirlwind of white sand. A few moments later, it was already on its feet. The wolf was ready to continue the fight, a terrifying growl escaping from its maw. Sunny, however? Sunny was in a sea of pain. Because the moment the Archon struck his shade with the staff, a net of cracks spread across one of his cores, as well. He suppressed a tortured groan. Yup. It hurts a lot. Chapter 2893. Empty Deity. The Deathless spirit towered above the shadow of the wolf, and in the darkness of the night, he seemed like a black mountain that obscured the distant, radiant ocean of stars. He might not have been stronger than the sacred shade, but his will was far superior. Sunny was not even sure that calling it superior would be the right word. The difference between his own will and that of the Archon was like the difference between a clear brook and a vast sea. Like the difference between a stone fortress and the boundless expanse of the wide world that surrounded it. The Archon did not possess a weakness that Sunny could easily exploit, either. In the battle against abundance, Sunny had been able to lock it in space and slowly poison the enormous godworm with his death will, but the Archon was deathless. In the battle against the Rat King, Sunny had been able to destroy the single rat that was the source of the terrifying swarm, thus cutting its connection to the puppeteer, and watched the rats devour each other to satiate their maddening hunger. But there was no single weak spot that could be used to destroy the Archon, and no one was in control of him. In the battle against the wolf, Sunny had been able to grasp the concept wielded by the enemy and personify its opposite. That allowed him to hold out long enough to use the cursed demon's own terrifying power to fuel the grand spell he had woven in advance, thus destroying it. But there was no spell that could help Sunny against the Archon. And the Archon did not seem to wield any concept, either. Or rather, it did, but it was of no help to Sunny. After exchanging the first blows with the Deathless spirit, Sunny had gotten a better taste of his will. And what he found was that the ancient horror seemed similar to Azarak's, the Plague of Steel, in some regard. There was almost nothing common between them, except for one thing that mattered most. Azarax was supreme, and therefore, his will had an innate affinity, just like Sun's will was innately tied to death, while Nephthys was connected to desire and longing. What of the plague of steel, then? What affinity did his will possess? What concept did he personify, or at least would grow to personify if he ever underwent apotheosis? Sunny had racked his brain about it for a while, observing the ancient tyrant closely in the ferocious battles they fought. The answer he eventually arrived at was, needless to say, quite surprising. The deathless sovereigns will expressed only one concept, and that concept was himself. The natural affinity of Azarax, the plague of steel, was to nothing more and nothing less than Azarax himself. Perhaps he was too arrogant and full of deadly ambition to tie the concept of himself to any greater force. After all, as far as Azarax was concerned, there was no force and no element that was greater than him. In the end, all of existence, including all the elements and forces contained within it, was meant to submit and bow down before him. The Archon was very similar, albeit for a different reason. The deathless spirit was not overcome by an insatiable lust for conquest, but whatever it had been, whatever concept he had personified, whatever kind of apotheosis he had undergone was washed away by the curse of Shadow God and the merciless passage of years. Now, he was an empty, fallen deity that personified nothing but himself. Whatever made him the wandering Archon had been erased and swallowed by oblivion, and so, he wielded no power but the power of godhood itself, the power to reshape the world according to his will. On one hand, it was a great relief. After all, Sunny still remembered his terrifying experiences in Ariel's game, especially the days that were mysteriously missing from his memory, the days of the battle against the eerie snow demon that had infected their minds. He also remembered the cursed demon abjuration, which had come close to wiping out all of humanity during its battle against Nephthys. So, it was a boon that the Archon did not remember how to wield his powers, whatever those powers might have been. At the same time, it put Sunny at a disadvantage, because there was no concept for him to counteract or channel the opposite of. There was nothing for him to exploit, and so, all he could do was try to match the deathless spirit in a contest of brute force. Luckily, the wolf was not helpless in the fight against an overwhelmingly strong enemy. Yes, the Archon was far greater than it, towering above the giant beast like a dark mountain, but the Archon had been a human once, or at least a creature that resembled humans. And there were very few things humans feared more than a predator stalking them in the night. After that first clash, where the wolf received a devastating blow, it changed tactics, channeling all the cunning and ferociousness of a primeval beast. At the same time, having become one with the wolf, Sunny reshaped himself in the image of a wolf and sharpened his will for a focused, singular purpose. That purpose was to force a concept upon the hollow deity of Ariel's hell, on the spirit who had been the wandering Archon once. The concept of prey. When the deathless spirit and the wolf clashed for the second time, the world rippled and twisted like a piece of crumpled paper. The nightmare desert shook. The wolf did not manage to bring down the Archon, but this time, it managed to escape unscathed, if only just barely. A split second later, it was already moving through the shadows, ready to attack the enemy again. Time was flowing, and the deathless spirit was focusing on the wolf instead of turning his attention to the Shadow Legion. So, even if Sunny was in pain after enduring a heavy blow to his soul, he was accomplishing his mission. Out there on the battlefield, the Shadow Legion and the undead warriors serving Azarax were making their way forward. However, their pace had slowed down to a crawl, and they were suffering casualties at a far greater rate than before. After all, Sunny's absence could not be ignored. Not only had he acted as not one, but 7 deadliest champions of the invading army, splitting the tide of the Deathless before they could reach the battle formation, but he was also the commander of the Shadow Legion. Now that he had to pour all of his attention into the battle against the Archon, his shades could only follow Saint. And Saint, despite her War Master attribute, was yet incomplete. She was a mere devil, after all, so her ability to lead armies was going to remain rudimentary for as long as she did not rise to the class of tyrant. Added to that was the fact that the deathless spirit's will was still fueling the undead prisoners of the nightmare desert with indomitable resolve. The world itself was playing favorites, assisting the deathless while obstructing their enemies. Nephis was not there to heal and mend the wounded shades anymore, either, since she was fighting on the front line. So, the invading army was suffering. The shades were being slowly whittled down and vanquished. Even the undead warriors of Azarax were starting to be destroyed, just like Sunny and Nephis had dismantled and obliterated the Deathless before. The Deathless were not dismantling the turncoats. The curse of Shadow God would probably restore them, eventually, but not nearly fast enough to be of use for the expedition to the tomb of Ariel. Azarax seemed to have pushed himself even further than before, rampaging among the enemy like a spirit of inevitability and destruction. However, even his terrifying strength was not enough to turn the tide of this losing battle. Nephis had to get involved and fill the great chasm left by Sunny's absence, somehow, even if she possessed only one body, not 7, and could not control the Shadow Legion at all. So, that was what she did. At first, she simply summoned the blessing and entered the melee, serving as the spearhead of the slowly advancing formation. Her sublime swordsmanship revealed itself in all its glory, and as flashes of brilliant white light illuminated the dark mass of the charging Deathless, her lithe figure could be seen moving between them, cutting one after another down. But, of course, that was not enough. Even channeling her flames through the blessing to unleash incinerating rays of pure light was not enough, since the Deathless were too numerous and too powerful, resisting the devastating power of her burning soul with daunting efficiency. Having dismantled another skeleton and crushed its skull under her foot, Nephis stopped for a moment and looked over the endless horde of the Deathless, her gaze turning cold. She closed her eyes for a heartbeat and exhaled slowly. When she opened her eyes again, they were full of immolating white flame. A soft white radiance ignited under her skin. Then, it grew brilliant and blinding, until there was nothing soft about it, and as Nephis' tunic collapsed into a whirlwind of white sparks, she assumed the form of the spirit of light, of a being whose body was woven out of pure radiance and flame, not mortal flesh. When she did, the night of Ariel's hell did not seem so dark anymore. That radiant form, however, was not Nephis' true and full transformation. It was merely a shell that contained the boundless ocean of her soul flame in a radiant vessel. And now, Nephis chose to open that vessel, unleashing herself upon the world. Chapter 2894. Ocean of Flame. Suddenly, the darkness retreated, and a titanic, billowing pillar of roaring white flame escaped into the vastness of the sky, washing over it like an immolating flood. The fire churned, and if one glanced closely, they could glimpse a vague, flowing silhouette of something colossal being drawn by the moving flames, appearing and disappearing in the dance of fire, before they were blinded by its pure radiance, of course. As if the flame was a living thing that moved with purpose and otherworldly intent. Right now, its intent was to devour the Deathless. The boundless ocean of flame descended upon Ariel's hell like a white inferno, swallowing a vast swath of the undead horde in front of the advancing army. The desert was drowned by the sea of fire, which stretched all the way to the horizon. Countless Deathless were trapped in the inferno, burning in it, being gnawed on and shattered by it. Their figures were like black candlesticks melting in the light. The visage of Changing Star, unleashed, was both radiant and terrifying. Sadly, even her true shape was not powerful and devastating enough to wipe out the prisoners of hell, especially now that her domain had been broken, and her will had lost the weight of billions of souls that used to empower it. The weaker of the Deathless were destroyed, and those of them on whom Nephis focused her incinerating will were being slowly turned to ash. But most of them, while damaged and burned by the flame, continued to move. Some, those who were powerful enough, fought against the living flame, dealing it invisible wounds. Nephis healed those wounds and endured the agony, scorching them in turn. The rest waded through the ocean of flame, blinded, still overcome by the desire to obliterate the invaders who had dared to enter Ariel's hell. Their black bones slowly ignited like embers and then turned incandescent, shining with an angry red glow in the sea of fire. It was then that Saint, whose fearsome armor and jade body were all but impervious to elemental attacks, emerged from the flame and slashed the nearest Deathless with her black blade. The adamantine bones, which had been nearly indestructible before, parted in front of the dark sword like butter. That was because even if they were not destroyed by the soul flame, they were rendered softer and far more fragile in their incandescent state. Saint did not stop even for a split second, instantly dismantling the Deathless warrior before moving on to the next one with measured, indomitable steps. Behind her, the figure of Azarax emerged from the flame, as well. The ancient tyrant laughed, his glass armor shining like a terrifying beacon. His axe fell, splitting a deathless beast in half, and his boot stomped the fallen creature into dust, a swarm of red embers shooting to swirl in the overheated air. Luckily, neither the undead vassals of the ancient conqueror nor the shades needed to breathe. Otherwise, their lungs would have turned to ash already. The rest of the invading army moved behind its champions. The white flames flowed, opening a path to them. A few seconds later, the two forces clashed, and this time, the Deathless fell far more easily under the blades, claws, and fangs of the invaders. The Shadow Legion marched on through the white flame, which parted in front of it like an immolating sea. It seemed to be working, for now. But even in the depths of her agony, Nephis knew that she would not be able to maintain that fearsome assault for long. That was because she had lost most of her domain, and therefore, the vast torrent of spirit essence that used to flow into her soul was replaced by a thin stream. She was burning more essence than she was receiving, and even with the fire empowering her soul, she would exhaust her reserves of it soon. Before that happened, they needed to leave the deathless spirit and the vast expanse of his insurmountable will behind. Far away, engaged in a ferocious battle with the deathless spirit, Sunny could only vaguely see Nephis and the Shadow Legion advancing in the distance. The nightmare desert was illuminated by her radiant flames, and dark figures clashed in the sea of white radiance, indistinguishable from each other. His shadow sense was going haywire from all the chaos and mayhem of the cataclysmic battle, so he was having trouble determining which figures were friends, and which ones were foes. Their army was advancing at a good rate, though, so it seemed that Nephis and Azarax had a handle on the situation for now, at least. At first, the Shadow Legion was behind him. Then, it was far to the side, circling around the area where Sunny and the Archon fought. And then, it was finally ahead of them, slowly making its way closer to the looming shape of the tomb of Ariel. There was not enough distance between the Shadow Legion and the Deathless Spirit yet, though, and there wouldn't be for a long time. So, Sunny had to continue fighting. It was tough. The Archon was a terrifying enemy, an enemy that Sunny had no business fighting, really, and even if the wolf was cunning and elusive, attacking from the darkness only to retreat moments later, aided in its predatory dance by Sunny carrying its weight through the shadows, the damage they had received was slowly accumulating. The giant figure of the wolf was frayed now, surrounded by a billowing cloud of grey smoke. Sunny, meanwhile, was in the throes of agony, several of his soul cores already covered in cracks. Every time the wolf was a little bit too slow to evade the Archon's attack, his entire being shook and quaked, barely surviving the terrifying tyranny of the fallen deity's unfathomable killing intent. Sunny could endure a lot of punishment, but there was a limit even to his endurance. For now, Soul Weave was preventing his wounded soul from collapsing and his cores from crumbling, but if the battle continued in the same manner, he would suffer a loss or even be outright destroyed. Unfortunately, the battle had to go on. He had occupied the Deathless Spirit for some time now, minutes, perhaps even dozens of minutes, but dawn was still hours away. Which meant that Sunny had to continue fighting against an undying god of hell for hours more, and he was not sure that he could manage that. Think, think, think. The wolf clawed at the looming figure of the Archon, adding more rifts to his tattered robe. It bit onto the white staff of the Deathless Spirit, leaving deep grooves in it and ripping one of the golden ornaments free. It leaped into the air and sank its fangs into the giant skeleton's jaw, dislodging it from the joints. Now, the Archon's jaw hung crookedly, which only made him look more terrifying. The eerie glow emanating from behind the golden coins covering his eyes grew more intense, and Sunny felt something cold grasp his heart. The Archon twisted space and time, answering to the ferocious attack. Sunny felt a ghastly pain first, and only then felt the Deathless Spirit's bony fingers rending through the wolf's hide, leaving a ghastly wound on its side. And on Sunny's soul, as well. I don't think I am going to survive until dawn. Even if he used the chain enchantment of the curse, it would only buy him a little bit more time. His mind spun furiously, trying to come up with something, some trick, some devious scheme, or even some bold gamble, to turn the tide of this brutal battle? Was there some application of his aspect abilities that he could use, some revelation he was failing to grasp, some memory he could summon to turn the tables? Memories. He remembered every memory in his soul arsenal, and every enchantment those memories possessed. He also remembered every instance of using those enchantments and what the results were. Sonny had created most of those memories himself, so he knew what they were capable of very well. That was why he knew that there was no memory that could truly help him defeat a sacred being, not really. That was because memories did not usually possess a will of their own, and were therefore only as powerful as the will of their masters. In the battles between beings of lesser ranks, that did not matter that much, but when one fought against a deity, any memory could be easily rendered ineffectual simply by being denied the power to reshape the world in accordance with its design. So, even if Sonny had forged a sacred memory for himself, it would still be fueled by his supreme will. Unless there was an adversarial will opposing him, it could still work just fine if it was designed well enough to push against the universal laws of existence. But if Sonny had to fight someone like the Wandering Archon, even his most powerful memories would probably prove to be unreliable. Forged myself, a sacred memory. The wolf received another blow and was thrown into the air, collapsing on the sand with a terrifying impact moments later. Sonny let out an anguished groan and focused on the deathless spirit. Suddenly, a completely mad idea found its way into his mind. Sonny had been known to entertain an outlandish idea or two, but this one was really, truly mad, even by his standards. But is there a reason why it shouldn't work? Actually, there were a million reasons, but Sonny did not need those. He only needed one reason why it could work. His will would do the rest and make the remotely possible become inevitable. Hopefully. In any case, he knew that he was not going to last long against the Archon, and this was the only plausible, albeit deeply mad, idea he had been able to come up with. Let's try it, then. What's the worst? No, I'm not finishing that sentence. As the wolf staggered to its feet and glared at the deathless spirit, baring its fangs, Sonny secretly allowed one of his incarnations to separate itself from the sacred shade. He hid in the darkness, watching intently, and when the wolf lunged forward to attack the Archon again, quietly assumed a human form once more. Looking around in hesitation, Sonny took a deep breath and reached into his soul sea. He needed to retrieve something from there, as well as summon a particular memory. The shadows flowed up his body and extended from his torso, turning into 2 additional pairs of hands. If brute force doesn't work, try sorcery. He summoned Weaver's Needle. Chapter 2895. Just crazy enough. Sonny stumbled on that particular idea while lamenting how unreasonable the situation he had found himself in was. No, really, it wasn't enough that he had to fight a minor god. That malevolent deity just had to be an undying one on top of that, a sacred foe who literally could not be killed, because he was not a living thing to begin with. Shadow God had taken his death, and therefore, stole away his life as well. The concept of a living being was a complicated one in the world of the nightmare spell. Take Sonny, for example. Technically, he was dead. But in the broader sense, he was still a living being. So was Jet, who could be considered one despite being physically and functionally a magically reanimated corpse. There were all manner of nightmare creatures out there, as well, wraiths, ghosts, and specters of all kinds, golems and automatons, walking suits of malevolent armor, and things that could not even be described, let alone understood. But all of them would still count as living beings, and for one simple reason, because they could be killed. They had shadows, and they had souls. The Deathless were neither dead nor alive, though. They had lost their shadows, and no matter how Sonny looked, he could not determine if they had souls either. So, by all accounts, those cursed by Shadow God were not living beings. They weren't ideas or concepts, either, because what constituted them was solid matter. What were they, then? Well, by method of elimination, the answer was simple. They were things. There were all kinds of ways to challenge that statement, but for Sonny, it sounded good enough. The Deathless were things, they were no different from items. Cursed things that were controlled by malevolent wills, but items nevertheless. So, then, what kind of memory could help Sunny deal with a sacred thing that had been cursed by Shadow God? He had been considering that question feverishly while at the same time wielding his will to push back the oppressive authority of the sacred thing in question. He even asked himself what kind of memory he could have created to get himself out of this situation if he was good enough at weaving to create memories on the fly. And then, it suddenly hit him. If the Deathless were things, if they were no different from items, then did he really need to make a memory to survive the battle against the wandering Archon? What if he made the Archon into a memory, instead? The question was so preposterous that Sunny instantly threw it out of his head, concentrating on finding an actual solution. However, once the idea rooted itself in his mind, it refused to go, and a few moments later, he found himself coming back to the same question. I have finally lost it. I have. Haven't I? But what if he hadn't? Technically, nothing was stopping Sunny from turning a Deathless into a memory. A memory was simply an item enchanted with the rudimentary spell weave, after all, which allowed it to be disassembled into soul essence and stored in its master's soul, as well as summoned back to be reconstituted as matter. The Deathless had neither a shadow nor a soul, they weren't living beings and were things instead. So if Sunny could just create a rudimentary spell weave, anchor it in a sufficiently pure soul shard, and attach it to the black bones of one of them, then, theoretically, he could dismiss the Deathless as he would a memory, and keep it stored in his soul in a disassembled state. It was just that attaching a spellweave to a moving, sinister, murderous skeleton was not exactly something that could be accomplished easily. And normally, there would be no reason to. After all, it was not like turning one of the Deathless into a memory would give Sunny control over it. It would only allow him to dismiss and summon the skeleton like he would a memory, and nothing more. Once the Deathless was summoned back, it would immediately attack Sunny once again. It would probably destroy the spell we've rooted inside of its bones, as well. But, to hell with it. I am going to try. Sunny was already in quite a desperate situation, and he neither wanted nor planned to control the Archon. All he wanted to do was get rid of him so that the Shadow Legion could escape, and Sunny himself could survive. He was sure, almost sure that if he did manage to dismantle the Deathless spirit and draw him into his soul sea, the thing was not going to destroy his soul from within. That was because, unlike shades and shadows, a memory was not an actual thing when dismissed, not the items it became when summoned. Rather, it was an idea of that thing, a blueprint used to reassemble it from essence. So, the Archon would cease to exist as a thing within Sunny's soul sea. Most likely. I guess we'll see. Steeling himself, Sunny sent one of his incarnations away from the wolf and summoned two things. One was Weaver's Needle, and the other was a sacred soul shard stored in the replica of the Nameless Temple. Sacred shards were not at all simple to come by. Sunny had procured a few in Ariel's game, and a few more were unearthed by the forces of the human domain here and there in the dream realm. However, most of them were gone now. He had used some to survive the death game, while the rest became anchors for the defensive arrays he and Cassie created to protect key citadels of humanity. The one Sunny summoned was the last in his possession. Now, how the hell do I even do it? As 6 incarnations of Sunny were empowering the wolf in its battle against the Archon, his battered soul drowning in agony, he tried to calm himself down and think things through clearly. Come on, come on. The Deathless spirit staff brushed across a tall white dune no more than a few hundred meters away from him, erasing it from existence and making Ariel's hell shudder. Sunny crouched low to maintain his balance and gritted his teeth. In theory, it was simple. Weaving took a lot of time and concentration, so it was not something that could be done in the midst of a battle, at least not by him, and he was the best and only weaver in existence. Memories could not be woven or unraveled on the fly. But that only held true for proper memories. A rudimentary one, no different from the very first one Sunny had ever created, could be created quite easily. All he had to do was weave the fundamental enchantments that the nightmare spell used as the basis of all memories, and then connect them to the item that was supposed to become a memory. No, not even all of the rudimentary enchantments. Sunny did not care if the Archon could passively mend himself while stored in his soul. In fact, he would very much prefer if the damn Deathless couldn't. He did not need the memory of the wandering Archon to possess a title and a description, either. All he needed was to imbue that thing with the quality that allowed it to be dismissed or summoned, as well as make himself the being in control of when that happened. So, first of all, he needed to weave strings out of shadow essence. He needed to anchor them in the sacred shard and create the rudimentary enchantment of summoning. Then, he somehow needed to embed the shard and the weave into the Archon. While staying alive, no less. Well, as alive as someone who was technically dead could be. Nothing to it. Smiling weakly, Sunny began weaving ethereal black strings out of his essence. Usually, he would weave a considerable length of the shadow string before beginning to weave it into a sorceress pattern. But right now, there was no time for that, so Sunny wove faster than he had ever before, his 6 hands moving in rapid harmony. As soon as there was any length of the string at all, he immediately threaded it through weaver's needle and anchored it in the soul shard, then continued to create more while beginning to shape the familiar pattern of the summoning enchantment. Sunny had created this particular pattern so many times that he could weave it with his eyes closed. Weaving it while simultaneously battling a deity, though, was proving to be a challenge. Most of Sunny's mind was preoccupied with the battle. He assisted the wolf while at the same time straining all of his being to resist the boundless will of the Archon that was already almost beyond his limit, so he hardly had mental capacity for weaving as well. And yet, he had to manage somehow. So, he did. Chapter 2896. To work. Luckily, the wolf was a lethal and ferocious being even without Sunny's direct control. In fact, if Sunny attempted to issue the sacred shade commands to tell it how to fight, he would only be getting in the way. The wolf had more battle experience than he did, was a better hunter than he was, and understood its own capabilities better than Sunny could ever hope to understand them. The Archon was too fast, too strong, and too beyond the scope of normal understanding for Sunny to be in his element while fighting it, anyway. The laws of existence were bending and twisting around the deathless spirit, rejecting the very notion of common logic. Time, space, and even causality had become unreliable at best, making the Archon immensely deadly and unpredictable. One moment, he was taking an unhurried step. A split second later, he was already upon the wolf, raising his terrifying staff to crush the sacred beast beneath it. At times, his blows arrived before they were delivered. Time itself hastened or slowed down, or even seemed to flow in reverse on occasion. Sunny was rattled. Luckily, the wolf was not. It did not try to understand or predict the Archon and the results of his actions. Instead, it acted on pure instinct, reacting faster than Sunny could even realize what was happening. At the same time, the wolf was calculating and cunning, steadily evading the deathless spirit while never letting him get distracted and turn his attention to the distant Shadow Legion. With Sunny's augmentation and assistance, the shadow of the wolf was putting up an admirable fight against the Archon. It was so fearless and ferocious, in fact, that Sunny imagined that if it had been any other cursed or sacred beast, they would have stood a good chance of defeating it. The wolf would have long torn the creature's throat open and feasted on its flesh. However, the sacred being they faced today was deathless, and so, no matter how ferocious and fearsome the wolf was, all it could do was endure as its body was slowly being broken and mutilated. And Sunny, meanwhile, endured his soul being torn to shreds. Ah! The weaver's needle trembled in his fingers. He was not in good shape. None of his cores had crumbled yet, but they were all full of cracks, almost on the verge of being broken. The silent waters of his soul sea were undulating restlessly, while the replicas of the 2 citadels he controlled were quaking, fissures slowly climbing up their walls. It hurt like hell, of course. Just need to hold on a little more. The Shadow Legion was far in the distance by then, almost gone behind the horizon. Nefer's fierce flames, which had illuminated the entire desert, were now a distant halo. The dawn was not yet near, but Sunny figured that he was perhaps halfway there. He had really managed to buy a lot of time, but sadly, not enough of it. And he did not think that he could endure 10 more minutes, let alone a few more hours. Not without losing a few of his cores, at least, and therefore a few of his shadows. Who would it be? The youngest of the 7, Lazy? Or maybe their eldest, Gloomy sibling? Or perhaps both and more? Sonny gritted his teeth. Like hell. The weave was slowly taking shape beneath his needle, torturously slowly, compared to how familiar it was. It was funny, really. Usually, Sonny did not even pay attention to this part of the weaving process. He wove the rudimentary patterns almost unconsciously, relying on experience and muscle memory. But now, this simple weave seemed as difficult and impossible to master as it had once, a long time ago, when he attempted sorcery for the first time. Back then, he was in a cage in the Red Colosseum, waiting for an overwhelmingly, terrifyingly powerful adversary, an ascended zealot, to come and kill him. Now, he was in literal hell, fighting a fallen god. Sonny wasn't sure if one could call that a successful career. Get in shape, damn it! The wolf, and Sonny's soul, endured another blow. The giant beast fell to the sand, grey smoke pouring like a waterfall from its maw, while Sonny's hand trembled. As a result, the pattern he had almost completed came close to coming undone. Snarling, he ducked to let a piece of shrapnel moving at supersonic speed flash just above his head and grabbed the unraveling threads with one of his hands. If not for the flesh weave, he would have lost his fingers right there and then. But, luckily, his body had been altered to excel at weaving, as were his spirit, mind, and soul, for that matter. So, Sonny managed to keep the pattern together. It was almost finished by then, requiring only the smallest touches. Catching Weaver's needle with his teeth, Sonny used all 6 of his hands to finish the pattern, and even though his very being was swaying and reeling from the pressure of having to battle a sacred being's will, he finally managed to complete the familiar spell weave. Sonny let out a tired sigh, holding the radiant soul shard in his fist. Then, he turned to look at the towering figure of the Archon. Great! Now, the worst part. He had to embed the soul shard and the spell weave anchored to it into the Deathless spirit. How was he supposed to do that? The wolf had barely managed to rise when another devastating blow threw it to the ground once more. Sonny felt his vision darkening and swayed, failing to suppress a tortured groan from escaping his lips. Damn it, crap, curse it all. He straightened with another groan and turned to look in the direction of the tomb of Ariel. The Shadow Legion had finally disappeared behind the horizon, and Nepha's radiance was like a distant, pale line above it. Sonny was surrounded by darkness. He inhaled deeply. Fine then. Let's do it. No point in dilly-dallying. With that, he looked at the Archon once more and stepped into the shadows. When Sonny emerged from them, he was standing directly on the shoulder of the Deathless spirit. He was quite high above the desert, and the howling winds immediately crashed into him, straining to throw him down. The ivory fabric of the Archon's tattered robe was like a soft carpet beneath his feet. The ancient horror skull was like a hill in front of him, and the golden crown set into the black bone was like a tall ridge. Naturally, only a complete fool would climb the body of a malevolent god. Standing on the shoulder of the Archon, Sonny was more or less surrendering himself to death. He could be squashed into a bloody puddle in an instant, or killed in a million other ways. The black skull turned slowly, 2 huge discs of gold staring at him like eyes. From that distance, Sonny could vaguely see the images etched into them, but because of the eerie radiance spilling from within the Archon's skull, he couldn't quite make out what those images showed. He wasn't sure that it would be wise to see them. The Archon's terrifying gaze descended upon him like an avalanche, making every wound on his body scream in pain, and every crack on his battered soul widened a little. Sonny forced out a smile. Hey, bastard! What gave you the courage to bully my wolf? The Archon stared at him silently, his dislocated jaw hanging in a twisted grin. Then, he slowly raised a hand, as if intending to squish Sonny like an annoying fly. Sonny lunged forward, rushing toward the base of the Deathless spirit's spine. Far below, the wolf growled and leaped into the air, abandoning caution to weigh the fallen deity's arm down. It was sent crashing into the ground by an inexplicable blow that came before the Archon moved his skeleton hand to deliver it, slowly crumbling into a torrent of shadows, but that bought Sonny time. As his 6 shadows appeared on the white sand, having been robbed of the shade they had been augmenting, he reached the spine of the Deathless spirit and thrust the soul shard at it, through it. And then, he did what he usually did when turning objects into memories, using Weaver's needle. He attached the pattern to the unseen layer of the Archon's being, therefore connecting the two together. Bonding them. Did it work? The skeletal hand was already barreling toward him, obscuring the sky. At that moment, Sonny heard a voice. His own voice. It was the handy bracelet speaking. You have received a memory. Sonny was at best a heartbeat away from being destroyed. Dismiss! He was so panicked that he shouted the mental command out loud. In the next second, Sonny fell into a hurricane of white sparks, plummeting toward the white dunes. The shoulder of the deathless spirit, which had supported his weight, was not there anymore. Instead, a vast storm of essence sparks was pouring into his mangled soul. Chapter 2897. Ad Hoc Memorization. Sonny fell through the hurricane of ethereal sparks and hit the sand with enough force to send a cloud of it into the air. The resounding thump of his landing was quite jarring, but he was not in the state to pay it any attention. Ouch! He rolled onto his back with a groan. Above him, the blinding storm of essence sparks was obscuring the world. The sparks flowed in powerful torrents, twisting as they plummeted down, toward him. Into him. The colossal whirlwind of essence was entering his soul, and all he could do was stare at it in a daze. He had actually succeeded. I can't believe that it actually worked. Sonny drew a shaky, hoarse breath. Then, he exhaled slowly. But it did. It really had. Back there in the heat of the moment, Sonny had been desperate and daring enough to believe that it would, and because he needed it to, he unleashed his will to make sure that it did. It seemed that his insane idea had already been in accordance with the laws of existence, or at least close enough to how they were supposed to work for his supreme will to make up for the difference. And now, he had a deathless spirit as a memory, safely stored in his soul sea. Well, that safely the part still remained to be seen. Sonny could not do anything with that memory, but the mere fact that the Archon had been memorized meant that he wasn't here anymore, and that was already a life-saving boon. Not only did it mean that Sonny did not have to have his soul cores shattered, but the will of the deathless spirit was not affecting this corner of the hell of Ariel anymore, which meant that Nephis and the Shadow Legion would have an easier time battling the undead horde. And speaking of the undead horde, the vast storm of essence sparks was finally beginning to thin out, most of it having already rushed into Sonny's chest. He could finally see what was happening around him, and what he saw made him let out a stifled curse. The battle was not over with the disappearance of the Archon, it was merely returning to being simply terrifying again, as opposed to completely unreasonable. The wolf had been vanquished back to his soul, so Sonny was alone, surrounded by countless Deathless. They had stayed away during his battle against the Archon, but now, the undead warriors of Ariel's hell were starting to pay him attention again. His other 6 incarnations had crumbled. Sonny had been so out of his mind due to the pain and the sheer lunacy of what he was attempting to do that he failed to maintain his avatars, so they reverted to being simple shadows once more. Now, these shadows gathered around him, looking at his battered figure with concern. They did not look that well, either. Each had been born from and innately connected to one of his cores, after all, so they had come very close to becoming homeless, and most likely to being destroyed. Sonny forced out a weak smile. "What are you looking at, fools?" The shadows glanced at each other. The happy shadow was just happy to be alive. The creepy shadow seemed fascinated by the idea of collecting malevolent undead as trophies. The haughty shadow could not believe that Sonny was so pathetic as to get them in that state, while the naughty shadow did not even care, staring in the direction where Nephis and the Shadow Legion had gone instead. The crazy shadow was mad. The lazy shadow could not be bothered to show a reaction, seemingly bored. As for the original invaluable helper, the gloomy shadow, it did not get a say because Sonny was currently using it to manifest himself. He could just imagine the exasperated eye roll, though. Maybe a slow, mocking round of applause. He sighed and slowly got to his feet. "Come, help me up." The shadows wrapped themselves around him, and he instantly felt better, stronger. Sonny had little time before the Deathless descended upon him like an avalanche, so he briefly assessed his state. It was, in one word, terrible. His soul sustained so much damage that it would have long collapsed if not for soul weave. His cores were covered in cracks. His soul sea was turbulent and restless, and there, high above, an enormous sphere of light was orbiting the 7 battered black suns. That was the Archon, or at least a disassembled version of him. When Sunny stared at the radiant sphere, he felt a chill run down his spine. He did not sense any kind of consciousness or will in the memory, but it did have a presence. And that presence was full of malice. As he watched, a small spark of light separated itself from the sphere and drifted upward, dissipating after a few moments. Sunny shuddered. The memory of Archon wanted to be summoned, it seemed. Of course, Sunny had no intention of doing that. If he had a choice in the matter, the damn thing would never see the light of day again, but, at the same time, it felt like there was now a ticking time bomb in his soul. Who knew when that bomb was going to go off? I'll probably have to travel to Shadow Realm, summon the bastard there, and run away as fast as I can. But for now, he needed to run away as fast as he could from other Deathless, not the sacred horror he had imprisoned in his soul. Sunny grimaced from the appalling pain that permeated his entire being and glanced at the undead warriors, who were already rushing at him like a tide. Then, he took a step back and turned into a shadow, fleeing across the dunes from the Deathless horde. He was a decent enough fighter and a proficient sorcerer. But if there was one thing Sunny was really good at, it was running away. ****. He caught up with Nephis and Azarax just before dawn. As the sun rose above Ariel's hell, the Deathless stopped their relentless onslaught and retreated, burrowing into sand. The undead following Azarax did, as well. The battered soldiers of the Shadow Legion were motionless, standing among the dunes in eerie silence. Sunny rose from the shadows and walked the rest of the distance in the pale radiance of early dawn. He looked around, searching for his shadows. Saint's armor was dented and broken, her jade skin visible through the breaches. Slayer was nursing a few wounds of her own, even if her countenance was as cold and menacing as ever. Serpent had coiled itself and hid its head, towering above the desert like a mountain of onyx scales. Sunny saw Azarax, as well. The ancient tyrant was sitting on the ground with his head lowered. As rays of sunlight fell on his mighty form, he moved slightly and burrowed his hand into the sand, staring at it absent-mindedly in subdued silence. Finally, Sunny's gaze fell on Nephis. She had regained her human form and was now sitting on the sand, watching the sun rise. Her face was calm and devoid of all emotions, her humanity having been burned away by the ferocious white flames. This was the first time Nephis had fully unleashed her aspect after losing the connection to most of the longing domain, so Sunny was a little concerned about her. Groaning and grimacing, he limped toward Nephis and sat down nearby. "Are you all right?" She turned her head and studied him silently, then gave him an indifferent nod. Raising her hands, Nephis pulled Sunny to lie on her lap and placed them on his chest. Her skin ignited with a soft radiance, and he felt her flames seep into his soul, mending it and washing away the pain. Sunny let out a relieved sigh. He was dead tired, and the soothing warmth made him feel sleepy. As he lay there, his head resting comfortably on Nephis' lap, an annoying shadow fell on him. Opening his eyes, Sunny saw Azarax staring down at him with a grin. Well, that grin of his was eternal, and he could not get rid of it even if he wanted to. So, Sunny could not blame him for it. The ancient tyrant scoffed. Well. You really did survive a battle with the Archon, Shadow. Good job distracting him, and managing to escape him, as well. Sunny blinked slowly. Who? Who said that I escaped from the Archon? Azarax tilted his skull. Would you be alive now otherwise? Tired and embraced by a blissful warmth, Sunny smiled lazily. No, I did not have to escape, because I wiped that thing out. There's no trace of it left in this desert anymore, not even a single bone. The Archon only exists as a memory now, so I suggest you forget about him. Azarax stared at him darkly. That can't be true. Sunny chuckled. Why? I didn't even need a weapon to deal with that guy, I did him in with a needle. In fact, I just told him something like, "You're dismissed." And poof! He exploded. Azarac scoffed. "You're lying." Sunny simply shrugged. Nephis, meanwhile, brushed the hair away from his face and smiled faintly. "He never lies." Her voice was calm and even. Azarac stared at them for a while, then shook his skull and walked away with angry steps. The sun was rising above Ariel's hell, a new day was beginning. The tomb of Ariel looked closer than it had ever before, but also insurmountably distant. Chapter 2898. Malign and Destructive. Rain walked across the ashen soil of the Ebony Island. It was strange. The island looked very much like the Ivory Island, but was also completely different. There was no emerald grass, no clear lake, no grove of ancient trees, and no bones of a dead dragon either. Instead, there were ruins of mysterious structures buried in the ash, dark stone, and obsidian berths protruding into the chasm that separated the island from the rest of the Chained Isles. The pagoda itself was entirely black, as opposed to the pristine white of the ivory tower. In fact, it was so lusterless and black that its walls seemed to devour light, like a vertical rift in the fabric of the world. The 7 broken heavenly chains hanging from the stone slopes of the Ivory Island were nowhere to be seen, either. Instead, there were other chains, just as enormous and mighty, but new and shiny as opposed to ancient and weathered. These chains were quite mundane and had been forged in the subterranean smelting plants of NQSC. Then, they were delivered to the Chained Isles through a dream gate and used to connect the Ebony Tower to the rest of the flying islands in order to prevent them from gradually collapsing into the sky below. Now, the enormous alloy chain stretched over the vast chasm at the heart of the Chained Isles, drawn taut. The Ebony Island served as the nexus of the entire region, holding it up in the sky. Quite impressive. Rain could only vaguely imagine the amount of ingenuity, industrial might, and complex calculations that had gone into pulling the Ebony Island from beneath the sea of divine flames in the depths of the sky below, then turning it into the anchor of this fractured continent. It definitely took the efforts of numerous people, including a few saints and a supreme, to accomplish. And a bit of divine sorcery of the demon of destiny, as well. Humans might not have understood how it worked, but they seamlessly integrated it into their design nevertheless. The result looked no less magnificent and humbling than all the other impossible sights one could find in the dream realm, more so, even, considering what it represented. A flawless synthesis of ancient sorcery and modern engineering, as well as a brilliant example of what was possible when all kinds of different people, mundane and awakened, worked together to achieve a benign and constructive goal. It was an example of how the world was meant to be. But very rarely was. Rain, focus. Rain flinched and turned her gaze back to where Cassie was kneeling on the ground, painting runes on the stone surface of the Ebony Island with a brush. Sorry. She was here to serve as Cassie's eyes, so there was no time to gawk at the sights. With Rain focused on the runes, Cassie was able to continue. As her brush glided gracefully across the black stone, she spoke in a measured tone. This rune doesn't have a meaning, but it expresses denial or prohibition. Adding it to a phrase changes the meaning, while adding it to a word often creates an antonym, but not always. Synonyms and antonyms are a separate topic, so we will not get into them right now. Which was probably wise, because it was a topic completely alien to Rain. At the moment, Cassie was creating a defensive array to protect the Ebony Island from the siege she believed was inevitable, similar to those she and Sunny had created before to reinforce a few other citadels, but also different, since she could not rely on his expertise anymore. Rain and Cassie had been at it for several days already, and since Rain had nothing to do but stare in the right direction, Cassie decided to give her lessons on runic sorcery as she worked. Rain was soaking the knowledge like a sponge. There was a lot of overlap between shaping and runic sorcery. After all, the latter was based on the former. However, there were also enough differences to make the two completely different from each other. There were no synonyms in shaping, for example. Everything only had one name, and every name was absolute. So, there could be no names that had the same meaning. There were more differences than that, of course. In shaping, there were only the names and their medium, the shaper. Runic sorcery, on the other hand, involved much more. There were the runes themselves, which transcribed the names, and the sorcerer who drew them. There was the canvas on which the runes were drawn, the tool used to draw them, and even the medium that transferred the runes from the brush to the canvas, unless they were carved, in which case there wasn't. The runes themselves were far more complex than the names, too, and there was an art to expressing the names through either solitary runes or combinations of them. Not everyone could fathom the names, but everyone could learn the runes and transcribe an approximation of a name they were not equipped to know. It was like an entirely new universe, but since Rain was a gifted shaper, she took to the runic sorcery easily as well. It was actually far more fun than learning the names. Cassie was still talking. This rune describes space. However, there are countless runes that describe space in the runic language, all bearing a slightly different meaning. So, if you want to transcribe the true name of space, you need to list them all in order, if you aspire to achieve a good result, that is. Rain studied the stunning weave of runes for a few moments, then tilted her head. But what does that element of the array do? Cassie smiled faintly. Do you still have that scarf of yours? In case of emergency. She could see Rain's own runes, so she probably knew. So, she was only asking for the sake of being polite. After spending time with Cassie, Rain realized that the blind seer did a lot of things simply to make people feel comfortable in her presence. It was a habit born of necessity, both because of her disability and because people would have found it odd and disturbing to be around an oracle as powerful as she was otherwise. Rain raised a hand and touched the silk scarf wrapped around her neck and shoulders. Sure, I do. Cassie nodded. This is what I am trying to do. Sunny designed it to lock you in space in case the cloud veil above Godgrave broke unexpectedly. Actually, he used the same kind of enchantment later to defeat a cursed beast, Abundance. And now I am trying to create a derivative runic enchantment that accomplishes the same thing. Rain frowned. You are trying to lock the ebony tower in space. Continuing to draw runes while pouring essence into the brush, Cassie shook her head. No. I am trying to lock space around the ebony tower. She sighed and turned slightly, facing the vast chasm. Mordred is putting on a brave face, but the dream spawn will push him back against the hollow mountains eventually. The mirror domain is simply not powerful enough to contend against the entirety of the human domain. Perhaps it would have been if given more time, but Mordred had attained supremacy less than a year ago. His domain is too young. Cassie shook her head. The war will arrive here eventually. This is where Mordred will make his last stand, and you remember why we had to run away from the Ivory Island, don't you? Rain nodded. Because of the Night Garden. Cassie smiled. No, not because of the Night Garden. It is because of the man commanding the Night Garden. His aspect allows him to manipulate space, so he is a walking nightmare for anyone planning to fight a defensive battle. She returned to drawing runes. The Ebony Island is a natural fortress because it is surrounded by a vast abyss. If Nightwalker is allowed to twist the space around it however he wishes, that advantage will be gone. So, naturally, one of the functions of the defensive array I am creating is to reinforce space here and make it less malleable. Now, focus. This rune. Rain looked at the expanse of black stone where Cassie was drawing the runes and concentrated on listening. In the process, however, she couldn't help but look at Cassie herself. Her chest tightened. Cassie did not look that well. She seemed to have lost weight, and her skin was unhealthily pale. Worst of all, the left side of her blindfold was soaked in blood once again, red drops rolling down her cheek from time to time. She looked fragile. Rain gritted her teeth. It was all because of that man, Mordred. Every morning, Cassie entered his quarters, where she cleansed his memories of the plague. And every morning, she left with blood on her face, weaker than she had been the day before. It was because of the strain of using her transcendent ability despite missing an eye. But more than that, it was because of the strain of experiencing the memories of a sovereign. The Supremes were more than just humans, after all, and their minds were too vast for mortal people to fathom, and from what Rain was able to find out, Mordred of Nowhere was the most inhuman of the Supremes. Nephis felt the desire of countless people. Sunny shared his senses with his shades. The Dreamspawn was connected to his thralls somehow, as well, sharing in their thoughts and emotions. But the King of Nothing was different. He simply existed shattered across millions of vessels, each vessel representing an instance of his inhuman mind. So, that was what Cassie experienced every time she delved into his memories. She experienced being millions of beings at the same time. Needless to say, that demented kaleidoscope of perspectives put a tremendous burden on her own mind, which, albeit transcendent, was still human. And speaking of inhuman, Rain furtively looked up. Cassie was not the only one preparing the Ebony Island for a siege. Chapter 2899. Last Battlefield. The King of Nothing was preparing, too. Only, unlike Cassie, he wasn't drawing runes on the black stone. Instead, he was simply bringing some of his vessels to the Ebony Island. Looking at them, Rain could not help but feel her stomach churn. Creepy, creepy, creepy. Mordred of Nowhere seemed like the most inhuman of the sovereigns for more than one reason. It was not just that his soul was split among millions of vessels, it was also that most of those vessels were not human. Instead, they were nightmare creatures. The Chained Island bordered the Hollow Mountains in the north and the Glass Hell in the west, so it was an important confluence point for the King of Nothing. It was also a gate leading south, across the regions of the Dream Realm conquered by the King of Swords decades ago, and over the Black Mountains, where the heartland of the Dream Realm lay. So, there was always a constant procession of ghastly abominations passing through the Ebony Island. Some came from the Hollow Mountains, while some came from Godgrave. The latter especially gave Rain chills, because she still vividly remembered watching too many of her comrades being torn apart and devoured by the hideous creatures of the Scarlet Jungle. The nightmarish vessels of the King of Nothing came to Chained Island through one of the mirror gates and left through another, traveling toward the Black Mountains, where a fierce battle was raging across countless peaks. They had rarely lingered before, but now, things were different. As Rain watched, a colossal abomination that resembled a hideous tick dragged its swollen belly across the ash, numerous revolting shapes moving beneath its grey skin in a nauseating pattern. Reaching the edge of the island, it turned to face the ebony tower and fell to the ground heavily, burrowing all 8 of its segmented legs deep into the obsidian bedrock. A swarm of eerie, transparent abominations, Rain recognized them as the crystalline insects from the Glass Hell, followed, carrying heavy plates of forged metal. Moving with flawless precision, they began constructing an iron cradle around the gargantuan tick, as if wanting to protect it from threats coming from neighboring islands. Looking at it, Rain couldn't help but feel like she was watching a squad of army engineers build fortifications around a fixed artillery position. On the other side of the island, something that looked like a hill of long black hair was laying on the ground. There was a ghastly abomination hidden under the mountains of black hair, though, a thing that looked like a hybrid between a spider and an ape, its long limbs ending with enormous hands. A crowd of mundane humans was dismantling an ancient ruin near the monstrosity, all wearing the same absent expression. Dozens of them strained to move each enormous block of obsidian, piling them near the abomination. To Rain, it looked like soldiers preparing projectile ammunition for an enormous trebuchet. Some distance away, a swarm of nightmare creatures that resembled crystal wasps was spilling over the edge of the island like a glass river. They crawled down its inverted slopes and hid on its dark side, far away from where anyone could see them. They were stealth aircraft deploying to protect the island from aerial attacks from the sky below. Somewhere else, a dozen horned beasts were pulling a massive shape covered in black fabric across the obsidian. Rain was almost sure that it was meant to serve as an air defense battery. Things like that were happening all across the Ebony Island. In a few areas, groups of small abominations were planting scarlet seeds into the ash. The same was happening on all islands surrounding the Ebony Tower. Crazy bastard. Is he creating minefields out of the Scarlet Jungle? Rain was suddenly covered in cold sweat. That loathsome jungle was only contained by the incinerating skies above Godgrave. What was going to happen if someone brought it away from that white abyss? Would it consume all of the Dream Realm like an unstoppable tide? She shivered. Well, Probably not. After all, the Scarlet Jungle had existed for thousands of years, but never moved past the arm bones of the dead god. So, perhaps the King of Nothing knew what he was doing, after all. Rain! Stop staring at those things. Rain flinched again and hurriedly looked back at the runes. She hesitated for a few moments, and then sighed. The one in the basement is nice. The other one, though, is a bit of a horror show. Cassie smiled. He can hear you, you know. Rain coughed, then shrugged nonchalantly. Well, if he has manners, he'll pretend that he didn't. Cassie shook her head slightly and focused on drawing the runes. After a while, though, she said quietly, "It was north of here, many years ago. When I first met Mordred." Her hand grew still, and she turned her head to face north, as if trying to see something in the distance. Now that was a horror show. It all ended with a battle between two saints. One of them died, and as a result of their clash, an entire island was destroyed. That is why there is only one citadel on the Chained Isles now, not two. With that, Cassie continued working on the defensive array and said somberly, "I wonder what will happen when two supremes clash here instead." Rain did not know how to answer. At the same time, inside the ebony tower, Mordred was leaning on a wall with his eyes closed. He was breaking the blockade on the River of Tears. At the same time, he was encircling Ravenheart. At the same time, he was battling vicious predators in Godgrave. At the same time, he was invading the Great Hive under the Glass Hell. At the same time, he was waging war on humanity in the Black Mountains. And much more. He was watching Song of the Fallen and the Princess of Shadows, too. Well, if he has manners, he'll pretend that he didn't. Still keeping his eyes closed, Mordred smiled. Cheeky girl. Finally opening them, he looked at the divine flames burning in the great brazier at the center of the dark hall. The white flames reflected in his mirror-like eyes, and for a few moments, it was as if white sparks were dancing in them. With a sigh, Mordred looked away from the flame and descended the stairs to the ground floor of the ebony tower. Then, he descended deeper, underground. Walking to the large mirror standing in the circular chamber, he looked at the reflection of himself sitting there on the floor. Mordred studied his other self for a while and then smiled. "Made a little friend, did you?" After a short pause, the part of him that was imprisoned in the mirror smiled. "I did. Then again, I doubt I would have been able to befriend anyone unless you allowed it, so, thank you, brother." Mordred scoffed. "It's just that I know how boring it is, being trapped in a mirror. You at least got a whole miniature realm to enjoy and explore, complete with windows to the outside world. All I had gotten was a stone cell. Look, compared to our father, am I not generous? Am I not merciful?" The other part of him remained silent, then shrugged slightly. "I couldn't say. I never really had the opportunity to get to know him, after all. From what I hear, though, anyone would seem generous and merciful compared to our father." Mordred laughed. "That is true, as well." Chapter 2900. Janus. Supreme Mordred stared at Saint Mordred, both of them reflecting in each other's eyes. One wore an expression of contempt, the other of wistful sympathy. One was the captor, and the other was the captive. Eventually, the captor said, "But you don't seem to hold it against him, do you?" He lingered for a few moments, and then smiled bitterly. "You know, it's funny. What was it that she said? The one in the basement is nice, but the other one is a horror show. Of the two of us, you are the one people tend to perceive as the better version. But they all fail to realize that even if I am not nice, you are the real horror show between us." Mordred leaned forward, almost pressing his forehead against the mirror. "I might not be entirely human, but you are barely a human, at best. You lack so much. You can't feel anything, not resentment, not anger, not hatred. Not the feeling of being hurt, not the feeling of being betrayed. Not even the painful shame of being discarded. Which one of us deserves to be called the King of Nothing, really?" He shook his head. People don't seem to understand that a person who is a friend to everyone is loyal to no one. Your nice act is simply a facade that hides how crippled and inhuman you are. You smile blissfully at that girl, the Princess of Shadows, but if the dream spawn was here, killing her, you'd smile blissfully at him too. His reflection sighed. You are probably right. But I like to think that I'd at least ask him to stop. Mordred looked at the reflection chillingly. And yet if he refused to listen and tortured her to death, you wouldn't hold it against him. You wouldn't be capable of holding it against him, so how can they look at you and see someone nice? He paused for a second and then smiled. Maybe it's because you are so blank that all they can see in you is a reflection of themselves. No one really understands how empty you are, so they simply project their own image of what a human should be on you. And since people love nothing more than themselves, you receive their sympathy. Must be nice. Mordred took a step back and laughed. Well, it's not like I need anyone's sympathy. And it's not like I would feel the inclination to do something if that girl was being tortured and killed in front of me, either, so I guess neither of us has that good of a claim on being human. Which is just as well. Who would want to be human, anyway? He grinned. In truth, I am only keeping the girl alive for 2 reasons. One is to have her as hostage in case I need to force Song of the Fallen to do something she doesn't want to do, or deter her from doing something that I don't want her to do. The witch knows to be on her best behavior unless she wants to see her little friend tortured, broken, and killed. His grin dimmed a little. The other reason is insurance in case the Lord of Shadows does come back. Until the dream spawn is dealt with, it's best to have a cordial relationship with that man, and I don't think that he'll take the death of his prized pupil well. Having him throw a fit in the middle of a war against the dream spawn would be most problematic. The other Mordred studied the King of Nothing for a while, not saying anything. Eventually, though, he asked, "You don't usually feel the need to explain yourself to me. Why are you so talkative today, brother?" Mordred just stared at him, a subtle frown twisting his brow. Yes, indeed. Why am I so talkative today? His reflection sighed. It's because you are nervous, isn't it? You are. Mordred smiled. Why should I be nervous? I am having the time of my life. An all-consuming war against the entire world, with nothing impeding or constraining me. I am having a blast. You can't imagine how liberating it is to finally be free of the need to pretend to be something I'm not. To be free of the need to reflect all those people back on themselves so that they'd see me as one of their own. He chuckled. You know, that thing that defined us and our entire despicable clan, the lineage of War God. I used to think that it was severely misunderstood. They went around giving us titles like the Prince of War, the Princess of War, the Sovereign of War. But War God was also the goddess of life, the deity of technology and progress. She was the patron deity of humanity, as well. Mordred shook his head. Our father and grandfather were praised and exalted as conquerors, as consummate warriors. But they were both craftsmen first, and fighters second. They were artificers who wielded utility aspects, they created things. So, I always thought that focusing solely on the war aspect of War God was misguided. He looked around and grinned. But now that I am waging absolute war against all of existence, I finally understand the allure. It feels natural to me. I like it, I am enjoying myself way more than I ever expected. I think it really is in our blood, war. Mordred looked at his counterpart and grimaced. Although someone as pathetic as you would never be able to understand it. The other Mordred studied him for a long while, contemplating something. Eventually, he asked quietly, You don't think you can win, do you? Mordred stared at his reflection for a few moments, expressionless. He scoffed. What are you talking about? Of course, I can win. I will win. You just wait and see. At the end of all this, I'll be more vast and powerful than ever, while the dream spawn will be broken and defeated, sealed in some hellhole he will never be able to escape. His reflection shook his head. No, you can't. The other Mordred looked up at his supreme self, seeing his own reflection in those mirror-like eyes. You cannot defeat that man, brother. You know you can't. He made us, after all. Everything we are was molded in his image. He knows everything there is to know about us, while we only know what he decided to show us. He is older, stronger, more knowledgeable. He has all of humanity fighting on his side. He has everything. But what do we have? We only have ourselves. And that is not enough to defeat everything. Mordred just stared at him silently. After a short while, his reflection added, "So, why are you persisting in this madness? This is not like you, brother. Trying to destroy all of humanity was already monstrous enough, misguided enough, but you were too late. Now, it's too late. That man already made all of them conduits of his domain, so he is unstoppable now. You can't even steal people from his domain without becoming infected by the plague yourself. Don't you see that there is no way to win?" Mordred remained silent for a few moments, then smiled crookedly. "Who says that we only have ourselves?" He looked up, as if trying to pierce the obsidian walls of the ebony tower with his gaze. "I also have Song of the Fallen. She can cleanse my mind of the plague, which means that I still have a chance. Sure, the dream spawn cannot be destroyed as long as people remember him, but when there are no people, and I am the only one left, whose power will be greater? Whose will be more powerful? This war is far from being lost, brother. I'll find a way to win it. Wait and see." His other self slowly shook his head. Lady Cassia might be powerful and talented, and her aspect might be exactly what you need to prolong this war, but she is merely a saint. How much of the plague can she erase from the mind of a supreme? Enough to add a few vessels to your domain each day? A few hundred? How are you going to subjugate millions of awakened and billions of mundane people before the dream spawn comes to take your head? He sighed. "I just don't understand why you are preparing for the decisive battle here, on the Chained Isles. Wasn't your plan to escape into the Hollow Mountains and lead a long guerrilla campaign against the Hunger Domain from the safety of the mist? What changed?" The other Mordred lingered for a second and then asked with a hint of concern in his voice, "Are you sure that Lady Cassia only erased those of your memories that were the source of the plague?" Mordred studied him silently for a while, then smiled. "Yes. I am quite sure. Do you think that I am more trusting than you? Of course, I've set countermeasures in place before letting her anywhere near my mind." He inhaled deeply, then looked his reflection in the eye. Sure, that was the plan. However, that plan became meaningless the moment Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows chose to disappear instead of serving as a foil for the dream spawn, at least for a while. Everything happened too swift without them. Besides, he lingered for a moment, then looked away. "You probably won't get it, but there comes a time when a man must take a stand. For me, that second is now." Mordred looked around the circular chamber, then faced the mirror once again. "You know, the first time I fought Morgan, I was quite afraid. After all, she had always been a bit of a scarecrow in my mind, someone who was more talented than me, more powerful than me, more favored than me. Someone who was more desirable than me, and for a good reason. A true heiress of war, forged into a perfect weapon by our father." He smiled bitterly. "And indeed, when we finally crossed swords, I almost lost my life. I did lose a hand and an eye, actually, but in the end, I still won. I was able to win because I held nothing back, because unlike her, I didn't care about losing a hand and an eye, and more than that, I didn't care about staying alive. About staying free instead of ending up in another cage for countless years. All I cared about was winning that fight." His smile faded slowly, replaced by a cold, grim expression. "So now that I am set to face the dream spawn in battle, to face my maker, how can I hope to win if I am holding something back? If I leave myself a path of retreat and plan for what happens if I lose, if I scheme to survive even if I am defeated, then I have already been defeated, don't you think?" Mordred sighed and looked around, a pleasant smile finding its way back onto his lips. "No, whatever happens, it will happen here, on the Ebony Island. I am not running from this fight. I think it's quite fitting, actually, that everything will be decided on the Chained Isles. You wouldn't know, but I made a lot of memories here, a long time ago." Turning back to the mirror, he laughed. "So I can't wait to make more. This time, they will be memories of war."